Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Bernard, are you asking some question or something?
She asked a question. Shani asked a question.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that question, son? Yeah.
So, like, I would like to have more clarification about how this outside world does not exist means.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Like,
What do you think about Bernard?
yeah. What we think is what we feel and what we experience is that outside world is real. That is what we experience from our childhood. To explain this is how we start. We'll start from one particular sensor. Just take, as we told you earlier, you see a river, then take that example, that moment only. Your eye catches a picture. That is, your eye sensor functions there. And when that with that, the mind consciousness also starts. Mind consciousness function there. Then with that rapidity, with that swiftness, with that fast movement, you feel itasanya, that you feel something is outside there. That is how it works. We take only one particular shot, one particular spark. You see a river, the picture of a river, your eye consciousness starts function, then you get the idea that some object is there. Then the mind consciousness says, this is a river. This is a river. So that is how did you get that river? That is what you were taught early in the kindergarten. So that when you experience a river, when you say all the experiences you have the river floods into your mind. Thoughts
Bernard,
come into
the
mind.
line is not clear.
The color of the water, the flowing. experience a river. That is the natural world we see. That's the real world. That's the reality we feel that. So that is not the reality. Why is not the reality? Because it is a creation of your mind. Creation of your mind. How it get created? It get created in this way. When your eye catches a river, then
Sani, are you hear me?
Yes, Saranvasa, we can hear you. There was
That's river example is given is speed, because this light also is speed. No,
yes,
do you mean that's lighthouse coming? That house of is creation speed. No, spark is speedily. No, rapid speed is there.
yes,
No, mechanism of eye speed. No, spark speed. One is spark. It's like a light.
yes,
Yeah, sky there. Spark. That's negative and positive somewhere different in. That's the spark. The touch is the spark. So this same is a mechanism. It's a waves. It's a quantum theory. It's the same, no? Speedily happen, no? Same. Spark. Again and again and again, this spark is happening. That's our eye creation, no? Eye creation, spark is speedily. That's light is coming. That's the effort. The cause and effort is there, no? But the speed is there. Spark is happening speedily, no? How is our ear creation? It's a drum inside. It's a vibration. Speedily happening, no? That's the sound is coming. What is the sound is? It's a vibration, no? Speed given us this sound. This how aggregate is here. Rupa meaning is a rupa is his vibrations, no? Vibration is our ear creation, is given us to sound. That's Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. What's this? Vedana is a feel. No? How is this telling? Sanya is perception. Sankara is creation, no? So Vijnana is consciousness. It's something. It's a sound is something. It's a ear consciousness. Sound is something. Eye consciousness is light is something. That's perception becoming consciousness. No. Convert in the consciousness. Do you understand what I say? It's speed is given us this. The sensor creations. The senses. How is the sensor creation? Eye, ear, nose, mouth, and skin. This five sensor. What is the mechanism? It's speed, no? Speed there. The waves, the same. So quantum is we are talking about the packet of spark range. It's okay. Yeah, this seems like the river. That's why I think Bernard is trying to explain. This is speed. Inside the mechanism is speed is given us this. How is this outside is real? You're asking that outside is how is outside is real? No? That's the question, no?
yes.
How is outside is real? It's a power. Every spark have a power. This spark range have power. One is spark, 2, 3, 4, another one is coming, same, no? So speedily happen, this is spark. One is spark also have a power, no? One is spark have a power because different end is there. The power is coming, no? That's a theory. A system. This power, again and again, a spark is happening, more power is coming because this power generating, this power is combined, more power is there. That's the existent field. I existent field is a light. Kindergarten time, little child, don't know anything, but existent field is there. You know, there's a before kindergarten, little child in cot. No, at that time, radiant mind is there. There is no thoughts. What is this thought? This sound and form together coming. The thought is coming. No, chair is kindergarten. Teacher is given the picture chair and given the sound. That sound and form together, especially the sound and form. But other one is a feel. Ditta Sutta Mutta is Buddha's word. Ditta is your eye. Sutta is your creation. Is Mutta is your feel. Smell, taste, and skin feel. Three together come in Samutta. That's why Tina Sangatipaso is a theory. It's a Pali. The meaning is these five senses, one time is one spark is happening, that one is the thought. That one is existent feel also there. Because this power, light also existent, sound also existent, is coming, other sense also same. So this existence is coming, there's a light and this sound and form, that's why is chair is there, existent feel. This feel is outside is existent chair. How is coming existence? That's his speed, no? That's why I think it's Bernard is trying to explain. What do you think about Shani? Yeah, your idea. What's your thing? Are you doing something?
No, I can answer.
Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about? Are you understood what I say? Oh no,
yes,
it's okay.
Yeah, I did understand.
Have you some doubt? It's okay. You ask me again a question. Are you clear this point or no? This one.
Yes,
this is speed given us this.
Yes.
This thought is share is not real one. Speed. That's why it's a mirage, no? Consciousness. It's understand one, no?
Yes.
We want to understand this. That's why true Dharma is very important, because everything given us to real, but it's not real. No?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think? Is the answer or no? Because this outside is real or no? Chair is real or no? I ask you again. What do you think? Is that chair is real or no? What's your feel? What do you think? Yeah.
So after listening to this Dhamma, it's like neither no or yes.
What? Please tell me again.
It's like it's both no and yes.
You are talking about the born. It's a birth.
No, I don't answer the existence feeling. It's both no and yes. Like it's
especially ear and eye. The sense creations. Individually, one sensor also given us existent feel.
Yes.
Yeah. These two senses are coming together. That's what is a thought. It's a chair. Existent feel is there. One sensor is example is the sound. Eye sensor, no? It's existent feel. It's a itta sanya. It's a life feel. That one is a itta sanya. Buddha's word is itta sanya is a existent feel. Something is there. I'm here. That's the same, this one. Life feel. There's a existent feel is otherwise the life feel. What do you think? Do you understand? Existent feel. Something is there. I'm here. Something not outside anything. I'm not here. Who am I? It's a mirage, no? Like a mirror. You are looking your face. No, there, mirror. But there is no anybody. You are looking. But you are looking outside, mirror. But this example is given that Buddha, Rahul, You are looking outside, but it's your mind. Rahula there, Rahula is Rahula there, Sutra is there, Tripitaka. But Buddha's word is there. The Rahula at that time washing the face, the bath is there. So there's a mirror, as Rahula see that mirage, no? His face, own face. But it's bath. Buddha told, this Rahula, this like everything. You see, your own mind, you are looking outside. You are in your mind. The meaning is you haven't experienced outside because your sensor, without sensor, you can't experience it.
Yes.
Do you understood what I say?
Yes,
Yeah. We are not talking about outside, nothing, anything. We haven't experienced what is real.
Yes.
We have experienced our own senses. You know, various of living beings have various of type of senses. They are individually, they have world. Them automatically, this sense of creation has given them this world. It's not outside anywhere. It's their mind. Every living being like that, like this. They are living individually, their own mind. What do you think? It's nice, actually. I think it's good. No?
Yes.
Yeah. What you understood, you explain.
So I
It's okay.
understood. Yes, let's take people. People are living in a world. It's a mind world, and that world was created from the five senses of there. But it depends on how their senses work, like how their eyes work, and that's how their world was created. The ability of their five senses create their own world. And some people might not see properly, some people might not hear properly, and their world different from each one another.
Yeah. This world is not outside, no? It's our mind. But that is why Buddha told, Salayatana loko. Salayatana meaning is senses. Senses is the world. Your eye is the world. The sound is the world. It's your ear given you to this sound world. It's nice, no? Understand? It's very nice, no? Yeah, it's a real. Awaken. That's dream. Everything is a dream. You know this truth. You know this truth. You are awakened this dream, no? Yeah. It's very interesting, no? It's very interesting. What do you think about? Bernard, what do you think about? It's really.
Trying to awake from
Your signal is not clear. Bernard, your signal is not clear.
Otherwise, we will not clear. Is it okay now, Aruna?
Now it's okay. Yeah.
right?
China, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Bernard, sound?
Mm, mm.
Good one, sir.
Now it's okay,
Can you hear me?
Bernard. Yeah, now it's okay.
It's time to awake from our dream world, because we don't know that we are living in a illusory world. They create a manifestation of vibration.
Shani,
So in order to understand
Bernard, are you walking? Are you stay somewhere to clear signal? Because it's not clear. You are walking.
yeah, I'm at one
Not
place. I'm not
always.
walking.
Yeah, it's okay, Bernard. Now you explain that. It's okay.
We are living in an illusory world. We are in a dream. So it's time to awake from this dream. So to understand this, just to find what we are always associate, those are thoughts. The thoughts are not real. These are creation of our minds, creation of our mind consciousness. We take them as real. So that is why we are still in the we are moving in the cycle of birth. So this is time to understand our mind, how our mind works, and what will happen to our life. Then when you understand this, you will understand there is nothing outside. They are just a function of the formation of the process of your faculties. We are living in an created world. It is actually not a real world. They are manifestation of vibration. Due to this vibration, the mind senses starts work, and we feel that I am here and something outside there. This duality always remains when you are in an illusory world. So illusion cannot be explained so easily, cannot be understood so easily. We need the proper guidance and continuous guidance of noble friend, our Aryan Nancy. Otherwise, we can't understand this. So just understand one thought, how it works. Then we will understand how all these thoughts are created. Then how all these moments are created. When you feel that something is here, outside there, and you feel I am here, then you think that was there and that is here and that will be there. The whole time tenses will be get into exist. You feel that time is there, someone is here, and something is outside there. All these are created with the rapidity of this vibration. So just to understand this vibration, we have to keep on understand the true Dhamma and practice this Dhamma. Otherwise, we can't. We ourselves can't understand it. We need the proper guidance of our noble friend. Then only we can slowly and gradually solve this puzzle. Then you realize that I am in a dream. I am in an illusory world. This is not real. So that is how it happens. So we create a fantasy, and we are living in that fantasy, not knowing that it is a fantasy, and we die, and we will be the victim of. We are the victims of cycle of birth. That is how this manifestation of vibration actually process, and it It is a natural phenomena, and
We can't hear you properly, Mr. Bernard.
get rid of that. So it is only to understand how it works. Actually, there is no better because of this fast movement, fast and the rapidity always. Because of this rapidity, we feel that I am here, as you had telepathizes then and there, and that thought will be vividly colored by those telepathization, and you feel the touch, the taste, and everything is there. And at the moment you experience, this is something. A big tree is here, the cloud is there, the sky is there, the birds are there. I hear the birds, I hear the sounds of the vehicles. That is how it goes. So day by day, gradually, you have to concentrate this and listen to true Dhamma. Unless you listen to true Dhamma and follow this path in a practical way, you can't get rid of this illusion. It is the illusion that we are living in. That illusion can be understood, and you can succeed if you listen to true Dhamma and follow the practical process. Devan Sarna Shani, are you there?
Yes, Theran San and Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
We can't hear you properly. I think there's a signal issue.
Do you have any questions?
So this the feeling
Yes.
of
Go ahead.
me myself.
Can't hear you properly. Yeah. There is a signal issue here, but
Yeah.
I try hard to.
Can you hear me now?
Again, can you speak a little bit louder, Shani, please?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shani, it's not your
That's
signal
good.
is okay.
Nice.
Bernard is not clear. Bernard is not in clear place. I think it's Bernard's side. Shani, is your side is okay. No problem. Yeah. Bernard not clear because Bernard not signal is there. Bernard not coming signal.
Yes,
Shani, you asking Bernard, are you clear? But Bernard can't say it's clear because he's not in the correct. I think it's a place.
Yes. Shani, please ask the question.
So this me myself existence. How does it happens?
Yeah, that is a very good question. That brings you curiosity. That is right. Myself, or the self-existence, or the some kind of person is outside there. That feeling is here. So how does it get created? That is the problem you have. Is it so?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is not a person doing something. There is no personal involvement here. When this I starts function, I start function, it catches, for example, it catches a picture. So then and there, all the past experiences telepathizes. So with the rapid movement, the movement is so rapid. So with that, you feel something outside there, and then and there you get the feeling of I am existing here, I am here. It is not someone is there, but the feeling, you feel that someone is here. That is the sanya.
It seems
And you get
is
yes.
it same as that how mind like gives
That
us
is how the mind consciousness work. Yeah, that is the process of the mind.
Yes.
That's
So
the system.
that's also an illusion.
Yeah, no, that is not an illusion. That's a natural process. We have to. What we are explaining is dependent origination. There you find the last one is the consciousness, mind consciousness, mental consciousness. So the process goes on and on and on. You can't stop it. So what we have to do is you're feeling, the existent feeling comes with the rapidity, with the fast movement of this spark.
Yes.
I and outside something there, as Aryan says, the spark is there, positive and negative is there. Then get started at fusion. Because of the fusion, it get started. Just think you throw a stone at a river, so you will see the ripples.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this?
Yeah.
In the same manner, in the center, say the river or the pond is so still, it is not moving. So you just throw a stone, a pebble, and you see the ripples goes on. In the same manner, when I catches something, the I consciousness gets started, then the mind consciousness gets started, and the other things also work so fast. Process it goes on and on and on. The movement is so rapid, so fast. Then you feel something is there. Something is there in that particular moment, in that time, in that particular instance.
Yeah.
So then you feel I am here. That is a feeling you get. That is a feeling you get. That is a feel. That is an experience you get. But actually, no one is there. That is the function of your mind, function of your mind consciousness. That is not a real person is there. No one is there. But that is a natural phenomena. That is a process. That is a mechanism of this mind, how it works. So, do you think that experiencing throwing a stone at a pebble will happen a day? No. Then another thing, another sense, another organ, another sensor get started. Then another, goes and goes and goes on and on and on. The thoughts are created as just as a chain. So we feel then I am here. I experienced in the past. Now I am experiencing this. Tomorrow also I will experience it. That is a misconception, wrong, Chani.
Yes.
Teran Sarnai. Yeah. So you don't just experience just one thought a day, 24 hours. Then thoughts are always floods into your mind consciousness get created and you experience something. Then and there, these things are these senses work. Then and there, and that with that rapidity, you get the sanya, then you get the satta sanya. That means I am here. Now, the first thing is you saw a river, then you experience something called river is there. Then I am here. Outside something, duality. This is called duality. Something is outside there. I am here. So this is the duality. This is the problem people can't solve. Man can't solve because only a noble friend can see it through his mind with the help of his wisdom. Then only the other people will understand when he preaches it. So to get this clear, the better thing is to keep on listening to true Dhamma. So you don't get this at once. You have to keep on listening. Yes, Shani. Do you know how mind get created now?
Yes.
Yeah. Then when you feel that from your childhood, now you feel after kindergarten time, you feel that I am existing. In the past, I was there. Now I am here. Now we'll be there in the future. So it goes on and on and on. Nobody's doing there. Nothing is outside there. Only the creation. Then and there, the momentary, the instantaneous creations happens. That is the mechanism, the process, the system of the senses. We can't stop it. What we can do is just to detect, to understand, do we get attached to these things? Am I loving these things? Or do I hate these things? That is what we have to understand. The defilements. Defilements means the hatred, the evasion and illusions. So, do I like that person? Why do I like it? I like him so much. So at the same time, you say, I don't like that person. I hate him. Why is it? Because you feel you are there. Why do you feel you are there? Because of the senses. The senses always say, consciousness always says that something is outside there. The mind consciousness, the formation of thoughts are done by the mind consciousness. The mind consciousness, when it function, you feel I am here. If it is feeling, it is a feeling. Just will get it. Something is there. At the same time, you feel I am here. So this is a natural process, just like the photosynthesis we know that happens in the trees.
Yes.
Or natural, just like how it rains, the water cycle.
Yes.
You understand the gravity power, the electricity. In the same way, this is also a process, a mechanism, how it works. The man's the sole purpose must be, his aim, the target, ambition must be to understand how it mind works. Today, we see different type of people, in different countries. They try to solve this problem, but that they have never reached for a satisfactory solution. Why? They are solving this problem, keeping the self there, existence in the mundane world. Yes.
Teruvan Saranai, is that Mr. Berlan?
Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, joining from some kind of a different phone, right? So that's why I couldn't recognize you. So from
Yeah. This is a place where the signal issue is there.
All right.
That is what.
Okay. So you are explaining, Ms. Shani, about the way that your mind gets created.
She asked why is it outside world is an illusion. That is the problem she has. How I get created.
Yeah. So yes, I just joined to this forum, but I didn't hear what you explained. But what I think. So shall I explain it in a very short form?
Yeah. That's great.
Shorter form. So as I understand, so don't what you need to understand, Shani. Do not ever think the outside is not real. So don't take it as inside and outside. So there are two different things like that. Don't think like that way. Just take it in simple form. So you have some kind of a curiosity within you to explore who am I. Just try to understand who you are. Don't think that am I living in illusion or am I real? Likewise, don't try to figure it out. This Dhamma in that way. Just what Dhamma says is actually what Lord Buddha says is, even though you think you are here, there is no such a person here, no soul here. So you hear this message. Buddha has told there is no person. So how should that be? Then you can explore how Lord Buddha says that there is no person here. So then you, in order to understand that thing, you will need to do some active, what kind of active kind of experiment here. So in that experiment, Lord Buddha said, please conduct your experiment in this particular way, in this particular angle. So then you will understand, wow, I thought earlier that I am living, but actually I am not living. So if so, who am I? So where am I living? So what is this world? Then you will understand this world is as an illusion. So don't. That's why I told you, don't go to preconceived ideas that there is no kind of external world. I am living in an illusion and so on. Don't take this. Don't look at this Dhamma in that way. Just open mind with a blank mind. You try to find out what Lord Buddha has said. Lord Buddha, the message that was given by Lord Buddha is there is no person here, no soul here. So then with that message, you have to do your own research. So how should that be? How should that be? So how did Lord Buddha say that there is no person here? So that is the noble research that you have to conduct by yourself. And also, in order to conduct this own research, Lord Buddha has shown a nice, clear path. That path is the Patisamuppada, the way of conducting the research. The Patisamuppada. It is also a concept that has been created by the Lord Buddha. Why this concept is there? To get this non-soul state to understand this non-soul state in clear way. So if you adapt this concept to your own research, then you will end up with the nice result with non-soul. So that means that you are not starting your research with some kind of pre ideas. No pre ideas at all. With the result, you will realize that, wow, I'm living in an illusion. So the outside world that I used to tell as real, it's a lie. It has to come through this understanding. That means after the doing research, you should get that result. So in order to do so, so what is the research that Lord Buddha asks you to do? Investigate about your own mind. That means just keeping eye on the mind. No, that is not the thing. The way that the mind gets created, that is the research. So people tend to think, I have the mind. The mind represents my mind represents myself. So that was a misconception. That is the misconception. So mind is not me. Mind does not represent myself. So if so, what the mind is? So then, in order to do so, you have to understand how this creation of the mind happens. So I think Mr. Bernard has clearly explained that thing. Had already, I know it is not very difficult. You know how these five senses collectively create a mental formation. So that mental formation we call a thought. So with collection of thoughts, the mind gets created. So as you clearly understand that other than rapidly occurring thoughts, there is no permanent thing called mind. So we tend to think mind was in our brain. Mind is in our brain. Without the brain, there won't be any kind of a mind, and so on. But yes, that is true. The brain is needed for the creation of the mind, but mind is not located in the brain. So in several sermons, Buddothpada has clearly explained these things. It's like a battery in a brain is like a battery in a car. So you need the battery. So you need the power that is generated from the battery, but the particular power is particular electricity. It is not there in the battery cells. We only can see the battery fluid, acid. But if you join two wires to that terminals, then you spark each other. You will see the spark. Electricity will be generated after that. But through that, likewise, brain matter is there. They are just a collection of neurons. Brain is just a collection of neurons. So, but it can create the thoughts. So thoughts does not belong to the brain, but without the brain, this mind cannot be created as well. So you have to be very. You have to have some kind of very kind of curious mind, inquisitive mind to see this, and you have to conduct your own research. So how this happens? So how these five senses collectively form a thought? So these things are very needed. These are basics. So these are well explained in the Patisamuppada or the cause and effect Dhamma. So when the sparks, so even though we think there's a person behind everything, but as I heard Mr. Bernard also explained this, we assign a persona to a certain spark that has been created with combination of all five senses. this spark has a kind of inherent energy within it. That energy gives a feeling of existence feeling. So that existence feel is the alive feel. So that is for that alive feel we call that is the feeling that we feel we are alive. Why this alive feel comes? From the sparks that are those from the sparks, those are generated within the senses. What are the senses? Eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin. And collectively, those senses form the mind, a thought. So thought has also the same kind of power. So if the thought becomes real, that means the energy that is felt, we take it as real. That is the consciousness. That is the consciousness. So, but there is no kind of a consciousness earlier. It gets created then and there. When the senses are active, there will be some kind of a feeling of aliveness is created. It is getting created then and there. It has not been there previously. It gets created at this very moment. So if you hear this sound at this very moment, so that means that you are that in that particular thought, the energy gets created. So if it has a value, if it becomes a real thing, then what happens? You feel like it's real. Then of course, inevitably, the self gets created behind that every thought. So it is unavoidable. So it cannot be avoided. Creating of a self behind every thought becomes real for you. So but if you are able to understand this thought is not real, it is a creation of the senses. So you don't unknowingly you don't feel like exerting some kind of a value on that thought. So the thought becomes valueless. So that the energy that is generated within that thought will be reduced. Then what will happen? The existent field that is created with that energy will be less when compared to the previous instance. Then of course you don't feel like it's real. It's real because the energy is very less, because you don't assign any value for that. As you know, it is not a real thing. It is a creation of the own senses. So sensors gets created then and there. So if I clap right now, if I clap my hand right now, so that is the moment where the sound gets created. That is the moment your eye faculty gets created. So if you believe that I hear a sound, that is a sound. So that means that is the moment that your energy, your existent field got created. So that means you believe that sound is real. So that means that if this sound becomes real for you, in that moment, your birth has been happened. So If the sound has not become a thing for you, that means in that particular moment, you are not born. So that is how Lord Buddha showed us the creation of the mind and the creation of the self. So it is not done by anybody else. It is a system, Chitta Niyama. So you have to be very, it should be understood. It is not very easy, but it is not very hard either. So what you have to do is you have to conduct your own research. How this happens, what Lord Buddha said, what was the message, and why. So then of course you will feel ultimately, yes, the world that what I thought was real is an illusion. That is the result. It is not the preconceived idea. It should not be a preconceived idea. It should be the result of the experiment that you feel like that you should feel that you are in an illusion for sure. So there is the concept of the notion of you is also a same part of is becoming a part of the same illusion, the self. And then, of course, you will understand there is no such a thing called internal and external as well. I myself, so earlier you thought that external things and internal things. Internal things is me, external things are the rest of the world you deal with. But you will understand there is no such demarcation as that. So I also a part of the same illusion. So I also becomes a part of the external, the so-called external thing. And there would be no such a thing called external and internal worlds. And then you will understand the entire scenario as a creation of your own mind. So you have been deceived. So for such a long period, now you are coming out from that illusion. Now you understand the truth. So that understanding make you to get liberate from your mind. You know the mind is a thought. Mind is created with the thought. Thoughts are not real. So then whatever the thought comes into your mind, they can't make you any kind of attachment or detachment. Because you know these are thoughts. These are valueless. You don't assign any value for that thought. Because you clearly know these thoughts are also part of the illusion. I, me, my concept is also becomes a part of that same illusion. So that I, me, my concept is also a thought. So then you will find out that the birth, death, and whatever the things you used to do, your designation, your profession, the language that you are speaking, the father, mother, brother, all the things become, you will realize those are thoughts. So then you, of course, if those are thoughts, so they are also become a part of the same illusion. So that's how that means that is the way that you have clearly understood the way how your mind got created. So that will help you to liberate from your mind. So that doesn't mean thoughts will come. That doesn't mean it will prevent thought coming into your mind. No, thought will come as usual, because as long as you keep open your eyes, you can't prevent seeing. As long as you keep your earlobes open, you can't prevent hearing. As long as your mind, you are alive, you get certain thoughts. So let them happen. Let it happen. Who bothers? The illusion gets created. Chitta works. So who bothers? There is no one to bother, because the I, me, my is also a concept of that illusion. So as Lord Buddha said, now you will be very clear that there is no person here. The Buddha's message was correct. Buddha's message is very correct. So it is a self-realization thing. Even though I say so, you have to do your own experiment and conduct your own experiment and see whether the message was true or not. If you in one fine day, if you are able to figure it out without no doubts, that is the moment where your Sakkaya Ditti, your error view, your wrong view has got vanished. In that point onwards, from that point onwards, whoever person comes and tell you, no, you are living in a real world and so on, it won't make your internal transformation anymore. It won't change you, because now you know for sure there is no person here. For sure. So it comes through the understanding only. Sankitte nibbidaya. That's why Lord Buddha said so. Sankitte nibbidaya. You have to see this Dhamma through your understanding only. So the liberation can be achieved through this understanding only. This understanding will lead you to transform your internal internal way of thinking pattern as well. That is, it is not it's not the thinking pattern. It is the internal transformation that will happen. That is the what you call this adhikata samadhi, super awareness. Whatever that you perform in your school or whatever, wherever you go, with whoever you talk, it doesn't make an internal change within you. You know, all these things are illusions. So you happily and peacefully live. You carry out your own work, you do your responsibilities, and you can perform whatever the task you do until your last breath occur. So that is the true liberation. That is the true liberation. You are not engaged in without engaging any world. You can peacefully live in these three worlds. Three worlds in the for sensual world, form world, and the formless world. So all these things are there in one single thought. If this one single thought become a real for you, that is the point where you're. If this one single thought is not become real for you, that is the point where you get the liberation, or that is the nibbana. So I think, Shani, I tried to explain it in, to the best of my capacity. Anyway, I don't know whether you can understand. Yes, Mr. Bernard, do you have something to add? Though? Yes, Shani, I think, yeah. Did you get my point? Or if you,
Yes, doctor.
that was a clear explanation. That was very, very valuable.
Mr. Bernard, we can't hear you properly. Some kind of a signal problem is there, I think. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Anyway, I think we are running out of time even. I think, Shani,
So can you hear now?
yes,
I think
yes,
Shani
Mr. Bernard, we can hear now.
clearly understood.
Again, we can't hear you, Mr. Bernard. I think some kind of a
Running out of time.
yeah. Yes, I think we can conclude this session, so we can discuss again tomorrow as well. So uh, it is good that I think, Shani, that you raised that question, because so if someone asks these questions, we can try to explain it. So otherwise, it's we are explaining certain things, but we don't know whether you understand or not. So that is good that you. It is good that you are asking those kind of questions. Anyway, Shani, thank you very much for joining. And I think there's no, I don't know who initiated this today's Zoom discussion. Anyway, as we are getting closer to the next Zoom session, I think we should conclude this session by now. So thank you very much for joining.
Ravi, can you hear me, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, now we can hear you, but sometimes there is. Yeah.
Yeah. There is a signal.
Yeah, I think you are still having the signal.
Dr. Ravi, my this phone is signal is not clear, so here.
Yeah. Anyway, Mr. Bernard, shall we wind up this session for today, so we can discuss tomorrow? Okay. We can't hear you, Mr. Okay.
Forum today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, and thank you everybody. Thank you, Ms. Shani, and those who contributed for this Zoom, hosting this Zoom session. And Terwan Saranay, Aranwasa Terwan Saranay, everybody. We'll meet up tomorrow as well. Terwan Saranay.
Terwan Saranay, Dr. Ravi. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ravi, Terwan Saranay, Terwan Saranay, everybody. morning, everyone. Thank everybody. Here, today we will start with the paragraph 2 of page 19 of the book The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1. According to Paticca Samuppadaya, the Dhamma of cause and effect, it says Nama Rupa Paccaya Vijnanam, meaning the belief that we have about a thought that comes from inside Nama, and the belief that there are things outside Rupa creates another thought or a knowing, which is an illusion, a lie. The same way coming together of sound and color is called Nama, Rupa. For example, when we hear the word pineapple, Nama, the image of a pineapple comes to our mind, Rupa. The coming together of the sound and color is the creation of the illusion called thought or vijnana. The sound and color is put together in your mind consciousness. If you receive a sound, you automatically connect it to a shape or a thing. That means a chittaya or a thought is formed. The fact that you received a sound means it is also a thought. The sound does not come from outside. The sound is also a thought that comes from within. We live in a world of thought. We don't live in a world outside. Upasika. I understand Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa. Nate kamayani chitrani loko. Sankappa rago purisassa kamo. Meaning the naming of something beautiful or ugly does not exist outside. Beauty and ugliness exist only in our thought. We are the ones who think it is beautiful or ugly. The book does not say that it is a book. The mango tree does not name itself as mango tree. It is us who label it, named it. All these words are data that was fed into us from the very small age. They are called Sammuti Prajnapti, meaning that these names have been given by us to all objects, not that the objects named themselves. Aryan Mahansa. Now you are clear about the term Mohattata Avadiya, or the awakening to the moment. Now you have to learn to practice how to awaken to the moment. You must not believe in what all you see. You should not accept things that are outside. If there is a thing outside, that means there is you on this side. Upasika. If there is something outside, that means that there is you, an observer on this side. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahansa. If there is a book that you see or that you think of, actually that is you. In other words, you are the book. Earlier in this discussion, we spoke about an awareness. You have to have an awareness which is beyond thoughts. You have to realize that it is not that you see, but what you see is a thought. In other words, what you see is what you think. Awareness is different to thinking. Awareness can be called as wisdom or purity. This is being awakened to the moment. This is where we should always be. The awareness should be our home, or it should be our base. It is at this point that we cultivate Samma Satya. Samma Satya is when there is no Nama, Rupa, or name and form. There is no duality, or in other words, we do not create a me and an outside. This moment does not have the concept of time. There is no thing in this moment of being awake. Being aware is wisdom. A book is a thing, an object. A table is an object. Sankara, or having a thought at any moment, means you have a feeling that you exist. You are at this end and the world at the other end. When you realize the pure truth, or we could say when we awaken to the moment, we would realize that it is our thoughts that creates this illusion of existence. It is also called Vijnana Maya. A thing exists only because a sound and a color came together. If you have a feeling, it is the Vijnana. It is a thing. When Nama, thoughts generated from within, Rupa, thoughts generated due to the belief and an outside exists, comes together, it is also another thought. Thank you.
Teruvan Saranai Shani.
Mr. Bernard. Yes.
Shani, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. What you read is from apart from book
Yes.
1, volume 1, and it starts explaining how the mind is created, how a world is created, how the duality starts. It at the beginning, as we had a radiant mind, we did not have this duality. We saw the things as they are. As time passed on, the teachers, parents, and the adults, they poured the words, name and sound, and into our minds, the child's mind. Then there the child's world is formed. He sees and he hears. uh, there is a name for everything around the world. Whatever he touches, whatever he sees, whatever he hears, there's a sound. So slowly, gradually, he realizes there are things outside. At the same time, he understands he is there. The parents show that you are here in the mirror. So he understands this is me and there is a world outside. This is how the mind creates. At the beginning, we didn't see duality in the child's mind because he had a radiant mind. So, and the child gradually understand there's a world. He experiences it. Then he sees trees, flowers, butterflies, everything, the stars, the sky, and he understand that there is a name for everything. The name for everything. So the parents try hard to introduce these words. The child cannot, actually, the child who has radiant mind cannot uh, quickly grasp these things. He sometimes introduces his own words. He try to sound it, but that original sound, the expected sound won't come. But slowly, slowly, the child will understand and will correct himself with the help of teachers and adults. This is how the world is created. So the beginning is as a child, a newborn child does not, newborn child does not uh, understand the world. He reacts to certain things. Those are reflexive actions. But when he comes to kindergarten, the teachers feed these words and sound by showing the things and all sort of teaching method, using teaching methods. Slowly the child understand the words, and he is gradually and slowly programmed by adults. This is how the world is created. Now we'll take and, the real picture of this, how the world is created and how I am created, how this duality exists. So to understand this, we have to start from the beginning. That is, we have got 5 faculties, and the other one, the 6th one, is mind. We call it mind consciousness. So when we hear something, we feel I hear. It is not the sound, but I hear. Finally, I is created. That is how the mind starts. So all this happens because of a spark. The mind catches, the eye catches. See, this is how it works. The eye catches a tree. So the child is given a word for this. So he sees not an object, just a mango tree or coconut tree. So this is because of spark, as you said, always emphasize that spark. That is eye catches. When eye catches something, it gives the idea. Then the mind consciousness starts, and mind consciousness floods all the experiences you had with that particular tree, mango tree or coconut tree. Then you get the smell of it, touch of it, the sound of the rustling leaves and everything. So this is how the mind creates. It is a spark. At the same time, the speed, the vibration, we can't just understand it reading books, but a noble friend must explain it. Then only we can understand how it works. With this rapidity, the fast movement, with the vibration, manifestation of vibration, we can't actually solve this puzzle at once. But slowly, when we realize, if you want to understand this, because we don't experience a coconut tree or mango tree outside there, because this is programmed thing. This is programmed. Why is it programmed? Because the adult gave these concepts and ideas and all these things. So the created world, that is one side. The other side is, this is a spark, we said, a spark. So vibration takes place with the with that rapidity. The rapidity is so fast, so unimaginable speed, so we can't understand it once. So you see, you feel that I see something, but actually there is nothing. That's an illusion, just a spark. The creation of mind, the creation of mind consciousness. That is how the child starts this experience in this world.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Everyone, Sarnai.
I pay my homage to Venerable Aryan Hanse, Therwan Saranai, Ms. Shani, Mr. Justin, and all Dhamma friends. Thank you very much for that very beautiful and effective explanation, Mr. Bernard. How you clearly explained how we get caught in this unreal world due to the ignorance, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? You very well explained how we become victims in a way, though there are no people. Somehow we become victims of this mind consciousness or the
That's right.
illusory illusory mind consciousness.
Yeah,
That's very beautiful. So I
yeah.
would like to continue from where you stopped, Mr. Bernard. So as you said, when we see the mango tree, it becomes a mango tree due to ignorance. So you very well explained the scientific concept actually. That human eye cannot capture all these vibrations and sparking. But only thing we know is ultimately the mango tree becomes real to us. That is because you very well explained all the data associated with that particular image, like rustling of the leaves, the sound. You beautifully came up with that, and then the roughness of the tree trunk. If you have touched the leaves one day, that roughness or softness, that smell. So if you have, as a child, even licked, some children lick the tree trunks and leaves, so that taste also in that very moment all come in one spark, that is telepathizing. You told all the data comes and it becomes real to us. And the danger is the moment that mango tree as a real entity, that objectification or that materialization of this tree happens, the other side, you were explaining duality, the self, the observer, the person who sees this naturally arises. It's like an equation. The moment you see an object, on the other side, the person is there, and at the same time, what happens is that value, uh, although we use the word value, there we have to be very careful. Even I have realized, because I understood it. I mean, it was not very clear to me unless and until I contemplated it for a long time. Because when we say value, what comes to our mind is monetary value or something, because it has several connotations, this same word. So value is just the subtle need to have this mango tree as it is, or to, the Aryan Hussein nicely explains this. One day he said that you at least do not know that there was a value attributed to that unless the mango tree was missing. Now, in the morning, you saw the mango tree. We don't know that we had assigned a value to that. But at once the mango tree is missing. So you notice, oh my God, the mango. So that kind of the subtle thing may be something that you, when you walk to your workplace, it's not in your garden even. You enjoy maybe flowers, jasmine. You smell the jasmines of a roadside garden. There's a jasmine wine, and you just smell it, and you even don't know you have assigned a value to that. But the next day, when you walk passing that, you see that they have cut or removed this jasmine wine. So that although it's not your own property or not in your garden, you have assigned some value to that projection of the nose, that is olfactory consciousness. So this is very subtle, honestly speaking, very subtle. And so when we try to make meaning to these Dhamma concepts as mundane people, it becomes actually self-evident to us, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? In this journey, however, not as people, we day by day, we by listening to Aryan Hanse's sermons, our wisdom actually arises. It gets sharpened, and then the things that we didn't experience before, things that we didn't see before, uh, are like we become gradually awakened to them, isn't it, Mr. Bernard?
That's true. That's true. That slowly, gradually, that happens. But you will understand after some time. You don't understand at once.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why Aryan Hanse says that there is some real impact of listening to sermons alone, even if somebody does not have time or does not really want to get into practical path or actually do not have time or due to certain factors are unable to practice it by listening to these sermons with commitment, not just as listening to songs just to enjoy the rhythm, but to, if somebody sees the facts explained by Aryan Mohanse through themselves, that itself becomes an insightful meditation. I personally have that experience also. When Aryan Mohanse says, don't listen to sermons as if you are listening to songs, it like I wanted to try what it was. And when we contemplate then and there while listening, of course, that is a real insightful meditation. Then we begin to see how today in the morning, actually, I experienced something. Now, how we uh, kind of we do not, why and how we do not feel this freedom or relaxation or tranquility, because we all originally, these are Hanse's words, actually I'm trying to translate. Originally everyone is experiencing this perfect tranquility. Due to ignorance, the moment the self appears, we take it as the person, there is a person, that is me who experience. And at the same time, the original experience of tranquility is always disrupted, always hindered due to the involvement of mind. Now for example, when we see a beggar or someone, we at once feel like giving some money, whatever that comes, it's a feel. But the mind gets involved and mind assigns the value to that aspect, and so we try to reduce that amount that we are going to give, or we think, okay, I gave that same beggar yesterday, I should not give. So if you are very vigilant, careful, that is actually mindfulness and wise attention, that what is this Yathabhuta Yoniso Manasikara and Yathabhut, seeing the stimulus, that thought occurred, you clearly feel the difference between the feel and the mind. Mind always judges. Mind always gives kind of think of advantage and disadvantage. It's the judgmental. But to understand this, we have to see these Dhamma points through our experiences and ourselves. So if I get back to what you were all were discussing, that how we can get rid of this illusion called I, which is being highlighted, which is being explained well in this The True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 1 series. So rising of the self, with as Mr. Bernard said, the role of the noble teacher. The role of the noble teacher is vitally important at this point, because seeing okay, a person may be able to understand the mechanism of the six sensory organs, right? Now I perceives stuff, but may not be able to figure out that all the other sensory inputs merge or fuse into create that mind. And on top of that, when you see an object outside, on the other side, the rising of the self perception it may not come out in one's life unless the noble teacher opens our eyes to that. If there is something out there, it's you. You can't separate self and the other. That other becomes you. So that is where the Kalyana Mitras or these noble teachers' role is vital. And also at the same time, the value, that's another important thing that we should understand mostly. We basically, I mean, initial level when we were explaining, we were putting all the effort to explain. I have that experience, putting all the effort to explain the mechanism of the six sensory organs. We go into details how the vibrations of opposite charges spark, and then the power is created, and we stop at that. But later on, when Aryan Hanse points out your presentation is incomplete only, we have to show that, we have to mention that. Then if you objectify something, if you solidify some projection of or a manifestation of a particular sensory organ, on the other side, automatically I is there. You can't say I understand the entire concept, but without understanding that self is itself is nothing but this projection, taking the projection of the sensory organ as real, and then assigning the value. That's the three things actually we have to highlight when we explain or when we talk about this. That value, actually with that value, we can connect this to Aryan Hanse has shown how to see the presence of the three realms in one stimulus. Presence of three realms: sensual realm, form realm, and formless realm in one stimulus. So it is, again, it helps us to understand this. So the sensual realm, that is nothing but seeing the mango tree as mango tree and accepting that mango tree is there. There, everything is present. The form of the mango tree and the feeling that something is there and it is the mango tree, and some subtle liking, subtle feeling that it is, I mean, the moment you accept it as a mango tree, there's a subtle need to keep it as the mango tree. It's not the monetary value. So there, it's the sensual realm. And so when you listen, when we actually listen to true Dhamma, this true message of Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse, what happens is that wisdom arises gradually. So with that, we can't do it purposefully, but with that gradually, that when you understand the truth that these manifestations are not real, the value is attributed to that becomes less and less, and it fades away. So it, maybe you see the mango tree, but it doesn't matter whether it's there or not. So at that level, that is called form realm. And at least when you go further, when the realization grows, what happens is that sound and color combination becomes crystal clear within you, not through mind. Through mind also we can contemplate, no, whenever we see. So it's very artificial. As you see objects, as we see objects, if we try to apply it like a mathematical formula, it actually becomes very artificial. We try to apply it as mathematical formula. Okay, the cupboard, sound and color comes. Okay, the bottle, sound and color comes. So it's so artificial that Aryan Vasi does not promote that, encourage that to do. Once you know the truth, it's forever. That's why he gives these beautiful examples. If you see the stem pattern of a single leaf, it is the same in all other leaves of that particular tree. Oh, another beautiful example is that if you cut open one mangosteen, you know the kernel, the shape and everything. So you don't have to go on opening all mangosteens. So these little reminders, explanation made by the noble teacher is extremely vital, extremely important for us to liberate from the mind. So Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Ravi, could you please add your thoughts to the discussion?
Thiruvan Saranai, Sudharma. I pay my homage at Narayan Mahase's feet. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I was listening to part of the discussion actually done by you and Mr. Bernard. As you very clearly said, it shouldn't be something artificial, something that you do like a homework or a book work. It should be actually a spontaneous flow actually to realize that there is no self doing this, and this is understanding this automatic system, the system function, which is a part of the nature's law, I would say. So right from any of the disclosures or deshana by our noble friend, a person should be able to grab the truth of that, where the ultimate goal is actually to have the realization where there is no self here. But as a habit, this has been happening, and it is something a part of the system, of course, where this automatically the self label is attached always. So as you very clearly mentioned, it's not something which was there in the small baby, but the necessary raw material to develop this last outcome is already hidden in the newborn baby, which we call sasava. And so that is why, because the sasava is there, if a small baby dies, or if he dies at that age, that baby will not reach the arhat state. It's because the glue or the raw material is there, which provides the necessary background to develop defilements later on. So going into the level of thoughts and which means the defilements or the self-feeling, all these things will automatically happen. There is no way of stopping it halfway. And also a system should have the level of forming thoughts to study and understand about it and then get rid of that. So essentially, the person should be, the child should be old enough to a particular level where the thoughts are formed. Then only the child or the system or the adult, whatever the age, will be able to understand how these thoughts are formed. And then you can disentangle what has entangled up to that point. So by the time the system reaches the arhat state, the knowledge which was gathered all that time cannot be reversed. So the arhat state, the system at the arhat state will see the things and identify in the normal way. System will understand it as a coconut tree and also will know the uses of the coconut tree. And if it looks like a very nice tree with full of nuts, it gives a pleasant feeling. So that pleasant feeling also will be there even for the Arhat system. But the only difference is that the fire related to that will not happen. So as you all clearly mentioned, this is uh, a part of the rapid speed, and we should be able to sort of analyze the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and thoughts are formed as an effect of the function of the sensor faculties. So you are going backwards. That is what Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha did after reaching the final state where he realized the truth, and then he revised what he understood over the next 7 weeks. So it said that he sort of deeply analyzed how the thoughts are formed, and then going backwards to the root of it and identify where the origin is. So that is what is called by Anuloma and Pratiloma way of studying, forward and backward studying of the Paticca Samuppada, or the cause and effect series, which is the basic truth in Buddhist teaching. That is the difference between the other religions and the Buddhist teaching. So when you understand the mechanism of this thought formation and the final result where the system feels that self perception, or there is a person doing this, when you understand, going deep into that, like Sudharma mentioned, cutting a mangosteen and then checking the inside, the nature of it, the kernel, the color, and everything. Then you know, as you glance at the fruit, you know what is inside, how it looks inside, how it is inside. So like that, when you analyze a thought deeply, you understand that there is nothing. From nothingness, the thought is being constructed from. Basically, there is zero level or nothing, and then as a part of the illusion, this is being constructed. So when you know this truth, whatever the thoughts which are formed, automatically you get the feel that there is nothing in this one. This is just a creation. This is kind of magic. So the finally what happens is that spontaneous feel is that whatever the thought which are formed, whatever the sense of faculty which is responsible, the value which is given, the label which is given, becomes less and less significant. And then that is where our noble friend has explained a particular samadhi state, which is called adhigata samadhi. That means whatever the thoughts which come, sort of is let alone or let go, because there is hardly any value. But there is no change in the function of the sensor faculty as long as the physical body is functioning. So it will continue until the end of that physical body. I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Are you in a position to add something? Terwa Saranai.
Terwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Terwan Saranai, Terwan Saranai, everyone. Yes, I was listening to Sudharma's speech as well. So, as she said, so what we really need to do is that we have to understand the thought. The thought makes everything real. So that is the trickiest part that we have to capture. So Sudharma talked about three realms: form, sensual world, formless world. See, all these three realms are there in one single thought. So it is very difficult to uh, understand fully at once, because we have unless we understand the mechanism, how does it happen, so we won't be able to understand this completely, where how these three realms can be found in one single thought. So sensual world, we know, as Sudharma said, this is normal world that we live, where the illusion became a real. So we live in such a world that we think this illusion is perfectly real, and we are the one, I'm the one who is living in this world. So everything happens to me. So I have a birth, then and in some other day, I have to leave this world with the death. So this is the sensual world. So, but if you understand, so we deal with so many thoughts. We deal with so many thoughts. So in that sensual world, we take all the thoughts as real things. So we don't know we don't know that we are dealing with thoughts. The thoughts, in the sense, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the stimuli that captured via the six senses. Basically, five senses. Then the mind sensor will get created then and there. So we don't know, it is kind of an interplay among these 5 or 6 senses. So it is a result. So the self is the result of the thought. So how does this thought become real? Then comes another question. How does this thought become a real for us? Because we didn't know, we don't know the truth. What is the truth? How this thought has formed, how this thought has created. So that means the samudaya. Samudaya means how all these things collectively form a existing like thought. How the mechanism, how these senses to collectively form a thought to make us to feel like it's real. Ultimately, what we feel in the sensual world is a real thing, real thought. So that eventually it will make us to feel that I'm the one who is feeling. So unknowingly, a self had already been created in that very thought. So helpless. But we have to, but what Lord Buddha asked us to do a self-analysis or do a research to find out how this thought get created. Then you will understand, Buddha told them, then you will understand there is no such a thing called a existing field as well. So all you have to do is to see the thought, understand the thought, how the mechanism, how it gets created. The samuday. Samuday means, collectively, how this one single thought gets a power of make you to feel that it is real. Existent feel. So it is a completely a process. It is a result of a series of things happening one after another. To explain that, Buddha announced a kind of a concept called Buddothpada. It is a actual concept that is being created by every Buddha. That is the cause and effect Dharma. So if you see this concept, if you try to understand this concept very well, you will understand this thought is a creation. It is not done by anybody else, not done either by you. It is a natural thing. It is kind of an automatic thing that will happen spontaneously. So the end result of that entire process is the existent field is also an automatic thing. It is not created by anybody else. So that means the feeling of a self or a life feeling is also a creation. It is not done by you, not by somebody else either. So then what we have to do is just we have to do our own investigation, and we have to be very thorough about this mechanism. Then we realize there should no such a person here who is feeling this alive feel. There is no perceiver here to perceive this alive feel. So then, of course, so in that case, you will then understand that then the what do you call that, the niyamaya, the way how your mind gets created is completely happening in according to a certain system. The system belongs to the nature. Then nature, through the nature, it rolls out. The end result is the feeling of existence. So that existence feel would be there, but there is no person to hold that feeling. So that means that is the point where the consciousness become what you call appatitita vinnana. So there is no place to fall this particular consciousness. So in the absence of the person, in the absence of a soul, so there won't be any kind of engagement. So that's why Lord Buddha showed him. I found the carpenter who is making the roof of this house. I found the carpenter. The carpenter is the clinging nature of the particular thought. The clinging nature, how does this clinging nature of this particular thought comes? If we take because of the ignorance, because you don't know this mechanism, you take the thought as real. Thought in the sense, maybe the chair, maybe the tree, maybe as Dharma said, a mango tree. If some, even the light, even the sound, if you feel it's real, at that very moment, the clinging nature of the maintaining that particular field will get developed. That is the carpenter. That is the carpenter who makes this entire roof of this sansaric cycle. The clinging. So this clinging has not been created by anybody else. It is automatically get created as long as you believe that thought is a real thing. So if you understand this thought very completely, if you are able to understand this thought has no value for that, it is not real, it is an automatic process, it is a natural phenomena, there is no doer here, no one had done it, not either by you. So the value towards that particular, the value that we previously assigned to that particular thought will become less and less, will go down. So that means the clinging nature of this particular thought will gradually diminish. That means the ability of the carpenter to build up this sansaric building will gradually goes down, will gradually grow down. So that means that will enable us to put a full stop to this sansaric journey. So as if you look at this overall picture at once, what made you to believe that the thought is real is because you didn't know the mechanism how it has been created. So once you get to know that the way it is formed, the rest of the things will automatically happen. The collapse and the assigning less value for that, and ultimately collapse of the entire building will automatically happen. What you have to do is just to see how this thought gets created. So we have to be very skillful enough to see the thought. That is the merit that we should have. That is the kusala that we should have. We have to be very very skillful to see the nothingness or uh, the yeah uh, unrealistic nature of this thought. So thought in the sense it is so people tend to think thoughts are the things that comes into the mind. That is not true. Everything is a thought. So if you see something, if you hear something, so we'll say, so I'm walking on a tile floor. So I unintentionally I know that I'm walking on the second floor of this building. So unknowingly I have a feeling that the second floor is real. The person called me is walking on this tile floor, and so many things are there. So everything has been real for me, has become real for me. So that is my ignorance. So if I get to know that all the things I said earlier are thoughts, thoughts have no actually a value, certain value. They are created as a result of the interplay of these five senses. So then, of course, what will happen? The value that I assign for those thoughts will automatically start to diminish. So then, of course, the clinging nature towards that that was there earlier, now it becomes gradually diminished. So then, of course, the power which has been built earlier within that thought will start to diminish. So that will not be sufficient to give rise to another kind of thought anymore. So that means that your further propagation of this sansaric cycle will stop. So, so that is basically the theory part. That is the theory part in it. But what we say is we have to be very skillful enough to see the reality of this thought. So reality means this the thoughts are not real. It has to be felt. It is not at first stages. You may have to contemplate it and get the things cleared up at the first stages, but ultimately and later stages, what will happen? It comes automatically because that is the practice that you do. So with the practice, you tend to feel that everything is a thought. So every thought has a similar kind of structure. So every thought has no value. So what is the purpose of clinging towards it? So the craving, the clinging nature will automatically drops out. So then there is no power will remain to make another kind of a cycle. So that is the way how your samsaric cycle come to an end. So it is a very, very nice story. It is very logical and it can be understood. And only thing what you have to do is just to see the reality of the thought. That just to see just to understand what the thought is. So that will automatically push you towards the end of this entire story. So don't focus to certain levels or certain phala or samadhi or all these things, it will automatically grow. The super awareness and the other jnanas and other wisdom things will automatically grow. But only thing what you have to do is realization and taking the complete understanding the formation of the thought, how the thoughts get formed, and it will automatically push you towards the end of this sansaric cycle. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes,
Do you have
there
anything
was
to say?
Sarnai Ravi. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, as you said, uh, every thought is a creation and an illusion. So it's something fake. You can use many words to describe the word thought. But the formation of the thoughts is a part of that automatic, spontaneous chain of activities, isn't it? So everything is explained in a thought. Everything is given a word, and it's how the thought is expressed. Whether it is something, an activity, or whether there is something which is described as a noun. All of them are thoughts, and they are given a name. And as you said, it varies. The thought and the name could vary depending on the circumstance, depending on the person. But all thoughts fall into the same category, where you cannot uh, you cannot take it as real, but we are, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
and also Dr. Sakuntala, sometimes we see the people do when they do the practical uh, uh, sessions, so they tend, while they are walking, they tend to see the outside world as not real and all these things by focusing their concentration towards the external objects. I mean, birds chirping and vehicle sounds and so on. But they think that those things are thoughts. But they didn't know that, they don't know that even the walking is also a thought. They are at the moment they are walking. They are doing the walking meditation, but they didn't realize that, they don't realize that the walking itself is a thought.
Is a thought, yes, exactly. So everything is a thought, basically.
Everything is a thought.
Everything,
so,
yes.
Yes, yes. So, that if you have that has to become from this contemplation, I think. So, because we can't perceive things beyond our what you call these five senses. So, even we think, even we walk, even we jump, even we climb in a staircase, on a staircase. So all these things are thoughts. So even so if we talk with somebody else while we are climbing the staircase, it is also a thought. So thoughts, one thought come atop of another thought. So everything is a mental formation. So we have to be very vigilant about those things. So people tend, so while they are doing the practical sessions, so they think, so I'm the one who is walking. So while I am walking, I am trying to see the external things as not real. So, but that is all right, but he has to have some kind of an idea. The practice of walking, even a thought. So sometimes they miss that. So it should not happen, I think. So if I take this conversation, so it is also a thought. This
Thoughts,
conversation.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So even
Actually,
though we
last
talk
night,
about the
Hmm.
go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, actually, last night, Dr. Kokila gave a nice, I couldn't listen to the whole thing, but part of it. She gave a very sort of simple and very practical explanation about these 4 steps. Actually, most of the people, as you said very correctly, do not understand exactly what our noble friend was trying to give us, I mean, tell us exactly what is meant by these 4 steps. So the people who were discussing were giving various explanations also to the way that they have understood, but she was trying her best to correct many things. So as you said, right from the beginning, the concept should be to get that self-feeling dissolved little by little and coming up to 100% when you reach the end of the practice. That means the 4th step. So right from the beginning, as you said, if you take seeing a bird and identifying as crow, there automatically you have gone to the outside world, taken the outside world as real. And then there is an existing self here who is identifying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. As you said, it has to come from the understanding only. So you have to understand this Dhamma very good way, in a good way, because otherwise you sometimes you miss some parts of it. So then you try to capture from some places only. Then you will miss the very valuable parts. So that's why you have to apply this Dhamma to. You can apply this Dhamma to anywhere, any instance. Even you hold your phone right at the moment. You try, if you can contemplate on that. So am I dealing with the mental image right now? So that is sufficient for you to understand this entire Dhamma. So Dhamma is there at least in this very moment. So that means how you feel this solidity or this firmness of the phone through sensor. So that is the vidarshana. That is the that should be done. So it is very difficult at first time, but if you practice this, if you try to incorporate this understanding, basic understanding to your day-to-day activities, then you will find Dhamma is everywhere. Even
yes, actually, yes. Very deep and thorough understanding about the darshana part. That means that the basic Dhamma facts, how the world is created, the knowledge right at the beginning. The knowledge should be very clear and crisp. With that base only, you can build up this practical pathway, isn't it?
yes,
Now, what happens is now there are people who come for this 1 day program sometimes who have never listened to any of the Deshana, any of the preachings before from our noble friend. So those people, I think most of them experience the concentration type of meditation rather than the facts which is uh, explained in the morning half of the day. Most of them, I think, just concentrate on the walking and then, but they feel some sort of comfort and they feel some tranquil feeling. So definitely they will come again. So
Yeah.
when you go on listening to that part again and again, you realize that there is something much more deeper and important than concentrating on the walking, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. Mhm. Yeah. So they get, as you said, they get some kind of a relief and relaxed feeling. Yeah. So yes, there's some kind of a notion that, so if you happen to participate in such kind of a meditation program, you have to do walking. So walking in the sense, keep concentrating on your foot and chase your thoughts along how they behave and all these things. So these are the common practice. So, but we have to take them from that angle to this Vidarshana angle very smoothly. So there should be some kind of a very smooth shift. So that is the most challenging part for the trainers here. So they tend to feel, they try to seek some kind of a relief from the beginning. So that's why they want to take the concentration meditation. The concentration meditation for the first time. I mean, uh, whatever we try to explain about the thought and so all these things, what they prefer is to go there and do the concentration meditation, because the freedom, the relief is very obvious through this concentration meditation. But from the Vidarshana meditation, it takes some time, because how much you become thorough with the Dhamma, you get this feeling. So it takes some time. But in contrast to that concentration meditation, so it is there. So if you do not feel that you are walking, or if you concentration on one single thought, then if you focus on one thought, then the rest of the thoughts will be suppressed, then you get some kind of a relaxed feeling. So it is very instant. So they prefer
concentration
that.
is meant, it's easy, no? Very easy.
It's easy.
And
It's easy.
even these non-religious techniques like counting up to 10 and then counting backwards from 10 to 1, that is also a form of concentration, isn't it? So it's
and
very
also,
simple and easy.
yeah, I also heard that there's kind of a sinking ball or something. So they hit that ball, then it produce nice melody. Then, of course, then you feel so relaxed. So it is also some kind of a concentration meditation.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
but it remains for a very short period, isn't it? So as long as your
Temporary.
thoughts are not there, so you get that feeling. But when thoughts come to rushing, so then the peaceful, the calmness will go away.
Go on, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Theruvan Saranai, Doctor. Theruvan Saranai. When just to add the thought to this walking meditation, in this practical approach prescribed by Aryan Mahanse, as you said, initially the thoughts to do walking meditation, that it comes as a thought. But when you get that mental image, as you rightly said, no longer the thought of walking is there. The person just, even a person is unaware that he or she is walking. It happens as a process. There is some meditative absorption. So that itself is a beautiful experience of um, how a process happens without the involvement of a self, isn't it? At the very beginning, okay, you get the thought to walk. Now standing up, and when you get that mental image, like in normal conventional concentration meditation, now lifting the foot and taking it and again putting it on the next place, lifting the left step. So we don't develop thoughts related to walking meditation here in this approach. We just walk, then we come to certain meditative absorption kind of thing. They are the external, when you when the eye perceives a thing, you have a kind of good platform to see through that thought. When you hear a bird, you have an ideal tranquil platform to see through that thought, isn't it? Is
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, as you said,
Yes,
when you walk, you will also get some kind of a concentration, kind of a
mm,
feeling, but it
mm,
should not be the correct feeling. But
mm,
if you walk, you should feel the firmness or the hardness of the floor for sure, because the your sensors are working. Sensors are working. The firmness should be felt. So that
exactly.
doesn't mean that you feel like floating or something. So
No,
it
no,
is kind of a result of the concentration, because the
yes,
thought, that thought is also gone. So you know very well that you are walking on a gravel road or somewhere.
yes.
No.
From
So
time to time, you feel
yeah,
it, we feel it, doctor. Yeah.
the actual feeling that comes to the soul,
Hmm.
so you can feel that,
Yes,
oh, now it's pinching, or now it's hurting, like this. All these things are there, because, but you know, there is no person who is walking there. Only
yes,
these are thoughts, these are just pure feeling only.
exactly. Yes.
So
You
so
awaken
that
to the feel. Yes.
yeah, that doesn't make you to feel like that you are floating in a,
No,
uh, isn't it? So I
no,
don't
no.
know, I don't know.
No,
So
no, doctor, nothing like that. Nothing
nothing
like
like
that.
that.
Some
Pe-
calmness.
pe-
But
pe-
only
pe-
thing that happens as a process is evident, and how the
Mhm.
thought occurs from time to time, it's evident. Even though you walk, doctor, that hardness also you don't feel regularly. After a while, you feel the hardness of the ground or whatever. Right throughout, when you hear the bird, you don't feel the hardness. When you see the coconut tree, you don't feel the hardness because there is no
Mm.
overlapping of thoughts. No, so that becomes crystal clear when we do this walking meditation, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah. So yes, as you said, so the feelings would come. Feeling means the, if it is a pain, you feel the pain. That's all right. So if you happen to taste something, you will feel that taste. That's all right. But the taste are generated within your senses. That is the realization that you take, that you will have. So that is the meditation. So sometimes people might think that if you if you want, once you want to start walking, so you should feel some kind of a lightness, or some kind of a floating feeling, or those things. I don't think those things would happen, because it belongs to some kind of a concentration meditation part.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
yeah, because
That
you
is
are very
conventional.
yeah, and also what will happen, what is happening here, and another kind of I mean, that said Dhammachakku said that the super awareness will come into action. So that will guide you throughout this. entire process. So you know there's no person who is walking, but the thoughts come. So thoughts are interchanging, one thought to another, one thought to another. So the thoughts can't make you to feel that you are alive, you are existing. So that is the super awareness that you get, I think. So so that's why the two different meditation types are there. So one meditation type, you get some kind of a sudden light feeling, lightheadedness or floating light feeling and so on. But in the concentration, in the meditative insight, what do you call this, Vidarsana meditation, you get this non-soul feeling with the super awareness. Yeah. So I think it's a good thing to discuss, because if Arunaz is here, we can ask him these things. But in certain points, we also feel, but not to the not to its maximum level. But so even within this conversation, we tend to feel that this incident, this is another kind of incident. So am I really engaged with in these things or not? So if what I think is, if you don't feel like these things, this is a real incident. So that is the awareness that you have, because you have very good awareness that this is also an incident, isn't it? What do you think, Sudhamma? I don't know what I'm
Yes,
telling.
doctor, exactly. Very beautiful
Yeah.
explanation, insightful explanation made by both of you. And since today Shanika read page 19, so if we focus on that, you very well explained how the thought is created there. And the trick is, doctor, we can't, without the help of the noble teacher, we can't
Yeah.
understand how we feel that something is there. Now we know it's sound and color combination, everything, but still we feel that something is there. So Aryan Hanse explained it very nicely. It's because of this power, no, as you said, the cause and effect. The cause is the very speedy, rapid occurrence of this sparking, right? Spark coming together of vibe. It creates power, and it ultimately develops into mind power and connects with the nervous system, and then that internal current, internal vibration is also like some way connected. So due to that, we feel that it is there. So without Aryan Mohan says, oh, this noble teacher's explanation, no one can understand why we feel as if something there, isn't it, doctor? So you wanted to mention power there. So that's why I wanted to, because it's the most difficult part to liberate from when we discuss the stimulus, isn't it? This power generated like in a whirlpool in a river, automatically that due to speedy spinning of water, the power is generated by itself, and it grabs all dried leaves and sticks around it. And so that similar, that metaphor is used by Aryan Mohanse to explain how this, due to rapid occurrence of the sparking, the power is generated, and we get the feel that something is there, although without the name and the form, the thingness. From we need to make a shift to from thingness to nothingness, no, so it's so hard. And so that knowledge, actually that explanation helps us to awaken our wisdom also, no, when we like contemplate on this, at least it comes as a reminder at certain point. And when Dr. Sakuntala mentioned that burning itself is the value, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? You very well explained, because the value is another trickiest thing, because the value is not monetary value. It's you very well explained, because I'm highlighting it related to this text. This value can come as revenge, anger, attachment, craving. So those are very nice points raised in today's discussion. Yes, Dr. Ravi, Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah. Yes. The value in the sense that the burning in the sense, actually, we tend to think that burning is only because so I have a burning towards a burning feeling like about my children. So that is not the exact burning here. Burning is the thing that the feeling that it comes along where you take whenever you take the things as real, whatever the thing, even the chair in front of me, if I feel like it is existing, it carries kind of a burn within me. That burn is to keep this chair as long as possible, to keep this chair, to retain it, the chair with me for a longer period. So that it is also burning. So it does not necessarily to towards some father, mother. So there are certain burns as well. But so if you take something as real, the burning also accompanies with that also. So that's why Aranvasi always reminds us to, if we take something as real, something in the sense one thought as a real, so that means that the fact that you have been born at that very instant. So we have to be very careful, isn't it? We have to be very careful. So
Yes.
that's why we
Yes.
need to see the reality, see this Dhamma in every thought. So otherwise, if you miss things, certain things, we unknowingly, the burn will be there. So that means this carpenter will create the house. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Carpenter called consciousness, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, consciousness or the craving or the that thing. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think our time has gone, isn't it? So, Dr. Sak, can we wrap up this session for today? Is it okay? Yes, I think.
Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Okay.
If we have few more
Okay.
minutes, it would be useful if we can remind about the opportunities available for seekers of true Dhamma. I don't think we could remind that today, Dr. Ravi.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
The opportunities available for true Dhamma seekers all around the world, websites, and that reminder would be useful, Doctor, if you like to make it.
Yes. Other than participating in these kind of discussions, so you have basically two websites. So our main website is www.buddothpada-dhamma.com website, and also we have another newly launched website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So please feel free to visit those sites as well. So there are certain books that have been written in English language, so they are free to download. So all these books have been written under the guidance of Buddothpada and Mahanse. So don't be don't hesitate to take this opportunity to download them and read them attentively. If you have any questions, you please feel free to bring them up here so we can openly discuss them in this forum. Then if you have any doubts, we can ask directly from our noble friend. So that is the opportunity that we have. So and also we have Metmal meditation uh, center in Damagoda, Anguruwadota in Sri Lanka. So we invite you to that to have the real experience of this true Dhamma. So it is a meditation center. So there is a certain, it goes in a certain schedule. So food and other accommodation facilities will be provided. And if you are interested, please feel free to visit Sri Lanka and have this real experience of this true Dhamma in those places. So with that reminder, I'd like to conclude this session for today, so we can start discussion. You can join tomorrow as well at the same time as the 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time. So until then, I'd like to say Theruvan Saranai to all of you, and we'll meet tomorrow.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි නරේන්ද්‍ර. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi and all Dhamma friends. That's it.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan answer. Thiruvan Saranai everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this true Dhamma to the every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 8, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. We have spoken about the bicycle dynamo in our last sermon. This power is creating due to the duality. We can't repeat the previous sermon again and again, but we may think you can remember that. Now we are going further to the point of realizing Nibbana. To go to that, you need Parato Gosha. That means true and correct instructions about Dhamma from the spiritual Guru, Kalyana Mitra. You should hear Dhamma through a Kalyana Mitra, spiritual master. Otherwise, it will never happen. As you all know, people are talking in the mundane world always about this karma. This is happening due to karma. That is happening due to karma. Like that, always people are talking, and monks are preaching also about karma. There is a karma vijnana. That means karma consciousness, which is making the cycle of rebirth and death. That means due to this karma vijnana, the consciousness, karma consciousness, based on karma consciousness, this cycle of rebirth and death is creating. The consciousness caught with paticca samuppada. That means the consciousness caught with dependent origination. And the consciousness caught with the cycle of existence. You should see clearly. There are two types of consciousness. One consciousness is caught with dependent origination. The other consciousness is caught with the cycle of existence. You should see them clearly. When we are talking about dependent origination, that is because of this dependent origination and due to this karma consciousness is creating the cycle of rebirth and death. There are two kinds of consciousness. One consciousness is caught with dependent origination. dependent origination. There are 12 steps of dependent origination. It's happening very fast. It's a very fast vibration happening throughout. This dependent origination cycle of rebirth is happening due to ignorance. The first step of dependent origination is ignorance. Due to ignorance, we are thinking each and every objective thought, and the signs coming through six senses are true and correct. We are thinking like that because of ignorance. The second step is sankhara, mental formations. Due to the ignorance, we are catching perceptions, thinking that is there, that is there, that is existing. Like that, we are catching these perceptions through our six senses, and we are forming mental formations, creating mental formations. That is called sankhara. Due to these mental formations occurred due to ignorance, then comes to the consciousness, vijnana. That is the third step of dependent originations. When the consciousness is happening, again, names and forms are also creating again. Then again, salayatana, six senses are creating. This is a cycle. Then again, the contact, sparsha, is creating. That is the sixth step. Then thereafter, feeling, sensation is occurring due to contact, sparsha. Vedana is happening due to contact. Feeling, sensation is happening due to contact. Because of this feeling, sense and sensation, craving is happening. Craving, desire, that is called tanhava, is happening, creating. Because of this craving and desire, upadana, clinging and attaching, is arising. Then at the 10th step, due to this upadana, clinging and attaching, bhava, existence, is arising. Due to existence, birth, jatiya, birth is arising. Due to birth, there is jara, marana, aging and death. All these 12 steps of dependent origination is happening inside our mind. To go beyond that, only we are listening to this true Dhamma and practicing. The Aryan Mahanse is telling us. We are practicing the practical experience and listening to the true Dhamma. First of all, Darshana Samapatya, true Buddhist philosophy. Then we will, in ourselves, we can see the Darshana Jnana, philosophical wisdom, is arising due to this Darshana Samapatya, true Buddhist philosophy. And thereafter, we used to see our mind piercing thoughts and things like that, and then for contemplations we are practicing. Likewise, we are trying to break this cycle of dependent origination. There are two types of consciousness. One is caught with dependent origination, then the other consciousness is caught with the cycle of existence. You should see them clearly. Must properly understand by separating them. We must always understand these two by separating them. What is this consciousness? What is the mind? Mind means the consciousness. Mind means the consciousness. Creations of thoughts, and when the thoughts are created with the perceptions and the thoughts are transforming to the level of consciousness. In that consciousness, mind consciousness is always highlighting the thought. So the consciousness means mind. At the time of your body cage become the earth soil. That means at the time of your body fallen into the earth and becoming soil. You say it as death. You call it as death. No, it is just your body cage become the soil. There is a big meaning in this. In the mundane world, people called it that way. When the body happened to fall, the body happened to stop breathing and collapse on the soil, collapse on the earth, that is called death. But that is only your body cage is becoming the soil. There is a big meaning in this. Your mind is important. Your mind is important. Though one of your legs are taken away, your mind is there. You can see there are so many people in this country and in this world. They have no legs. Sometimes both legs, they don't have the both legs. Sometimes one leg. Though one of your hands is taken away, still your mind is there. As you may know, as you may be aware, you may have seen lot of pictures nowadays through social media. Otherwise, when we are going out, when we are walking on the road, we can see there are people without legs, without hands. Some have one leg, some have one hand. Like that, there are so many people there. Though one of your hand is taken away, still your mind is there. The main thing is this. Though your mind is not, though your leg is not there, though your hand is not there, still your mind is there. Mind is there means mind is there. So you are imposing death only for your body. You are imposing death only for your body. Though all the body parts are cut, until your mind is there, you are not dead. Yes, in the past, we came to know about some soldiers in the 30-year war. So many soldiers were wounded without legs, without hands, but they still had the life. They didn't die. Still there are some in Sri Lanka also without legs and without both hands, they are still living. Therefore, until your mind is there, you are not dead. You are not dead. Then the importance is in the consciousness element, not in the body. Therefore, the important part is the consciousness element, not the body. Body become earth is different. The collection, but the things collected in your consciousness is the case. The collections of raga, lust, dvesha, hatred, and moha, ignorance, the defilements and mind impurities make some changes in the consciousness element. You know, though the body cage is gone to the earth, still the consciousness is roaming here and there. You are taking what you have collected. That means collected in your collections of your mind consciousness. Those are raga, lust, dvesha, hatred, moha, ignorance, and the defilements, mind impurities will make changes in the consciousness element. You must see that. You should have a wisdom to think why this kind of story is telling. You should think. This is a very subtle fact. You are suffering by thinking of this world. As usual, all the people in this human body are used to thinking without ending, just thinking and suffering, thinking and suffering. You are suffering because of your thinking, because of the sufferings and enjoyments. You are thinking you are thinking. That is the reason for creation of consciousness. Yes, because as we know, just thoughts are coming and going. That means thoughts are arising and fading, appearing and disappearing. This mind is a flow of thoughts, a kind of energy. When the thoughts are when we are able to let the thoughts go, no problem. If there are sufferings and pleasurable thinking, enjoyments, then we are grabbing to those thoughts. Because of the grabbing and clinging, craving and hating is happening again and again. Because of the way of thinking, the creation of consciousness is non-stop happening. But actually the creation, it is a big lie. When we are realizing this world is not true, the consciousness is not generating, power is not arising. Our mind consciousness is like a power generator. Actually, the power of samsaric journey, power of rebirth and death is creating inside the consciousness, mind consciousness. Because we are giving power to our thoughts by thinking and grabbing and clinging. Thinking, grabbing and clinging, we are giving power to the thoughts. And the thoughts are going to the consciousness and creating more power, because the thinking patterns are going on and on without stopping. Therefore, the power is generating. Therefore, the mind, our consciousness is just like a generator, always arising power. Therefore, now we know, after listening to this true Dhamma and understanding the thoughts are not true and how the thoughts are creating and the perceptions are all false. Therefore, the thoughts are also not true and false. Then, because of the uh, consciousness, now we are able to transform this consciousness into anidassana vijnana. That is none in manifesting consciousness. That is the biggest achievement of this miracle path of true wisdom, miracle path to Nibbana. Transforming the mind consciousness into non-manifesting consciousness is a big achievement, because of this non-manifesting consciousness, the thoughts are not occurring. They are just passing away. There is no mind, there's no power generating within this non-manifesting consciousness. This is very special. In the day-to-day life, in the normal mundane world, people are always suffering due to thinking. They suffer due to what they see. They suffer due to what they hear. They suffer due to what they feel. But in the path to Nibbana, the seekers, the followers of true Dhamma, according to Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse's reawakened Dhamma of Lord Buddha, most of the people now, most of the seekers now know the way of looking at the mind and understanding the thoughts, piercing the thoughts and the perceptions which we are looking, hearing or touching, catching. Everything is not true, and due to the way of looking at the mind, the consciousness is not creating. On behalf of this mind consciousness, non-manifesting consciousness is occurring. That is a very good stage, because no suffering is happening due to that. Therefore, In this universe, there is no any kind of birth is in any realm. The person, the seeker, who is having non-manifesting consciousness, he will not having a birth in this universe. There is no any kind of birth in any realm for this seeker who is reached the level of non-manifesting consciousness. Thank to Aryan Vahanse. If that non-manifesting consciousness is creating in you, there will not be a birth for you hereafter. That means that is the end of the suffering, end of the suffering of will, of the evil one, the Mara, the craving. Redeeming from consciousness and leading to immortality, we are talking about. Yes, now we are talking about the redemption from consciousness and leading to immortality. There's no such death or rebirth happening to the seeker who has reached the non-manifesting consciousness. What a wonderful story this is. That means there is an activity process which is no any connection with consciousness. Yes, as we know after listening to this true Buddhist philosophy, this was described earlier. The activity process in this body is different from the thought process. Therefore, there is an activity process which is no any connection with the consciousness. One example is like breathing without thinking. From the young age, after coming to this world, when we started breathing, after coming out from the mother's womb, until death, we are breathing. That means we are taking oxygen inside and releasing carbon dioxide to make our body alive, to send oxygen to each and every cell inside the body. You are not thinking about the blood circulatory system. Yes, there are so many systems in this six sensor system body. We are not thinking about the blood circulatory system. Yes, we are not even, some are not even know about, I think, know about it. There's no need to thinking about the blood circulatory system. Inside the tree, photosynthesis is happening without thinking. Inside the tree, Prabha Sansleshanaya, called in Sinhala, photosynthesis in English is happening without thinking, because the tree is not thinking, but the photosynthesis is happening with sunlight, chlorophyll, and carbon dioxide combined with those things. But the tree is not thinking. The tree is making its food and distributing to each and every part of the tree without thinking. Yes, the tree is, with the help of this photosynthesis, the tree is making its food and distributing to each and every part of the tree without thinking. Also, young plants become big without thinking. Nobody is thinking. We are just planting a small plant, but it will become a big tree. We are also not thinking, and that tree is also not thinking. That is the nature of this world. Tree branches are swaying due to wind. When the wind is blowing, the tree branches are swaying, shaking without thinking. There's no thinking, just due to the wind, the branches are swaying, shaking. Also, you are walking without thinking. Yes, if I want to go to the town, I'm just walking without thinking. Because thinking, if we started to think and walk, it will be a very big trouble, because thinking and taking one step and thinking and taking one step, it's very difficult. Without thinking, walking is also easy. Though you are telling that you are walking, legs, thigh, ankle, everything is moving and positioning. Keeping down, sorry. Your hands are moving without thinking. Yes. While you are walking, legs are moving. Thighs, ankle are also moving. Positioning, keeping down, positioning, taking up, keeping down, and your hands also moving accordingly to your walk. But that is, everything is happening without thinking. You're not breathing with thinking even for one moment. Yes, we are not thinking and breathing even for one moment. But your machine is working. Yes, this six sensor system, this machine is working. There is this activity process is happening. Therefore, if you can look at this with a keen eye, you can see this body is just like a robot body. Yes, this body is actually a robot body. It is working. You are putting food, but your mind can't eat. You are feeding food into the system, but your mind can't eat. Did the mind eat in any day? No. We haven't seen in any day that our mind ate anything. The water you are putting into the mouth and going through the abdomen and going out from behind. Can your mind drink water? No, your mind cannot drink water. Your mind can't drink water, can't eat, can't do anything. Your mind can't do anything. The thoughts you are generating inside the source of energy, the intentions are happening. The thoughts are generating inside the source of energy, that is inside the mind and consciousness. In Dhamma, it's called Chetanaham Bhikkhave Kammam Vadami. That means intentions will perform karma. Intentions will perform karma. This is the reason for you to born again. These intentions and thoughts. Yes, these intentions will and thoughts are performing karma. Therefore, this is the reason for you to born again. These intentions and thoughts to redeem from to redeem this cycle. The seeker should know how it is creating. Yes. First, you should see how the magic is happening. Then only you can live without clinging to the magic like that. To redeem from this, the seeker should know how it is creating, how the thoughts, intentions are creating, how these thoughts and intentions are creating. How to redeem from them? You will need this someday. Yes. Someday you will definitely need this true Dhamma to redeem from your thoughts, because thoughts are very heavy. Heaps of thoughts giving everybody a big trouble. Munyatu kammata jnanaya. There is a wisdom called Munyatu kammata jnanaya in the Dharma. That is called knowledge of volitional formations. Knowledge of intentional activities. That means, in another way, awareness or insight into the internal nature of mental and physical actions. Those are called karma. So, you need this munyatu kammyata jnana to overcome this sansaric journey, to overcome this karma. Awareness of or insight into the internal nature of mental and physical actions. To redeem from this, you need another type of wisdom, and it is called Adinavanupasana Jnanaya. It is called Adinavanupasana Jnanaya in Dhamma. That means knowledge of the origination and cessation of phenomena. Insight into the arising and passing away. That means the arising and passing away of thoughts. When we have this Adinavanupasana Jnanaya, it will help us to redeem from this cycle of rebirth. That is why we are practicing by looking at the mind, the piercing the thoughts and understanding the thoughts, how the creation of thoughts, like that. The insight that sees how all phenomena come into being and pass away, recognizing impermanence and dependent origination. The insight This Adinavanupassana jnana can be said in another way, the insight that sees how all phenomena come into being and pass away, recognizing impermanence and dependent origination. Again, it is dependent origination. First step is ignorance, avidya. Because we all see all these forms and names arising in our mind, we think all the signs we are seeing through the six senses. At once we see sun or moon, we just think they are there. The thinking is coming. There is the sun, there is the moon, that is the tree, that is the area we are living. This is our home. Like that, we are always thinking. Everything is there, everything is existing. That is the wrong view of ignorance, avidya. If we think like this, if somebody we like or some food we like is on the table, so we are thinking of eating it without our knowledge. If somebody came there and had it, so there's nothing left for us. Few minutes ago we thought there's a tasty thing on the table and we can eat it. After some time it was not there. It is not there. That means due to ignorance we thought that is permanent, and after some time it has gone. Then the suffering came like that. Due to ignorance, every time this suffering is happening. Due to ignorance, mental formations are creating. When we see something, when we see a monkey going outside, going there, at once we are thinking mental formation of a monkey. We can see a mental formation of a monkey, and we are thinking our monkey is running there. Then it has come to the consciousness level. If we are trying to chase him or something, the consciousness is again giving troubles. Then again nama rupa, names and forms, and again creating six senses. And then again, due to six senses, contact is happening. Due to contact, feeling, sensations are creating. Due to feeling, craving and desire is happening. Due to craving and desire, clinging and attaching is happening. Due to clinging and attaching, existence is happening. Due to existence, there is a birth arising. Due to a birth arising, aging and death is happening. This is the cycle. We always thought in our olden days, we thought everything happening outside. Now we know, according to the true Dhamma, Lord Buddha preached 2600 years ago, and again fully revealed by our Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. We know each and everything is happening inside our mind. Due to a thought, our sansari journey is totally depending on a thought. How to believe it, but it is the true nature. Due to the thoughts, due to the thoughts and consciousness, this power of samsaric journey is creating. The seeker who is seeing the painful nature of living will be trying to redeem from this cycle of rebirth and death. Yes, there are 80 billion people living on this earth, but most of them are suffering for any reason. Somebody with power are also suffering. They are insufficient of power. People with huge money, they are insufficient of money and they are seeking power. Likewise, everybody has some kind of insufficiency in their mind. That is the way of this mind. The evil nature of mind is this, always insufficient, can't satisfy this mind. That is why the seeker who is seeing the painful way of living, painful nature, is trying to redeem from this cycle of rebirth and death. You are doing a job, making money for living to maintain your body. Yes, maintaining your body is also not easy. You must be trying hard to making money by doing jobs and bringing foods, cooking and feeding the body. You must cover this body with clothes and you have to wash it. You have to clean it. When this body is not well, you have to give medicine. You have to go for surgeries if necessary. You must always searching for good food and you have to have good sleep. Otherwise, this body is giving trouble. The body is like this. Maintaining this body is not easy. And this body is very fragile. When we are going on the road by foot, we have to be very careful because of the vehicles are running very fast. We have to be very careful to go on the road, protecting this body like that. Maintaining this body is not easy. And according to this human world, the mundane people are most of the time they are trying to fulfill, that means satisfy the six senses. That is also not easy. Not easy. There is not sufficient. All the time there is insufficiency in the mind because looking at pictures, not sufficient. Hearing music or anything, not sufficient. Feeling different kinds of things are also not sufficient. So maintaining this body is not easy. Why are those birds eating? To live. Birds are also eating fruits and things for them to live. Animals are also eating. Yes, animals and birds, every creature in this planet needs food for their living. What are they doing in their whole life? Yes, what are the birds and animals are doing in their whole life? They are just going for food, eating food and sleeping at night, and again from the morning fetching for food. What are you, what you are doing in your whole life? Yes, Aryan Vahanse is showing in the mundane world people are not very different from the animals and the birds in this planet. They are, most of them are like that. Most of them are like animals. In the mundane world people, they are doing what the animals and birds are doing. Same thing is done by the mundane world people. Finally, what will be happen? Finally, fallen into the earth and become soil. Yes, every human being and every other creatures are finally will be fallen into the earth and become soil. Can you take whatever you have now? Can you take whatever you have now? No, you can't take anything. Your home, your collections of money, and whatever you have, your children, your parents, your wife, your husband, your neighbors, your relations, whoever, can you take them? No, you are unable to take anything with you when you are dying. But but there are something you can take. Those are, what are you taking? What you have in your mind is you are taking. Yes, what you have in your mind is what you are taking. Those are desire, craving, jealousy, hatred, and lust. In your mind, you are taking. So, can you imagine how the people around us in this human world, in this mundane world, are collecting these things? How much desire, craving, jealousy, hatred, and lust, because they are always collecting them while living on this planet Earth. They are feeling jealousy for others, without reason, and hatred, hating others for no reason, and desires and craving. They are trying to collect money by robbing, even they are trying to collect money and things like that. Without an end, they are collecting things because of their desire and craving. The jealousiness is like a poison in this world, because we can't see much of jealousiness through these birds or animals, but human beings are very much dangerous than them, because human mind is very much having this mind impurities and defilements than more than animals and birds, because of their way of thinking, because of the ignorance. There is a game like thing. They are always trying to go beyond somebody. There is a race. There is a human race. It's called rat race. Because of this rat race, most of the people are against to each other, and uh, they are jealousy for each other. They are hating each other. We can see in the social media nowadays spe- speech, speeches of hatred and speeches of jealousy all over the Facebook and things like that. Scolding from morning to evening, morning to night, without an ending. I don't know what a world this is. Human beings have a good kind of mind to overcome the sansaric journey, but most of them are not thinking of going going out of this cycle of birth, not trying to understand the true truth of humanity. They are just fighting with each other, with each other for nothing, because they can't gain anything. Because we know, according to the true Dharma, Aryan Vahanse is telling us there is nothing outside. Everything is a creation inside our mind, and there is nothing inside the mind also. All the creations of thoughts are just appearing and disappearing. Therefore, nothing outside and nothing inside. This body is just a sensor system, six sensor system. This body is just a sensor system, six sensor system, like a robo machine. And there is no owner of this machine. There is no owner of this machine. The activities happening, activity processes are happening due to the action mind based on the universal law, cause and effect. Therefore, there is no owner for this body. Therefore, we must understand this true nature of ourselves, and we must always try to overcome this sansaric journey without wasting our time. Now, I am going to end this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet, this planet Earth, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse, for all your guidance and advice. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping us with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our regular discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Any of the friends who are listening to this Buddothpada POTV English Zoom sermons can join this 2 hours with us. If you have any doubts to be clarified, this is the time allocated for that. So you are mostly welcome to join this. As you know, this Buddothpada POTV channel was the brainchild of our Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend, in an attempt to take this true Dhamma to the world, to the people who are looking for the truth, which they may not have found so far from their own beliefs. So wherever you are, whatever your present religion is, whatever your background is, you can always listen to this, because we know that truth is common to any person. So we invite you to listen to these sermons, see what you feel, see what you can understand, see how it can be applied to your day-to-day life. So because Buddhism is not yet another religion, we know that it is a philosophy. So with that invitation, we will start the discussion. Our Dhamma friends also have joined. Theruvan Saranai to all of you. I just wonder whether there are anything to discuss to take as the topic. Theruvan Saranai.
Yeah, we can discuss anything.
Wonder Champa has got anything to start the discussion, any topics?
Theruvan Saranai, Doctor. This is regarding the reincarnation. Can you remember today morning?
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Yes, yes.
It was beautiful, yeah. I don't know whether we use the word reincarnation.
I don't think he used that word. He didn't use that word. Yeah.
I don't, yeah. We call cycle of birth, but not really reincarnation, because that is used in different meanings. I don't know whether I'm correct.
Punarutpattiya in Sinhala, Doctor. Yes.
Punarutpattiya. It gives a really this, like existence feel.
And it's like
someone is dying and someone is
appearing somewhere. Like.
Yeah, that word also has that heaviness in that. Not the synchronization of the vibration, it has so much heaviness in that. So some words are really useless in that way, because they are so heavy, so full of self-view. Kind of, I don't know, that's what I felt. What do you think?
No, true. I mean, it doesn't give exactly the meaning what is explained in Buddhist teaching, Buddhism. Because definitely Lord Buddha has said that nothing is going from here to there. That fact has been very clear, isn't it? Vijnana doesn't, consciousness never goes from this point to that point.
Yeah, anyway, this today morning also I was trying to say the same thing that I was trying to say yesterday, that how this existence perception If we can actually understand that, how the self-perception is there, and these, if you really understand perceptions, they are not actually there anywhere. It's just something we feel, and that is due to the sensory vibrations, sensory organ vibrations. But it's really funny. Today morning also, I don't know whether you all remember, someone, is it last night? I'm not quite sure now. Someone started the talk as saying, what was it? No, I can't remember now, but it was a beautiful saying that Mother said, that as soon as those words come out, we feel like that's not what actually going to happen, because problems will never vanish. It's a self-view which is going to vanish. The sensory feelings are not going to vanish. It's only the self-vibration which is going to vanish. It's very tricky, you know, like this Dhamma path is very tricky. If you get it from a different angle, done, gone. I mean, it's not realistic then, because we are not actually trying to be happy here. We are not trying to be okay with everything. We are not trying to not stay happy. Nothing. Actually, nothing like that. It's just everything will be there, but the self is not there, isn't it? It was some discussion which I don't know whether it's today morning, maybe. And we can discuss anything today. Suranka also has joined, so anything we can discuss anything. The rebirth itself is actually misused for a long time, misinterpreted, misused in such a way that everyone got the idea that I'm going to be born as, even when you go back, you know, if someone is predicting things, it's as if as someone's past. That's the problem, you know. It's a terrible self-perception we have, terrible existence we have. If you can feel this, it's really, really nice if you can actually catch this perception. With even reincarnation word, the self-perception, how it is beautifully trapped there. The self-perception is trapped in every aspect. Even if you talk about a God, the way people look at it is like as if it's actually real. But we have this problem. So we have to just identify that. We are going to use the word anyway, it's okay. If we can get this self-perception in every word, every single word. You know, someone can say, everyone should be kind. How can that be? That is never going to happen. And everyone will be happy? No, that's never going to happen. What happens is this one vibration, just self-vibration, self-perception and self-view. Because the self-perception is there, the self-view is there. This self-perception is very minimal thing, and Aranhase told a beautiful thing again. I mean, he never tells anything not beautiful, but the important thing he told, you know, in every time now we are looking around the room, you don't really want them. You're looking through the window, you're looking at the garden, you don't feel any affinity towards them. But the self-perception is there. So this is the tricky thing, you know, to get this really get this perception thing properly. If the perception of the tree is true, self-perception is anyway there. If you really feel something otherwise only, it will be challenge. What do you think? Yeah, you can talk.
Yeah, that about that topic that Champa brought up, he explained about this karmakshe marana. Karmakshe marana means kind of.
He was talking about the Ubhayakshema.
No, not Ubhayakshema. Which one did he say that very likely to be born as a human again? Upacheda, yeah. Now that Upacheda
Marana, I feel that it's more confusing because
in that case, Saranasa said that very likely to be born as a human being again, and also some of the sort of stigma of the previous death also could be there in this person, the person who was born.
And I thought it was so beautiful, you know, when that just imagine there is a birth of a child and the time of the perception arises. Because until the time of the perception arises, there's not much thing. But as soon as the perception arises, everything telepathizing to that vibration is previous birth vibrations and identifying another mother, not this mother, another mother as the mother. And I thought it's so like clear cut. Why did you say it is confusing?
No, I mean confusing in the sense a person who thinks that straight away this one, this vijnana,
yes.
Confusion
100%.
comes in. Yes.
Yeah, like that self view can be highlighted there also. But the actual thing, what happens is again samanantara, or the synchronization of the vibrations. So it is really beautiful if you really understand, you know, that sometimes the deja vu effects that we get, we never know. We just get that. But the synchronization of the vibrations is the only thing that was happening anyway. Isn't it?
And also he said most, or I don't know whether it is all, do have
that synchronization of that details about the previous thing, but they are forgotten. Most of them do not remember that, except that Upacheda Marana category, who are more likely to remember those things for a while. But others, the other possibility, Arana said, was that previous life may have been non-human, also from some other realm. That is a reason why it is not remembered.
And also he said some like attitudes or some features of babies could be directly related to that previous features of the if it is animal or if it is a preta or nire or whatever.
Behavioral pattern of some children, no? Yes. And similarly, if a child has, not that type of behavior, but there are small children from the small age, they are attracted to the temple. They like monks. They like to be enrobed from the small age. Even those, I think, could be explained in the same manner.
Yeah, but we have to remember one thing. It's not only related to that, because 31 realms can be, can manifest. So we can't just say because Aram said, if you look after a child like that and very well, giving so much love, actually that vibration can subside and actually human vibration can manifest. So that's the thing that I thought it was beautiful because they say, I don't know, you must have heard this, until like a lot of this English countries, they believe that until 5 years of age is the most important time, and the time that they need the closeness of the closeness and the emotional security and all that. First 5 years, not after that. So that is the time that their vibrations are actually can go any side. And it's so scientific also, but we shouldn't talk about these things too much also, because it can be, if you take it in a self way, people can get hurt also, Yeah, people can get, especially parents might feel it. I mean, we never know. Because, someone can feel like it's an insult. So specifically in this English forum. We have to be careful in what we deliver and how we deliver and everything. So, it is very important to understand that any vibration. So that's how even a person who killed 1,000 people was able to become an arahant. Anything can change at any time. Any vibration can be changed. Specifically, non-vibration may appear at any time. And also, higher realms can manifest also. It depends on the environment. It depends on everything. So we are not animals all the time. We are not humans all the time. We are not devas all the time. We are not brahmas all the time. But only the problem was we never synchronized with the non-vibration. That's for sure. Otherwise we have synchronized to all these levels. So it's not a big deal actually. Isn't it? What do you think, Surangika?
Yes, definitely. Every other plane except the non-vibration.
Yeah. And the way people take these things, we should be vigilant, isn't it? Like to give it in such a subtle way that this is taken with the gratitude to know that, because this is a very difficult area. If someone here this Dhamma and never listen to any of the other Dhammas, just listen today, they might turn off the this YouTube just because they have heard these few words that we speak. It's such a difficult area to explain, not knowing the background, because we have talked for ages. Actually, I have listened to them for like 5 years now. We have talked about this for ages. We have practiced them for a long time, and we feel that the vibration, this vibratory nature of the sensory organs are the only reason that we feel alive. That is the thing. So that is it, nothing else. So when we then, in that background, when we talk about this cycle of birth, it becomes very obvious, becomes very natural thing. Good thing can happen, next thing nuclear bomb can happen. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, because it's all just a combination of vibrations. But if you really take it in a different angle, people can actually get very annoyed, very agitated about Dhamma. I think in vain, because this is not told you to feel threatened. This is for you to actually fully understand this vibration and the alive feel and the suffering. This is to actually come out of this suffering dream, suffering cycle. Nothing else. So these Zoom meetings, Zoom sermons are there to help people to get rid of the suffering, isn't it? Yeah.
And talking about this realms, 31 realms, isn't it more likely to have the tendency to oscillate or fluctuate between sort of closer realms rather than going to the top level ones and the lower levels one? That sort of fluctuations, is it less likely? I mean, the very lower realms and then suddenly going up to the high up levels, is it less likely?
Well,
Because
if
when you
someone is understanding Dhamma, actually fully realizing Dhamma, they will go just up. There's no going down at all. So it will be just going up. For anyone else, maybe.
Therwan Saranai, doctor, can you remember that old TV and new TV thing? This is regarding perceptions, I think.
Yeah, I can't exactly recall that moment. I was listening while working. Did you listen to that, Surangika?
Yeah, I did. The old TV, I think, was, I can't really remember the old TV, probably that, maybe Dr. Sakuntala can, but I think the new TV, I remember that part, where it said that, when the resolution, new TV means obviously new resolution, advanced resolution, advanced technology, and so on. So even the picture is brighter, the picture is sharper, the images look more lively, all that kind of thing, which is almost like acting as a magnet to draw people and attract people more and more. So the craving, the desire, all that becomes amplified. And I think that he gave parallel to the modern world, I think, if I remember right, and to the fact that, with all this materialistic world becoming more and more, and the sensual desires and all those things become more intensified, the ability to draw people into that kind of Abhisankarana system. Volitional formation is getting more and more, whereas I think the older TV was everything happening at a less scale. Even if you think about the people back in the olden days, if you think about the Sri Lankan society, people were so satisfied with just simple lives that they had. They didn't have TVs, they didn't have radios. They were more close to nature, so they were more with the field, and the desires were just limited to bringing up children, just having a good meal, and few things like that. A very simple life, but with everything becoming more materialistic, only everything has started becoming, and that is the world that we have gone into, because he has always said that the mind has become more and more powerful, isn't it, from those days, which is why the non-vibration is completely submerged, because the mind and the vibration has become more and more prominent, that now when it is being expounded through the Dhamma, people are finding it so difficult to transcend the mind to get to the field. I think that was the meaning of it. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala can explain better.
Yeah, actually, he started with that radiant mind level where the circuit is there, everything is there, but circuit is not activated. That is a level where the thoughts are not there. So the world is not created yet, but all the necessary equipment is already there. And then he explained about this old type of television, which doesn't give that quality sort of pictures, which is somewhat, as you said, similar. I felt that it is like the stage where the thoughts are starting to form. So it's not very clear cut world, but the world is going to be established and world is going to be created little by little. And then when you go to this advanced type of smart TV level, where the full world is created, and so it is not 100%, maybe 200%. You are an actor in the drama. So the whole world is real now because the so fine and lively looking pictures, sounds, everything, well, 3D effect or whatever, everything is there. So the world has really become, true. And on the other hand, that means I'm also there. The self is also there strongly. So that level is the most difficult level, as you said, that to reverse. And that level, he also, I think he said that that is a Padaparama level. If I don't know if I have mixed up the thing, but that level, Padaparama level, where it's very difficult to get the system to understand this Dhamma fact. So he feels that everything is real. So there's no turning back at that point, according to that moment. So that is what I also remember.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Anything else, Champa, that you wanted to know about that, or you just what did you understand by that?
Yes, doctor, I also thought the same way Dr. Sakuntala told just now. Yes, when the pictures are very clear and beautiful with colors, the perceptions are looks like very live, alive. So the catching, clinging thing is very high, I think. That is what I feel.
Not the picture, just itself.
Yes.
It's a metaphor used to say that the mind power is too much.
Yes, mind power is very high.
Yeah.
With that. Becoming very high, no? That is what.
Yeah. When the mind power is not that high, father and son will go to the paddy field, and son dies from a snake bite. Father sends a message, come with some fire, and is it fire? I think so. Fire and some one meal. So see how very little words, no much drama, very little words, and still they feel the full thing. They know the son is dead because father has told that message. And yeah, that's it. It's not going to be like that in future anyway. It is going to be difficult because there's so much distractions. Distractions are such that people don't have time to feel even. They are in the mind all the time. They are entertaining specifically even nowadays children, they are looking at games, they are looking at their phones, they are repeatedly entertaining the sensory function. And definitely mind is going to be stronger because it is with the mind. To enjoy something there's like definitely the mind is involved. So that's the thing. It's yeah. Anything else actually?
Actually, at that point, Dr. Kokila, I remember him saying that first thought, how crucial the first thought is when all those basic perceptions come together and form that new vibration. That is extremely critical, because that marks the rekindling of that self vibration that got synchronized to the zygote.
That's the manifestation of that, yeah.
And that first vibration from the first thought.
First perception of first thought, isn't it?
First thought, actually, because the thought is the one that was going to give that feeling it exists.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. This Dhamma, when you take nothing is excluded. Everything can be explained, and the importance is actually understanding how this self-perception is arising, or this perception, existence perception is arising, and actually understanding what kind of thing is this perception. Like we said that day, in the dream, if your mother touched you, there is a touch perception even in the dream, but the mother is not actually touching you. And if there is some, dog is following you, like running after you, you might feel the fear, and it's not actually happening though, but the fear is also kind of a perception there. So this everything is a perception. Everything.
One of the things in these dreams, Doctor, I don't know, trying to recall.
And
now,
even the self-perception is there in the dream, because that dog is coming after you, not
anybody else. Yeah.
The self-perception is really very nicely understood. We can understand this perception of dog is also so real. Self-perception is also so real.
But at the same time, there are some instances where you can distinctly remember in the dream that that one is an observer, isn't it? Like things are happening, and that you're having that observer effect, like it's happening, but
no,
you're
but
kind of not there.
That is the thing. Imagine, you're seeing something at work happening. You're just seeing that scene, but the observer, subject and object thing is there. That is the same thing. I'm telling. Self perception is so subtle, isn't it? Just imagine, before knowing this Dhamma, if you see a dream and you see just Peradeniya Gardens. You see the Peradeniya Gardens in for someone who don't know, it's just a flower garden, very big flower garden in Sri Lanka. If you see that in the dream, you are just observing that, yes, but the observer effect is there. That is the exact thing I'm trailing. That is the self-perception. So when the Peradeniya Gardens is there, you are there. That is the thing. It's really beautifully, you can understand this perception in such a way that how this works. That's why Aranahansi told even today, someone was saying, no, maybe last night, I can't remember. Someone said, Aranahansi, now there are no, last night I think, there is no specific burning points. And Aranwasi was like, this is not about specific burning points. This is everywhere, every time. And if you are not catching it properly, it's very, you have to identify these things, and only you will understand that how the fast vibration of the sensory organ is giving this vibration, the power. And that power, the consciousness power, that power is giving you the self-perception, or existence perception. That's how this existence perception is there. But the thing is, once it is formed, Peradini Gardens, I can tell it now, all three of you can feel it. Because all three of you are from Sri Lanka. No one else will do that. But see that perception is active. Only one will know that whether it is a thing or not. But definitely, we can go back to 6 years ago, even like how many years ago, whatever, that before listening to this Dhamma and before actually feeling Dhamma, whatever, even if you're looking at the floor, which you don't want, even if you're looking at the sky, which you don't want, you're so calm and cool about it because you don't want any of that. Your son or husband or mother or father, not talking about that, just a calm and quiet, peaceful moment. Even in that, this perception and the existence perception is there. That perception level I'm talking, not even the view.
That's the part I was going to say, because it's there at a perception level, but not in an alive feel level. When the dream is there, somehow or the other, there is a you don't get that alive feel those days.
No, the
Anytime.
perception is such a thing. Perception is such a thing. This perception has already formed. That's what Aranwansi is saying you then.
Yeah.
Now,
perception has formed, but that
that's why we have to go
8%.
back.
Mm.
Otherwise, we don't have to go back, no? And then he's asking a good question. I don't know whether it's from Dombagoda or anywhere, because everything is jumbled up in my, this whole thing is jumbled up now, where, when, how he says things. But he used something beautifully there, he was talking about how these perceptions will synchronize, and at any time, and whether it is just here or even some kalpas away, some long, he usually talks a lot about 5,000 years ago also. He usually talks a lot about that. So the things that he's talking about, the 5,000 years ago, we feel the perceptions. So see, that is the thing, that these perceptions are like iCloud, just there, but they are not even actively there. But if you go back with the Pubbe Nivasanusati he told, you can actually, if you think about one thing, it is enough. If you think about the mother, you keep going back and back and back and back and back, then you realize it was just fast vibration of the I and the fast vibration of the ear. That was only there. That was the only thing that was there. If the mother touches you, yes, there will be a touch perception also. So the fast vibration of the skin. And they all come together. There's another vibration. Yes, you feel it. That also you feel as something. Yes. So it's the speed is still there. There's a massive speed in this mind also. No? This vibration, actually the speed is also different from one to each other. You know, sound comes, which one comes first? The light comes first. They say you easily, because we see the lightning and then we see the sound. Am I correct or am I jumbling
Yes.
up? Yeah. So the vibration, the speed is also different. That's why when you wake up and go to the living room, you can see everything. And that's the thing, when mothers say, I don't have any craving or an answer, and we feel like, oh, doesn't she fully realize the Amma then? Because that's just a part of it, isn't it? This is a perception level is still there. So the perception level, that was the thing what I was trying to say to Sudharma that day. She came out, she came to the door, she saw the slipper eaten by the dog, or something like that. I can't remember. Then she walked to find out the other shoe, other slipper or something. And so that something like that, I can't remember exactly, but you know, the whole perception level. Now you're saying, but the other thing is, if you fully realize these all three levels, yes, 100%. Then notice all these things, and it doesn't matter. That is actually only one knows, only to one it's self-evident that whether that all the three realms are pierced or not, or whether all three not realms, all three levels of the stimuli is pierced or not. So only to one that is evident and felt the non-vibration. So that is the trickiest area, because you don't feel anything now. And everyone
actually
is
those
saying that.
three realms, isn't it, Doctor?
Is
And
it
I
three
think
realms or the
Mahal
same?
sir.
I think it is Bhava, what? No, yeah.
Sensual, form and formless, no?
Yeah. It's not realms. It's realms is the 31 realms, isn't it?
No, those are planes.
Oh, those are planes. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Bhumi, no, these are Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Arupa Bhumi.
Bhumi is what?
Realms.
Bhumi is realms. Okay. So sorry.
So this, I remember Dobagoda, I think Aryan Mahansa was saying that if you're still stuck in the Arupa, the formless, for a mother, I think he was just referring to a general statement, saying if a mother is stuck in the Arupa or the formless, then that means there is no nirvana there.
That's the thing.
So as you say,
thing.
Dr. Kokila, the perception is there all over. That also comes with time, isn't it? The more this Dhamma is realized and the transcendence from the sensual realm happens, there is more of an awakening that this perception is still real.
No, these discussions will help, Surangika. These discussions, that's what I'm saying. I just don't understand why people are avoiding discussions. That's really tricky area that I don't understand. Because we used to talk a lot with Aranahanse in the past. I mean, I have like a lot. And then these subtle areas, no one wants to talk about that. And I don't know whether it is because they feel insecure about it, or whether they feel they know all about it. It's all right. If they know, then come and share with us. It's fine. because it's beautiful to share also, This is only not only one's platform. This is a platform where anyone can talk. And the tricky areas are if you are getting trapped in somewhere. And also the other tricky area is, when we discuss these things, so if the noble friend is trying to say something, specifically if Aranhanse is giving all the, hints that, the experience is the matter, because he has told me once when I was trying to talk about, I got a shocking experience once because I was really shocked by something like that, like what Dr. Sakuntala said. There was a shock that was from a friend also. She suddenly went very bizarre, and she was sick, in a way sick, I can call it. And she got into the car and just drove away. And I was like, no, I couldn't for a moment, I couldn't realize how to help her at that moment. And I was shocked. And that moment, I told Aranhanse, I experienced the whole three realms. I said I felt the thought and the perception and the shock. And he listened to that. He didn't blame me or anything, but he said, Kokila, you have to practice about mind sensor more, because I was actually, it was mind sensor. Definitely it was mind sensor, because I got a thought about her, like, will something happen to her, something. And you have to practice more about the mind sensor. That was all he said, because I'm telling that I felt it. But I'm not talking about non-vibration. I'm talking about the actual vibration there. But see, then definitely I get the idea, okay, that's inadequate. And just feeling the vibration doesn't help. You get trapped in any of these levels, it's not good enough. Then it's all about actually understanding this whole system and realize that there's nothing important here. Nothing. Not whatsoever. So the perception level to piercing is okay, but even the feel level, it's nothing. And if it comes in that angle only, that non-vibration can be felt. And that particular moment, you can't practice it. You can't predict it. Nothing. You can't predict any of these things. But if you kind of know these things, by talking to Aranhanse or talking in between us also, it's not bad, because we are actually opening up and trying to say because if you kind of say, it's okay, like yesterday, last night, how he was telling Hashi to, to go to the deeper level of feeling and to feel what she's trying to say. So that's kind of, it's not even telling something to that mother, then it's actually trying to get Harshi deeper, So it's such a beautiful area that he's handling, and we really appreciate that. And we can
That's
feel
actually
that.
really good. I think it was a good lesson for everybody to be able to, because it's true that she's not as experienced in answering questions as Asanti, but what he showed through that was,
No, even
this is the
Asante,
Dhamma,
he suddenly pops
isn't it?
up and says, Asanti, why are you telling this to Nilu? Nilu, Hiniru is talking about another level and you are talking about another level.
Mm.
And he said that, like, this is the exact feature of, I would say, a teacher.
Yes,
Because
Peter.
he's
Right.
not
Yeah.
just correcting the questioning person, he's correcting the answering person. And that's what we all need. I mean, who else will correct? But there must be some good, powerful way of handling that also, because otherwise someone will be like, oh my God, Aranwasi never tells me any good thing. I'm going to go away. I don't need any of these things. Like, they can manage also. That's the tricky thing, but it is very important to understand and also talk about these things so that you can feel that there's something deeper than that, because the feel is completely different to this. Vibration has nothing to do with the feel. Feel is completely. That's why we even use the word vibration. Why else? Why should we use the word vibration? Because vibration you can't see. I mean, in physics world you might be able to say, but even the tuning fork, you can't really see it is vibrating. It can be felt though. So likewise, it's a feel, and the tanhava is a feel, the power, the force. The upadana is a feel, and the bhava is a feel. It's kind of becoming the so whatever the chair or whatever the perception. Actually speaking, the whole this dhamma goes in the feel side, because the perception side is very it's a mirage. So how can we believe any perception if you get even now this is the thing, the anicca sanya, anicca sanya. What is the other sanya? Dukkha sanya, anatta sanya. Is it dasa sanya? There is sanya in that also. But it is all related to non-vibration. So non-vibration also gives you some perception, but because it is happening from non-vibration, this is not taken as a big thing. It's actually leading to non-vibration. So it's not going to give you kind of like the other vibrations, other perceptions. So this, I can't actually remember the sasanya, but what I'm trying to say is they're all related to Dhamma. So it's a complete another system awakening, isn't it? The ignorance replaced by kind of the wisdom. I don't know whether we can use the word replace, but normal field is replaced by jnana. Jnana is this non-vibration field. So through the non-vibration, you feel everything. So that's kind of a different field. You can't really compare that to the normal field, because we can say, I had the intuition that something will happen. Mothers can say, and mothers can question also. Aranansa, I also have that intuition, I can say tomorrow it's raining. What can we say? What's the use of that? That is with the self-view. So this whole Dhamma part is completely irrelevant to this vibration side, isn't it? What do you think? Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yeah, that part, of course, what you were saying, I cannot expand anything more. Yeah, as you said, it's a non-vibration is the tool which will act as a jnana, which is a kind of thing that will come up from the system itself. Because once I remember, and Hasi said that who is observing this? Is there a person who is observing? Then he said it's not the person. There's no person as such. It's a jnana which is identifying this, and jnana itself is something kind of something that comes up from the system itself. That part I remember.
Why we can't say that it is not is because this starts with the non-vibration. So we can't really talk about self there at all. So it is kind of a system which is buried due to the vibration. Because everyone actually is on top of non-vibration, which is covered, fully covered due to the vibration, masked due to the vibration. People tried, before Lord Buddha also, people tried to unmask this, but they never got this correct view about this self-view, because if we give a value to the any vibration, in the sense any perception, self-perception is there. So whether it's nirvana, whether it's Buddhahood, whether it's monkhood or whatever. Even this mana thing is completely in the field side. But because this it's the power that giving that restlessness and this what is the word for mana? I don't know in the English word.
Isn't mana means ego itself?
Its dimensions.
Yeah, but what do they call this? Manudacha Vidya? What do they call that?
No, not that one. I meant Trimana Dvimana.
Oh, that mana is dimensions.
Yeah, that is dimensions. But the mana explained in Buddhism, what Aryanvahasa is referring, isn't it the ego itself?
Yeah, I think that's the ego, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, even ego, it is the power, no? This elastic power that I was giving as a metaphor. It is the power. It's something felt. That's but the avijja is below that. So that vibration is kind of below that. So the
Mana feels like also conceit, no, doctor, which is all different facets of the self-perception.
Yes. I don't know even, because ego is such a slack word, like the reincarnation.
It's almost a heightened sense of ego is conceit, no? And like egoistic people, that kind of thing when you say.
Yeah, because even a very humble person, self-vibration is there. Just imagine most humble person ever is also having mana. So that's the thing. So the egoistic word in English language is used in a different way.
Yeah.
That's for the more extreme ones, no? Yeah.
Yeah. But this self-vibration is there, no, anyway?
Yeah, that's there for everyone, yeah.
Yeah, it is a beautiful Dhamma, by the way. I mean, yeah. Anything else? So, do you still practice, Dr. Sakuntala? Do you get time?
Practice in the sense?
What do you do every day?
From 9 to 11 morning, this sermon is there. And
are you doing the 9 to 11, the English one, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this 3 to 5, this one, and then like in between I have some household work, and then by about 5:10, like I joined that youth Zoom thing. And in between I try to listen to the Andolnatmaka Deshana and the early morning one. In between, actually, if I find sort of small video clips which are uploaded, I try to listen. In between, the household things keep me occupied.
What about
So
the
the
actual
day is moving.
good timing to go out or something? You live in a hill area, isn't it?
Yeah, actually speaking, I mean, I do some exercise at home. I hardly go out because I'm stuck because these are, I have very small sort of time gaps in between. If I had sort of continuous stretch, I could have gone out, but I can't do it now. Earlier, I used to go to the university
What about
grounds, of
your
course.
garden?
Garden, I do little things here and there. I,
What do you mean little? Is it like a very little garden?
yeah, I don't have a big garden. This mainly the flower things are there.
I think we are
At least
both trying
flower.
to get, Dr.
Hmm?
Sakuntala, I think we are both trying to get to the question about whether you are doing walking meditation.
Now, walking meditation, is that what you wanted to know?
No, I actually
Working
want
or
to know
walking?
with what effort you are putting into this Dhamma. That's all.
I know when I'm working now, when I'm working in the kitchen, I try to do it, practice it, the working
Kitchen, you might feel
meditation.
like you have attained nirvana anyway. Because
And more early morning, I wake up quite early,
otherwise,
and that time,
someone has to come and shout at you. Actually, maybe like you have to find out someone has lied to you or something to feel that
mm,
otherwise.
yeah,
Yeah. But so the Kandy is a beautiful area. So if you can find a stretch of even the garden, it doesn't matter. Like even half an hour. I mean,
mm,
it's really good. I mean, not for even Dhamma. Just do it as it's a beautiful thing to do. And the only tips I can give is like
mm.
really take it easy, like really take it easy because Dhamma is enough in these heads. It's just that the mind is so strong. When the mind, or actually not the mind even, like the perception level even, it can be very strong sometimes. So that the feel is, you can actually follow what not Lord Buddha, Aranhansi said about, in Dombagoda, he was saying some things to guide mothers a bit. You can actually follow that and can listen to that again, Dombagoda 1, and actually follow what he's saying. Actually follow
One I
that.
mostly listened, most part of it I listened. Actually, there were some parts where the sound is not very clear. I
It
don't know
doesn't
whether.
matter. It doesn't
No, no, I
matter.
couldn't
It's what
identify. Yeah, I couldn't make out what he was saying actually. I don't know whether it was.
but the things that are enough, what are there is
Mm,
enough. Could you hear what he said about walking? This people take it so seriously. That's the problem. If you can take it so
but
lightly.
I also feel that it applies to me also, that bit what you mentioned. I feel that I should sort of. I am trying to listen as much as possible
I'm
because.
hoping every day that the baby Sakuntala will come. The child Sakuntala will come because it's always Dr. Sakuntala coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Actually, one reason is that I am sharing some of these videos with many people. So I want to listen to them and listen to them before I forward. That is one of the reasons.
Dr.
But as you
Sakuntala,
see,
uh,
yes,
Dr. Pokina and I were both in Sri Lanka.
yeah,
I'm talking on behalf of Dr. Hokila. Sorry, forgive me, Dr. Hokila. If I was in Sri Lanka,
mm,
I would be using the opportunity to be at Dombagoda at least for 1 week or whatever with Taranwan's permission.
mm,
Because I think that relaxing thing that Dr. Pokila says is something that you you know, if one has been very strong in the mind, and then also you have this, from what I feel, you have a great sense of obligation, a great sense of duty. And that is there not only towards you, probably your profession and your family and all that, but now towards the Dhamma. So,
I
you know,
know.
the fact that you have to join the Zoom, do the morning program, all these kind of things, nothing is cast in stone. So always there is that flexibility that Aryan Vahansa gives. I mean, even Indu from Singapore, you know, she will do and do and do, but it is sometimes she herself who has put that restriction on herself, which Aryan Vahansa has said so many times on the Zoom, isn't it? That, you know, the world won't fall apart if Indu doesn't do it. There'll be somebody else. And, you know, if you have to do something, if you have to take that time, you have to take that time. So if one is
But
doing the thing
even
about
that
being
way, you
open
have
to
to be careful.
oneself, sorry?
Even that you might think too much. So that's the thing, you know, that okay, I need to take some time out. So time out, you know, people take time out. In these countries, the children also come to the teacher and say time out because they have some conditions. The teacher will be like, yes, time out. You know, but the thing
Yeah,
is, even
not so
time out could
seriously
be,
like that. Yeah.
yeah, even that can be serious, you know. This is my time out time. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to relax now. And relaxing is
That
not
would
there.
be another obstacle then. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why this comes so naturally that that just as if you're dying next moment. Just as if you're dying next moment. What can you do? You can't do much, can you?
Yeah, actually, what both of you say is quite true because it has become a thing to me. That is what I also sense now.
No, but see the thing, I don't usually miss any of these tasks. If Aranasi gives a task, I never miss it. But and I don't do any of these walks at this moment either. But you know, so randomly I do them. So randomly. Doesn't necessarily mean that I don't even plan them. I never plan anything actually. I just do. But the thing is that came from Dhamma though. It didn't come from anything else. I was a person who I was never a person who could plan well anyway. I just kept doing though, you know, Arananse talks about water. You know, when you come Diasulia, or what do you say that in English? Like, what is it?
Did you say Diasulia, whirlpool?
Is it how you say that? Okay, whirlpool, that thing. You know, as if I was caught in something like that. I was caught in something like that. I don't know. Even yesterday I told Champa, if I never heard this Dhamma, I would be definitely in Niraya because I was caught in that. Now only I can feel that how I was caught in that. Not that I was like, not that I'm doing anything bad. Like, from good perspective, I'm doing everything good. But the thing is, it's like as if you are caught in a whirlpool. So like you're caught and you are actually in it. And because of Aranwanse, who somewhere I heard his sermon, and he's talking about there's no self-perception, and that's so amazing. And you know, this whirlpool doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. It's so relaxing, and there's no self-relaxing here. But this thing took there's something important not to get trapped in any of these realms. Yes, Champa, were you going to say something?
Yes, doctor. Yesterday I used to do this yoga thing of so many years. Yesterday I suddenly remember one yoga pose, right? It's very easy and it's the relaxation yoga pose. Any of us can do it very easily. It's on the floor, it's on a mat or something like that, or on the bed is also like that. It's okay. Just lying on the bed and keeping hands to stretching to the sides and legs are also stretched to the sides and staying at least 20 minutes without pillows, just laying on the floor or a bed. That is called shavasana, and it's actually giving a big relaxation to the body and mind. I just wanted to
I
remind.
usually, it just reminded me. I not actually these days so busy these days, but the days that I have the time and the convenience, I usually put a mat on in the garden and just lie there, staring at the. I think Aranwanse inspired that posture. I didn't know anything about this, that it's a yogasana or anything like that. But then we long time ago, about 2-3 years ago, we had a rabbit, and rabbit also used to come when I lie down. Rabbit also used to come near me. Now the rabbit is not there, but and she also sits there, and I'm lying down completely like that, and can stay there forever.
Yes,
Yeah,
doctor.
it is very beautiful.
Aryan Mahansi is also doing that, it seems. Recently I heard
No,
it.
I actually got that perception from his talks, I think.
Yes.
But anyway, even when we go to a beach also, I used to like to lie down completely flat on the beach also. Just like that. Just it was something I liked before. But you have to be careful. There are some insects on the floors. You have to be careful. But it's something you can do. There are anything you can do. You can just put a chair in the garden and just sit there for 10 minutes. It's fine. Just sit there doing nothing, just staring at the not staring, actually, not doing anything, just not doing anything.
Yes. Just sitting and relaxing. Yes, that is also a good thing.
That's actually a 10-minute of silent meditation, that is. And if you are cleaning the garden, you can take it as working meditation. And if you are lying down also, that will be a silent meditation. When you are walking, yeah, it is a walking meditation. So I think Dr. Sakuntala will immensely.
Yeah, actually, that silent meditation I do because our next block is without any buildings. It has all green, and also from the balcony also I get a good view. So sometimes I keep a small chair and
Your
just
mind is
watch it.
heavy. That is a problem. If your mind is not heavy, it doesn't matter which thing you are doing.
Yeah, actually watching like that I do. As you said, I can do it for hours even if I want to sit. Not
No,
bored at
then
all. I can keep.
when you say that, I feel worried.
Mm.
You know why? Tell me why.
Whether it also has become a thing to me. Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes, not Sakuntala. Surangika, what do you think? why I should be worried when she says that she can stay there for hours. When Aranwansi says that, I'm not worried. But why I would be saying that? I may be wrong, but why I would be saying that?
I think because there's a tendency for her to go into a samadhi state.
Yeah, that's why there's changing of this not getting into one pattern is I don't appreciate that much, because it's
No,
okay for
actually,
Varanasi, but just not having any plan would be much better than that.
yeah, actually,
No.
it's because I have done meditation. I have done a lot of samatha meditation. This is not
Yeah,
something
that's
like
why I'm against that.
No, I am not focusing on a single thing. Just
You are not,
observing what
but
is
this is how
happening.
the synchronization happens.
Okay, I didn't feel that they were sort of similar, not the experience that I was having with the samatha meditation. I was just observing the squirrels and birds, the trees are there, sun rays
Well,
are
then
there.
it's perception, no? It's a perception level
So
anyway.
I'm just watching quietly, I'm just watching.
Well, that is the thing. So, I don't know. What is lacking there, though?
I just wanted to say that that is something that I have been doing
So what
once
do you
in a way.
feel?
Not
Okay, now just imagine
feel
I'm
very
imagining.
relaxed. Feel very relaxed.
Not,
That's all.
no, then you get addicted to that. No, what else you are feeling?
I feel that the vibrations are less, and then I am sort of.
What vibration? Because we are focusing on the self vibration, not the other vibrations. Who cares about other vibrations?
Yeah. What I meant was, well, I can't explain how it is, but that.
Now, what sounds would you hear?
Birds are there. Lots of birds are there. Squirrels. Those are the two I hear as the sounds, and then small sounds coming from
So
the
if it is
surrounding.
sound meditation, it is only sounds. You can't be talking about what you see.
No. This what to call this?
Okay, just imagine you are doing the sound meditation. Just imagine.
Yeah.
Just imagine now.
Mm.
Can you become the sound?
I have to see that. What I feel is that definitely that
You will feel that the sound is so calm and quiet and sound is so nice. That's what you are going to feel. That is the problem. And you feel so good about it. Isn't it? There is no piercing.
I feel as if the sounds are limited to the ear level. That I think I mentioned earlier also. Sounds are not kind of penetrating, but the sound is just stopping at the ear level. That is something similarly about the skin touch also. When I am doing some walking, while I listen to some of these sermons, I just walk.
No, the ear can't be there in the field.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that is a sensor level now. So I feel that one sort of skin sensations are confined to that area of the skin. That's it.
Yeah, that is still perception.
Still perception. Yeah, that I explained.
Not the feel, yeah.
Back. Yeah, not the feel, yes.
So that's what I'm saying. So why this perception level is so high? Perceptions are not true.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
So you need to practice that bit more. Perceptions are not true. The perceptions are not true. And, you know, you might start feeling, what would you feel? You might feel the sound, you might feel the touch, you might feel whatever. And if you really get the Dhamma correctly, you might feel the non-vibration as well. It's a bit tricky though. I mean, just listen to Dombagoda's sermon and see. Don't worry about the ones that you haven't heard. Try to catch things from what you heard at least, because he has done this before. But I think he put a lot of effort into this one. I didn't listen to the whole full one, but I can feel that he has done a good one. He must have done a good one. What do you think, Surakita? Yes.
There was Dr. Sakuntala, if you can remember, I think it was in December when we had the Sutralik exposition. He did a talk in, I think it was Gampaha, where he went into detail about his own experience at, where was that place? I can't remember, but there he explained the walking meditation in great detail. That's another one that maybe if you can find the one, I'll see if I can find it and send it. But that is another good one for you to just listen first, and then yeah, once you listen, you can remember. No? So then after that, if you do the walking meditation, that will come to mind.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
I think it was Gampaha. That one had that same feeling as Domagoda, the recent one. There are some of those talks, isn't it, that are very, very special. The Gampaha one was like
It's
that
so
also.
much feel, isn't it?
I mean, we are listening through YouTube or something, but I can feel it through that. Even you can just imagine if you were there in person. No?
No, actually, the next one I'm trying to go, because this time also the notice was put like 3 to 4 days before, and because it's about 4 hours travel from here, I couldn't make the arrangements the last moment. No one went from can decide as far as I know.
The relaxation bit is so good in, I think, Dombagoda. I can feel that from the way Aranwansi talks. The relaxation part. Because then
And that,
the feel is more.
Yeah, the walking meditation portion in the afternoon is particularly also, no?
Did you hear that part? I actually couldn't, but
No, I also didn't hear that part. Was not there in the YouTube. But I mean, from what people say, and then the earlier scenes that they shared, you can say that that's a very peaceful environment to do a walking meditation. Yeah, no matter how much you try to find a stretch where you don't have to encounter people, somebody is eternally coming. So you have to do the meet and greet, no? Here. So
no, but even in this one, someone would be going behind you or in front of you. Doesn't necessarily matter. It's just the art of relaxation, I would say.
Oh no, what I meant was the silent meditation.
Oh yeah, silent meditation.
Because everyone is turning in one direction and moving, and everybody's in the program, no? Here, like, it's not the same, but maybe not that it matters, but it's just, yeah. I think it's a very conducive environment, which is what all those mothers were saying in the Zoom the following night or the same night. That the talk coupled with the environment, coupled with the stretch of walking meditation, all that kind of lent itself to that non-vibrational or non-self feel, wasn't it, that day for them?
Even for some, the form meditative state is a big thing, Even
for some,
that is a big thing. I mean, it is good. Because if you don't know that, how can you know the other one? And if you don't know that one, how can you know the other one? Because this is kind of a area that you are evolving. But
Yeah, definitely.
so the difference between everything even will not come in one single experience. It doesn't matter though. What happens. It doesn't really matter. Just not being able to relax and trying to judge yourself is the problem. Because the little child doesn't do that. Can you feel the little Surangika? Little Surangika will not try to see what others are thinking or what even they can't feel what I am doing. Even no, they don't have anything like that. Just touching, just listening or hearing, just seeing. That's all they do. That's the problem that we are not able to come to. Because this mind is, there's a difference between the mind, the perception of touch within the mind and actual vibration. There's a difference without the mind. Because the vibration, you can't really say where or what. It's just a vibration, whether it's the ear, whether it's the skin, it's the same thing. Just a vibration. And that's actually the sasa. That's the power. That's the whole thing. And if the whole Dhamma comes properly in the correct angle, if you have fully practiced that it is the vibration of the sensory organ only, it will directly come there. It may or may not, it doesn't matter. It may sometimes, because we have talked about it a lot. Arananse talks about it a lot. But the too much discussion about it can spoil the soup. That's what Arananse is not talking too much about it also, because it can spoil the soup, because people will get a, what do I say, mental picture of that. And try to follow something so that the mental picture will be coming. That's the tricky area. This is a very tricky area. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Even Champa can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Champa can.
Champa is a yoga master, no, sir?
No, doctor,
I'm joking. It's good.
I was trying everything. Once one of my friends told me, if you want to reach to Nibbana, your body should be in a good way. Balanced body. You should have a balanced body and mind. Because of that, I did it.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I can't blame. There's so many things that were told before anyway. I mean, we can't even laugh at them now because it's so sad. I mean, it's nothing to laugh even, isn't it, Surangika? We can't. Body should be good, because otherwise, if you have a pain in your leg, you will be just thinking about the pain and then you can't concentrate. I mean, yeah, maybe.
Yes, it's good. This yoga thing is good, but now I am not practicing much.
You know, I was listening to a podcast long time ago, not recently, and that lady was talking about, she was very specifically talking about this, not about Nibbana, but about this consciousness and beyond consciousness. She was trying to say something. And she was talking about a migraine attack she got one day and how she became the she was talking in such a way that I got the impression that she told that the pain was there, I was not there, kind of thing. And I was like, wow. But the problem is, even that experience doesn't matter to her because there is no correct view whatsoever, no correct view. So whatever the experience they get, sometimes Aranhasi says if you jump into like a very cold water also you might get that. But that doesn't matter because there's no correct view. I mean, no, if you haven't heard about this no self Dhamma, whatever the experience you get is useless. Because she was not talking about no self Dhamma. She was talking something about it, but not no self Dhamma. So they're all confused about the consciousness and the whole thing, how to live better, basically. So this is the thing, very tricky things if you actually open up your eyes and see how many areas can go wrong and how even if you get any experience is useless if you don't know Dhamma. But you all know Dhamma really well. So it's very easy. What do you think, Suramika? And that was, I thought, complete Vedananupassana. That was a beautiful way she told that. But it's not understood in that way. It's useless. That's why Aranvansi says this Dhamma, a word from the noble friend, is the most astounding, like the most precious thing in this world. Dhammanu, what is it? Here in Dhamma. The second one, the becoming a human here in Dhamma, and then the experience. Isn't it?
Yeah, hearing the Dhamma and then the noble teacher's guidance.
Yeah, that's the second one. Then only there comes the experience. Mohatavati. See, it's that kind of order is there. So otherwise, all these experiences are wasted. Because none of the actual Lord Buddha's word is not coming to them in vain, though.
And the way he explains it, it's like every stage is, once everybody or most people come to a particular stage, and then that becomes the new normal, then he peels off another layer, isn't it, of ignorance.
But he used to do that before also, but he does it every kind of 2 years because the people are newcomers.
Now he does it more often, I think.
Yeah. He's more confident that people will go crazy. I mean, basically, because people actually can go crazy because it's too hard, kind of. He doesn't want to let anyone feel intimidated by them. So that's sad. My own sister, I have only one sister. She doesn't listen to Aranvansi because she says she can't understand. That's the thing. So it's just, but she kind of getting there, but because I keep telling so many things every day within that short telephone call, every day it is kind of something I'm putting slowly because she's also very slow. And she gets scared if it's too much, Suddenly, if it is too much, they're like, oh my God, that kind of attitude. So it has to be very tactful, this Dhamma delivery.
Yeah.
And it will come as an art. And because you all are, listening to Dhamma, how Aranvansi is handling things, and you all, it's a molding kind of thing. So we have to feel the vibration of the other person and try to attack that specific point, when someone says, even two sentences that Amma was saying, mother was saying. One sentence was, I'm not thinking about Dhamma anymore. I don't think that much. But if I get burning, I think about it. And that's a weird way of presentation. Everyone can feel that. But the thing is how to mold that answer, without making her to jolt or like lose the interest, and also at the same time cut it in the correct level. So tricky.
Was that the doctor?
No, that yes. Yeah.
That person
That
who had gone to and was staying in a hotel room and said
yes.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that one was actually quite clear, isn't it? That was putting herself into a nice little box and saying nothing is happening now, I'm all good.
No, even
So
the way she was talking, it
yeah,
implies
it
that
was quite
she
evident.
doesn't understand even this. I don't think she gets it properly, the no self angle. This is the thing, this whole thing,
No, but yeah, actually, one can resonate with those as well. I mean, certainly I can, because how much sometimes people like you or Anmans or somebody has been telling, and you're like so stuck in the mind that you're like, I'm trying to get it, but I can't see it. No, I can't see it. Like, So
Yeah,
you
true.
kind of when you hear mothers like that, also Dr. Kokila, you kind of get it, but also you see the way they have got stuck in the ignorance as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Because I can't really predict how I would answer that. But the thing is, it changes also, and we don't know whether the answer would be actually cutting it, because sometimes our answer also sometimes very harsh, sometimes very kind, sometimes it's very difficult to predict anything. So it's unpredictable what will come out. But the thing is, whether it will have that effect is actually kind of a luck too.
Yeah.
It's tricky, because
I think there are two ways of doing it, and he did exactly both those ways. I mean, sorry, as much as I know and understand or feel, because he attacked her complacency,
yeah.
and at the same time he kind of guided her out of it as well. So it was like really nice, apart from also coaching Harshi in the midst of the whole thing. But
Yeah, it's so
which in a
nice.
way is good, because there is that, as she herself admitted, she said, I don't know anything more to say, almost like I'm feeling inadequate here. And then that was also, as he said, a reflection of not having done enough reflection. Because if
Yeah.
you had done enough reflection, either there must be a feel, or there must be more confidence in how to at least come a little bit further in explaining to that mother. No? And again, it doesn't mean that if I was in that situation, I would have said anything different. But
And some mothers are
that's
very
why I said
tricky.
it's a good lesson for everybody.
Some mothers are very tricky, especially that mother doesn't want to listen. I have listened to her voice before.
Okay.
She will keep telling
The same thing over and over again.
No, actually, she tells one thing over and again, only one thing. This is the way we have to talk now. This is the way we have to talk now, like the communication. So she keeps saying that to cover up the actual thing. But if we keep digging only, she will come up with the actual problem, because she said she can't remember what the burning was even. But then later, she slowly gave in. These are tricky areas, you know. This is all human, just human, because this mind is actually like that. Doesn't want to
Expose
get
itself, isn't
liberated.
it?
Doesn't want to get liberated.
Yeah. And therefore doesn't want to expose itself. So that protective mechanism is coming by saying the things very in a very opaque way, no, very vague way.
Vague, yeah.
Vague expressions and vague
Some others can
responses.
be very vague, but so genuine that Aranwanse clicks in so good. You know, I have seen that a lot. They are so genuine. So genuine in that he clicks in, even though she's talking nonsense, she's so genuine that it becomes such a beautiful explanation. Even though she's fully in the mind, still genuine, you know. That's the thing. Being genuine and being fully open to kind of teacher's suggestions would be really good. It comes with practice though, with so much admiration in the latter part, because initially what we feel like is, oh, Aranansi didn't get what I said. Something like that. You know, in past I have the experience, like I'm thinking, oh, that's not what I even tried to say, but he got something else. I was trying to say this, didn't match, so it was lost. But that's not the thing. Now I know, because that question was foolish. But now only I can say that. I can't say that at that point, because my question is very valuable to me. My God,
Exactly.
yeah.
Because we have pumped ourselves to a point before we even pose the question, isn't it? Because we are sometimes scared.
No, because the pose is anyway, the questions usually comes from the mind, or not the field.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so we are anyway will be very hyped up and, you know, very inquisitive and eager to get the answer, good answer probably.
I have a few stupid questions lined up for him one day to say.
No, just feel before you even put the answers or the questions. Just try to feel the nature, just try to feel everything and just let it go. It's beautiful if you can do that. So the life has all the experiences we need from morning. As soon as you wake up, going to the kitchen, walking through the corridors, can be experiences. But the thing is, we are so engrossed in our plan of the day and all that, everything is missed. They are the traps, it's okay, but you know, every day is a beautiful day. It's just when the self is not there. Every day is beautiful when the self is not there. Every atmosphere is beautiful when the self is not there. That's a good one. Even though it is a sad
Actually,
thing.
there's no experience if these senses were not there. No experience whatsoever.
No,
That is
yeah.
what he keeps trying to reinforce over and over again. It's this
This is only the
sensory
vibration of the
perception
sensory
that we have
organs.
called an eye here.
Yeah. No, because the vibration is giving a live feel. That's why it is misunderstood.
So subtle, isn't it? I mean, when you move out of the sensual realm, then it becomes so subtle that then yeah.
Yes, Champa. You're not in Vajrasana, no, not Vajrasana, something else.
Yes, I am listening.
What is that? Sana thing? What is the thing?
Shana Sampatti.
No. That
Shahasana or something.
Shavasana.
Shavasana.
Shava.
Mm.
Just like
Actually, another thing I wanted to tell Dr. Sakuntala was I also tried that, putting a mat in the garden, Dr. Kokila, sometime back, not recently. And actually, you know how our advancer says to us, you all don't observe things, whole problem with you all, because you all are in the mind and this and that, and, observe the ant, observe the fly, this, that, and the other. When you put the mat in the garden, and you turn your head sideways, you can see the blades of grass like big blades of grass, isn't it? And your perspective or the lens at which you're looking at because now you're parallel with the lawn. And then the grass is like big, the blades of grass, and then even the little insects are also big. So then you can see actually this is the world they can see. Even the blade of grass is tall for them, to the insect.
Yeah.
So actually
Imagine
it's
Rajalia. Rajalia must be like.
I know. And then you realize when you're standing on the lawn and looking at the grass and mowing the lawn, what a different, but it's so different to when you're at eye level with the grass, and then you're looking up at the sky or at the trees or the birds in the sky. And then this recently, I was walking in the park and then I crouched. I didn't have a place to sit because things were muddy, but I crouched on my haunches, and but then I came almost parallel, not flat on the ground, but quite low to the ground. And then I noticed for the early morning sun, between the blades of grass, there were cobwebs formed. Now I have been in that park for like so many times in the morning with the sun shining, and I had never seen that. It was only because I crouched down quite low that I caught the sun on the cobwebs that have been weaved through the grass blades. So I was thinking how, everything is a different world when you look at it from a different lens, isn't it?
Imagine the fish.
Imagine the fish.
Well, it's so bizarre, isn't it? It's so bizarre. But the thing is, we can relate to any of these things also. That's the thing, that's the beauty. These humans have the ability to relate to any vibration.
Yeah, and then I recently saw a YouTube video about how a horse sees. It has that panoramic vision because it can't see right in the middle of his middle of the eyes because the eyes are on two sides. So it has a panoramic kind of vision, the horse. So I mean, it's sometimes good to see videos like that because just to understand how different the world is that we have taken for granted as this is the world that everybody sees kind of thing. I mean, it's only with our Enhancer's examples at least that we have tried to even think about the cow sees it like this and the bee sees it like this and type of thing. But sometimes that also, as he says, we are lazy because we constantly quote his examples and we don't bother to experiment on our own. Isn't it?
Same thing with this non-vibration. We are kind of fully understand what he says and think the task is done. Too lazy to try and, when Lord Buddha's time, people say 30 years he tried. And we are wondering, what the 30 years for? But just imagine even Ananda Thero, who who has actually felt this at least once, still trying hard to participate to the next day thing, like pacing up and down. It's so weird actually when we now realize when Naranvansi is saying that will never work anyway. But it worked in such a way because he had to give it up. So that's where the relaxation came, He gave up the whole tomorrow thing also. So we have to kind of give up the nirvana also, or this non-vibration thing. Unless you do that, there's no relaxation. That's the trickiest part because I can only say it to you all because you all are actually practitioners. Relax to the level that you're actually the child who are not worried about anything. Then only the feel will come, and the feel to go to non-feel, yes, you need Dhamma. Otherwise, you're not going to get the Samadhi. As I said, any experience can happen, but there's this correct view is not there by a friend, noble friend. Yeah, it is useless. So that's the thing. So that relaxation should be to the level that I told this to Champa actually. Suranika was not there. I was telling it to Champa, I think maybe yesterday or day before. Yeah, to relax to the level that you are even ready to die now, just now. You're okay with that. Just okay with that. That is where the actual relaxation is. Because underlying, subconscious, that's a good word actually in English, because I don't think it has a singular meaning. Subconscious plans, they are not going to give you anything because it's a perception. Actually, subconscious must be the perception level, but sanya
Must
level.
be the perception, yeah.
Sanya.
It's like
You have a sanya
Yakahita,
that
no? In
tomorrow,
Sinhalese.
yeah, tomorrow there is a Dhamma Sangayana. So he had to give it up, He finally understood that he can't participate there and he just gave it up. Then the relaxation happened. Then this posture that was nothing to do with any of these things.
Well, that's the point, Dr. Kokila. The one of the questions I wanted to ask you was, now you have children, no? So you have an obligation towards the children. If at that last breath moment or something happens, will the thought of the obligation to the children come to the head, come to the mind at that time as a perception?
No, the thing is, if the feel is a powerful thing, the perception has no power. Perception has nothing to do with that. The feel. The other way around, actually in practical life also, I don't think anything will happen to them, even if I'm not there. It's a practical aspect, what I'm saying.
No, yeah, that is from the mind, no?
Yeah, But I think the feel is what matters. Feel is what matters. And even now, I have to say this properly. It doesn't matter now also. If it doesn't matter now, it doesn't matter next moment, that moment also. Do you get it?
Well, it doesn't matter now because you're not dying. Say,
No,
for
no,
example,
no, because the dying is another perception. No, so this perception level is completely different. That's what I'm saying. So dying is a perception.
no, true. But say, for example, if you're not
Actual
observing
last
the
breath
last breath,
coming, just imagine, I mean, just imagine like an accident or anything, that anyway the last breath is coming, it's definitely going to the field level. And
so
the
in the field level,
non-field level, if it happens
non-field.
non-field level, yeah, it depends. I'm not trying to imply anything here. Just I'm saying, if it is the field level, the perception doesn't matter. So the I will tell this. So I get the idea that I'm going to die. It is as if I get the idea that I'm going to eat.
Yeah, so say in a split second there is an accident, and in that split second,
You might get the idea. No, I might die now.
yeah, you might get the idea. Okay, then.
Yeah, that's it. So it is like another perception. I might.
Also, what you're
have
saying
to
is the
go for
perception
lunch.
will still come there, but the perception won't have the
Doesn't matter.
power.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I was that's the part that I was trying to figure out, because I was thinking about it in line with if it comes to that that I would still get the perception that I have an obligation towards my parents. So it can come in the form of a perception. I mean, if one is at that non-field level, I mean.
Yeah, but you have to be careful there. I'm talking about the death perception, but
Yeah. So at the point of death, if one
nothing
has
will
any
come. Nothing else
obligation,
will come because it's just a perception.
So it can still pop up as a perception.
Yeah, who cares? Any perception can pop up. I can think I have to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, it is a perception. How agitated I'm going to be is just, it depends, self-evident to the person. If there is a power, yes, 100% there is agitation. And you can get, if just imagine that if there is self-vibration, like too much self-vibration in the perception level, or the sensual world level, you will get the idea. And then there's panic now. 100% panic.
Yeah, the sensual, yeah.
So the panic is going to increase the vibration.
Vibration. No, but I suppose one has to actually become the non-vibration for the if in that split
Even if it is
second
not,
moment.
it doesn't matter. If it does, even if it doesn't, it doesn't matter. Just imagine that perceptions are not a thing. It doesn't matter. Even Vishaka, they don't never talk about being anagam. So just talk about being Sotapanna. That means just the entry level. Still, that even that level is not a big problem.
Why is it not a problem? It's only Sotapanna. No?
Yeah, but because there's no self-view.
Yeah, but still the self-vibration is there. No?
Yeah, 100%. That person will be born as either the human or the above. Doesn't matter. So the self-view is not there. There's no worsening of that vibration down.
Yeah,
it will be
no
either similar
worsening, but there
vibration
is still
or
a becoming.
it doesn't matter. What matters here? Or what is it?
Why do you say it doesn't matter?
Because if you're actually worried about anything like that, this Dhamma is not going to get absorbed properly.
No,
Because
I'm
I
just
get the
for
feel,
the sake of the argument, because about the how the anagami thing the Buddha said about not being
yeah, but you can't do anything. You can't really do anything. It just happens in such a way you can't
you
really do
meant it
anything.
in that way, right? I understood, Dr. Pohila.
Yeah, what can you do?
Mm.
If you are not that relaxed enough, that means you are not you can't be even sotapanna. Sotapanna means it's such a big level because that vibration will never get worse.
Yeah,
So that means
if at that point where that person is now dying, and it's that stage, then there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah.
it's just easy as that. What happens, it doesn't matter. But when the self-will is not there, the panic is 50 or 90% gone because you're not taking it as you are dying. But the anagami is even the death perception, whatever the perception doesn't matter because it's all in the field level there. And what happens, who cares about that? Either in the sense, I'm not talking that it doesn't matter, but I'm trying to say you can't do anything about it.
You can't do anything about it. I mean, the time to do was before the death.
Yes, now.
Before
Here
the
and now.
conventional death point.
Now. Here and now.
Yeah. No, I mean the effort, the right effort, and all that the time for all that would have been before, not before the now moment.
Yeah, because even that day I was trying to tell you, but I didn't tell it properly because I wasn't sure what to tell correctly. Because that day when you were telling Aran say about the birth, I was like, that if you keep looking at that from that angle, you're not going to relax enough.
That was when he asked the question in the English Zoom.
Yeah, because that means your depth perception is still strong.
Yes. I understood that later. Yeah, that's true. He explained that in the Sinhala Zoom also after that. No? As long as you're going to hold on to that thing, then that means that there's no redemption or release at all.
No. No. As soon as the words came out from your mouth about something, I'm like, who cares about the depth perception?
Yeah, no, that part was understood actually. This one I wanted to say because I had this notion about when that perception comes, I hadn't kind of thought it through or reflected on it, thinking that I thought the rising of the perception was the problem, but the perception can't be stopped, no? Yeah.
Yeah, Kala Kriya thing is there. Actually, I haven't listened to that for a long time. He actually did even a sermon to me itself, but I can't remember anything now about the Kala Kriya thing. A long time ago, though. Even that, that you get the perception 100%. You are not devoid of any perception. That this perception has no power.
No power, that's right. Yeah.
And you are actually ready for that. And there is a process that he was explaining how that this happens.
Yeah, recently also he gave a bit of an explanation on it, though I can't remember the detail. How the perception arises, and then you come down to the different realms, isn't it?
Yeah,
something like
slowly,
that. Yeah.
slowly you come down, come to the
Some kind of jhanic state, prathama dhyana or something. Yeah.
Yeah, basically come down to the baseline, and it will happen in the baseline. I think. Well, I can't remember actually. Shouldn't talk about some things that I can't remember.
Yeah, better not, can't remember myself. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we are running out of time. We'll stop the discussion now, and thank you all for coming for the discussion and maintaining it. Thank you so much, and thank you, Aran Mahansa, for your noble guidance. We don't have much words to thank you. And
all
thank
Dhamma
you.
friends, Sarnai, everybody, Teruvan Sarnai, Arya Mahansi.
That's all, everyone. Teruvan Sarnai, Dhamma friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. You are listening to Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom session. So this is comprising of mainly 1 or 2 hour duration talks for 24 hours, and it goes on, and it can be listened to on the Buddothpada POTV channel as well. What just concluded was a Dhamma discussion that we had for the last 2 hours, which is 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. So if we continue on to listen to talking about different Dhamma points, the main aspect that the Buddha wanted people to understand was in order to find a way out of this suffering. So the main reason for the suffering is because of this attribution of whatever that is happening or occurring as being as happening or occurring to myself, because there's an attribution or a wrong self-view that has been created out of basically ignorance. And that was the aspect that the Buddha shone the light on when he revealed or understood or realized the truth so many years ago. And it is that same core Dhamma teachings that Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa has revealed through his teachings for the last 5 to 6 years. And it is that Dhamma that we are trying to impart to our English-speaking listeners all over the world. So the core objective is to, in the where the Four Noble Truths are concerned, also is to help alleviate this suffering that not only mankind but all living beings are experiencing. And when we talk about suffering, we can talk about it from a very superficial way or surface level kind of way, as well as a more profound way. So when you think about suffering, you can think about only the negative things that happen, isn't it? Generally, you might think about various types of sorrow, grief, like loss of a loved one, various calamities that can occur, like disease, sickness, death, and various types of stress, worry, depression. These are the things that you would typically consider to be suffering in the mundane world, conventional world sense, isn't it? But what the Buddha actually propounded in the pure truth was that actually the suffering in its actual form is anything that is taken by the thought or the mind object as being real. Because if something is taken to be real through the mind object or by the mind, there is invariably an attribution to a self or an I or me here. And that is the thing, that wrong self-view is the thing that actually causes the suffering. So how does this actually come about? Because the Buddha said that this world that gets created, the world that you have, the world that you think is, that you are living in, you have all these things around you, isn't it? Yeah, you have your family, you have a job, you have society that you live in, a neighborhood, you have a house, maybe you lived in the house for 10, 12 years. You have your parents, some of you may have, some of you may not have your parents anymore, but you might have children. You will have, family, cousins, and so on. You might consider yourself a good person. All these things, but in any way or form, there is a world that has got created around you. Or you won't even think that it has got created around you. You would see that there's a world, that you are in the world, and there is this world, and you are living in the world, and you are very much part of this world. So what the Buddha actually said was, this world that you think is that you are surrounded by, or that you are very much part of, is only something that gets manifested in the senses. There is no way for any being to feel or experience anything other than what gets manifested to our senses. So how do you think that you, experience this world? Isn't it from what you see? Isn't it from what you hear, the sounds you hear, the sights that you see, the things that you taste, good food, wine, and so on, things that you drink and eat, everyday stuff even, doesn't have to be good food and wine. Anything that you taste and things that you drink, whatever that you taste. So you get experiences from the taste, you get experiences from what you see, what you hear, and then what you smell through the nose, and then whatever that you touch or feel through the body or the skin sensor, isn't it? So these are the 5 ways that you can actually experience this world, isn't it? Can there be any other way that you can ever experience this world? No. It is only through these 5 sense faculties or 5 sensory organs that human beings have. No, that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that all creatures or all animals have that same number of senses or the same type of senses. We know for a fact that different animals have different types of senses. Some may not have even 5 sensory organs, some may have even 1 or 2. So we know, for example, a worm has only the body sensor. So it is only capable of feeling the coldness or the heat, just the temperature and nothing else. But doesn't the worm also have an instinct to protect itself, isn't it? It creeps into the dampness of the mud, into the clay earth, because it prefers the coldness, it prefers the dampness, isn't it? It's not going to be outside on the grass roasting under the sun. It doesn't do that. The tendency of worms, if you have observed them, is to gravitate towards the inside, towards the earth, into the dampness of the clay, because that's where they feel protected, that's where they feel good. So that's the natural tendency of the worm, and it only has 1 body sensor, that's all. So then some animals can only see in the dark, and some animals can only see particular colors, like the cow and the horse and so on. And then the bees can only see things in an octagon shape. So from that you can clearly understand that the world that is discerned through these senses are not necessarily the same as that is discerned by the human being through its 5 sensory organs. So this is why Lord Buddha said, it is the senses that create the world. Salatana loko means it's the senses that create the world, And if one actually understands how these senses work and how it creates this so-called world, one would understand that this whole thing is nothing but an illusion, that it is just a simple manifestation of sensory perceptions occurring within the sensory organs, and it is that vibration, all happening due to a vibration. And because of that vibration, the manifestation is a thing that sets off this whole process, which is how the mind consciousness then creates creates or constructs a world and projects it outside. So if you think about all the things that you have, you consider to be, part and parcel of your life, the family, the objects, the house, the mortgage, the car, or let's even take yourself. So if you take even yourself, all you know is that your family or your parents said that you were born on such and such a day, that you were born to this family, you were born on this day, and this is your name, and so on and so forth, and this is how you grew up, you went to this school. But can you even remember everything from the day you were born? No, you can't. Because at that time, at the time of that infant, the newly born infant, there wasn't a name given, was it? There wasn't a name given. Say your name is, for example, Sarah. The baby, newly born infant doesn't have any of these things. The newly born infant would not have understood, would not have known anything in this conventional world. It wouldn't have known its parents. It wouldn't have known where it was born, which hospital, whether it was a male or a female, whether it was white-skinned or dark-skinned. None of these things is known to an infant. If you look at every infant, they're all, mewling and puking, just babies crying, and probably in a cot, in a hospital ward. So at that stage, the infant doesn't have any kind of recognition of this world that you have now considered to be well and truly there, isn't it? So how did this actual world come about? If you can think about all the aspects that you have taken to be true now, your family, your house, your education, and all these things, the school that you went to, the photo album that you have right from your childhood days, all this, even the pictures of you as a baby, weren't all this actually taught at some point in time? Did you know as a baby that this was you? No. Did you know as a baby that this was your mother, that this was your father, that this was your siblings, that you lived in this house, this cottage, you lived down this road, you went to this school? No, you don't know any of those things as a baby. So at that stage, the baby, you might think that still responds to various, things like light, sound, and so on. Yes, it does. Because that is a simple mechanism of how it manifests to the eye. The light gets manifested to the eye through a vibration. And that sense of manifestation still is prevalent, still exists for the baby in the cot. The same thing for sound, same thing for taste and touch and all that. But there is no recognition of anything in the form of taste, no recognition in the form of sound, no recognition in the form of light or images for the baby. It will react to colors, it will react to the brightness of light. Similarly, it will react to sounds. If it is a nice little, some kind of melody, the baby will get attuned to it. and might find some entertainment in it and might start smiling or giggling. If, for example, you play a nursery rhyme or something, the baby will gradually, through the vibrational patterns that are occurring in the eardrum, the sound gets manifested. And when that sound gets manifested, there is a reaction to that basic sound. So the reaction, by way of the reaction to the sound, the baby will gradually attune itself to that melodious sound, and we might be entertained by it. But there is no recognition that it is a melody, there is no recognition that it is music, there is no recognition in any form whatsoever in the baby, at the baby level. So it is later on. So this is the same with the taste and the smell and even the touch sensation. So all these are there only in the basic form. And it is later on, if you recall, that actually these concepts, what varying forms of sound, varying forms and images of light or color, varying forms of smell, varying forms of taste, and finally varying forms of body tactile sensations. These are all actually taught. So at that, when the child develops to about 2-3 years of age, the sensor faculties or the sensory organs are more developed than at the days of infancy. And when they are developed to a certain extent, the child is able to, through reinforced repetition of an image associated with a sound, taste associated with the sound, and a constant reinforcement of something being taught by somebody, generally it will be the mother or the father, the baby will then be able to take in and learn that this is the word mom, mom, mom being explained several times is mom. And then it will associate that word mom or the sound of mom with the image that is being shown. So the image is shown and the sound associated with that will be gradually over time learned to be the mother. The same thing with the father. So in this manner, can you see that these concepts were all actually taught? Nobody got born. Nobody got born with knowing this whole world. It doesn't start off with like a program. It's not like switching on a program, isn't it? Nobody gets born saying that, okay, I am Sarah, so such and such a person. I am at the infant stage now, and this is my mother and father, this is where I live. No, it doesn't happen like that. The baby has no idea of anything whatsoever. So all this, can you see, this whole concept of a world is something that has been taught to the child. And this has been taught to the child by also people who are equally ignorant. They too, in their childhood days, have been taught in the same way. But what have we done from all these? Everybody is having the sense of faculties as human beings. Generally, the sensory organs are the things from which the experiences are discerned. So, in that sense, if the child goes to school and the teacher will also teach things that teacher has also learned through the same conventional way of teaching. And all this is happening to entire human race, to human beings, through this ignorance, which is what the Buddha said, that the suffering is there because there is no understanding, because of not knowing the truth, that this world has actually been created by nothing other than these senses. It is just sensory perceptions that have been taken to be real And the way the mind constructs itself, the trick that happens in the mind, that is the finals and the sixth sensor, and how that works is that it takes the 5 basic perceptions that get created in the eye faculty, the ear faculty, the nose, the tongue, and the body faculty, and takes those basic sensory perceptions, which again are just manifestations, and combines them to form another vibration, which is the thought or the consciousness, as we call it. So the consciousness is actually, if you define it, what it means is it is the feeling that something exists distinct from something else. So now, if we take, for example, a banana, if you actually look at a banana, all you will see is an image, isn't it? And image and a color. You won't even see the color, you see an image. And then actually, isn't it the mind that is calling it a banana? Now, if you think about going back and thinking, when did I actually know that the banana was a banana? I mean, the baby in the cot didn't know that the banana was a banana. No, it had no idea of it at all. At some point, something has been shown to us, and then that has been given a name, and then that name, the sound that is associated with that image, has been over time been reinforced and reinforced, so that there is a learning that happens, a knowledge is acquired there, that this image in this shape, in this color, is actually called a banana, right? And then in the same way, you can say for all things that are named as objects and things and persons and people in this world. But that, can you see, is only a creation from the mind. What is seen is only an image. When if you smell it, there will be a distinct smell of the banana. If you actually see it, it will be an image, and there will be the color yellow. Even the color yellow is also something taught, isn't it? Because again, the baby doesn't know that, baby doesn't discern between any color at all. Even the 7 colors are only generally the colors that are seen by human beings. So we explained earlier that animals would see different colors. The colors don't come in the 7 colors for all creatures. That too is also dependent on the vibration that occurs in the ear faculty. Supposing the child has some deformity in the eye, then the vibration would happen in such a way that it probably may not see all the 7 colors. It could be that, there are some children who are partially colorblind. So then whatever that a normal person would see as red and green and yellow and blue and so on would not necessarily be in that way to a child who has that partial color blindness. Then there could be, children who are completely blind. So what happens there? So if the world was there outside, would it matter if the child was blind? Because the child should be able to see it anyway. But the purpose of the eye faculty is that whilst it can't do anything else, it doesn't perceive anything. The vibration actually occurs in that eye faculty. All these sensor faculties act as a point of vibration. And it is that vibration that occurs there which then telepathizes with another equal vibration. And it is the telepathization or the synchronicity that makes the light manifest in the eye, make the sound manifest in the ear. It's not as if the sound is actually coming from outside. Now, this is the mistaken this is the mistake that is made by people due to ignorance, that whatever that they see is actually things that they see are from outside. They think that they see things that are existing outside, that they hear things that they are outside, that the sounds are coming from outside, that the taste is whatever due to the taste, due to something that is actually taken from outside, like like a like a piece of food, or like a piece of fruit, or something like that, which is then placed on the tongue, and then that is the thing, because of the food that it is actually having the taste. The same thing with the smell, that it is something outside that is being smelt. And there is, for the body sensor, that there is something outside that is being touched, that is being felt, either in the form of heat or cold or solidity. So in all these sense faculties, the mistaken impression is that these are seen, heard, felt, or tasted, or touched based on something that is there or existing outside. Now, the whole world, except for those who have like a micro mini number of people who have some realization of the Dhamma, 99.99% of the world are unfortunately in ignorance because of the fact that they don't understand they don't understand how their own sense of faculties work. Now, we can't actually say how their own sense of faculties and people, because the main reason why this whole thing of the senses making up the world is explained by the Buddha was to come to the crux of the matter, the pure Dhamma teaching. And the beauty of this whole process is to say that what he realized under the Bo tree so many years ago was that this is actually a no-self Dhamma. So this attribution, the belief that there is a world outside, invariably brings another view that if there is a world outside, there is a person or a me here experiencing the world. So that I or the self gets automatically created by taking this world to be true. So when you think about the baby in the baby with the radiant mind, because the baby didn't recognize anything, that feeling, that the sense of a self view isn't there in actually the baby. The self vibration is there from the point of it synchronizing at the zygote level. But that is a bit too complicated to explain in this talk. So we will stick to the baby, the infant, newly born infant, who at that point does not have a self view. Why does it not have a self view at that point? It doesn't, shout out saying, I want that, I want this and all that. You think that when the baby cries that the baby is hungry. You think when the baby is laughing that the baby is happy. Right? So there are certain things that will tickle its senses. These are natural reactions due to the body and the hormones in the baby. There is nothing, no other interpretation to it, and yet it is we who put an interpretation. The lay person in the conventional world will put an interpretation on the baby's emotions, the baby's moods, the baby's reactions, and the baby's behavior, saying, oh, now the baby is in pain, or now the baby is hungry because it cried, or the baby is happy because it spotted the mother, and now the baby is happy to see the mother. All these kind of things are actually attributed to the baby. It's not as if the baby had any of these views. So gradually, when the child grows also, the learning that starts also, the learning that is given to the child, the teaching is also the objects are shown around the baby, the child, who's now about 2, 3, 4 years of age. So gradually there is a teaching that starts saying, this is the mother, this is the father, this is your house. And then the child is taken in front of the mirror and says, this is you. This is the image of you in the mirror. So then they will say, you have black hair, you have blue eyes, this is how you look. And then even with the toys that are given to you, they will start attributing them to you, isn't it? They will say, this is, if your name is Sarah, this toy is yours, Sarah. You know, your grandmother brought this for you, Sarah. So this is your toy, this is your doll, and this is your school bag. And then you don't like to eat carrots, or you don't like to eat whatever it is, mashed potatoes, something like that. So gradually, with this hearing of this thing, by showing the image in front of a mirror, and by someone pointing that person to be you, then by showing these toys and saying, this is yours, this belongs to you, you don't like that, you like this is your mother, all these type of things, gradually what happens? The child takes on these perceptions. The thought pattern starts to form. The mind starts constructing those images that were in the basic form of light, in the basic form of sound, in the basic form of touch and taste, as now the touch of my mother, the warmth of my mother, isn't it? Now the touch of my mother. Then the sound of my mother's laughter, or the sound of I'm my voice where I am asking for something, or I am crying about something. Because then at the age of 2, 3, 4 years of age, the child starts to learn words, the alphabet. Everything is taught and then it is repeated, so the child gets familiar with the sound that is coming from the throat as well. But if you think about it, whether it is coming from one's own body or whether it is coming from outside, does that even make a difference? Even if the voice is coming from within and it is emanating out, it is also still a sound that is being that it is still a sound. And the sound is what? The sound is something that gets manifested in the ears, isn't it? Manifested in the ear sensor. So in this manner, all these images, all these objects are given names and labels, and then everything is projected outside by this mind consciousness, because it, as we said, if it takes these 5 perceptions, it brings them together, it combines to form a new vibration, which we call the consciousness. But these 5 basic perceptions originates from one vibration. It is the different patterns of that same vibration that manifests itself in the form of light, in the form of sound, in the form of touch, taste, and smell, and so on. But when these are combined in various ways to form the mind consciousness, which is the thought, which is what? The mother, the father, the banana, the school bag, the cot, the picture, the nursery rhyme, the school teacher, the classroom, the school friends, the house, the siblings, kindergarten school, the primary school, the intermediate school, the senior school, the university. All these things are just names that are given based on these 5 perceptions, basic perceptions being combined by the mind consciousness to form something distinct from the other one. And whilst the mind consciousness or the thought also happens to be one vibration. Because the vibrations happen at speed, those 5 basic perceptions are continuously constructing. And because of the speed of it being constructed, the thoughts are also continuously being constructed by the mind consciousness. So this mind consciousness is the thought. The mind consciousness, and why we have given the word consciousness there, is to show that because of the continuous speed of vibration, there is a distinct feeling that whatever the object that is given a label to, given a name to, exists. And then the other trick that the mind consciousness does is, while this whole thing happens internally, that it is just an internal manifestation in the sense faculties, the mind consciousness creates a name and then projects it outside into the world, and almost pretending, almost believing on its own that what is being created is actually existing outside. But what the Buddha found out was this whole thing is actually originating or being cast in this light by the mind consciousness, nothing else. The sensory organs, vibrations happen in the natural course of things. There's nothing that can be done about it. It's part of nature. As long as there's breath in this human body or in any living being, for that matter, whatever sensory organs they possess, based on those sensory organs, there is a perception. Those sensory organs will have a vibration, and that vibration will resonate with a vibration of equal frequency, and that would then give rise to a manifestation only. Remember, it's always just a creation, a manifestation of light, a manifestation of sound, or a manifestation of a different type of sensory perception, perhaps even something that even human beings don't have. So, for example, the bat, which can fly around in the dark and can see through radar-like vision, is not a sensory perception that the human beings have. And yet it can see very clearly in the dark. It can go and hunt for creatures, hunt for food, everything in the dark. It doesn't go around, knocking on branches and trees in the dark. No. So it can perfectly carry out its process, its routine, in the dark because of a unique sensory perception that the bat has. So like that, different creatures, different animals can have unique sensor faculties through which the manifestations that happen in those sensor faculties are quite different, quite distinct to those creatures. So in that same way, human beings would have these perceptions occurring out of a vibration, but all these are just vibrations. But because they happen at speed, in the human being, where the mind consciousness is quite dominant, quite paramount, unlike any other living being, the mind is very strong. And with this mind, what happens is that it combines the 5 basic perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, and creates another vibration, a new vibration altogether, which we call the thought, which is the mother, the father, the concept of you that gets created as well. So when these objects are created around you, right, when the child starts waking up and is being taught all these things from perhaps, let's say, kindergarten days, just for the sake of, creating a milestone, then, this world starts gradually manifesting to the child. But it's not shown as a manifestation, it's shown as a real world by the parents, by the teacher, by everybody the child meets. Everything looks and sounds to be real, isn't it? Everything that is eaten is real, everything that is drunk is real, everything that is smelt is real, everything that is heard is real, everything that is seen is taken to be real. So it is this real world that the child, unbeknownst to the child, through the mechanism that is happening internally in the sensor faculties, the child's own mind is playing this trick almost. You can call it even a trick, because this is the whole mind function that the Buddha exposed when he realized the truth, which is the way one can actually transcend the suffering. So the mind, what it does is it takes these 5 basic perceptions and then turns it into and interprets it into something else. Now, why does it even do that? For the sake of, because it falsely believes. It wants to give a name to it, and then it puts a name to that sensation, to the feeling that arises out of the vibration happening in a particular sense of faculty. So even starting with the eye consciousness, the sound consciousness, those are also forms of consciousness. And what happens with these consciousnesses, just like that vibration, the initial vibration that had the power. Vibration can't exist without power, isn't it? Because what is a vibration? It is the coming together of two opposing ends to form a friction. That is what you call a vibration. When a vibration occurs, there is a underlying current or an underlying power in it. So you can imagine when that is the vibration that occurs in the sense of faculty. So in the sound, in the light, there is also a vibration, a current, that, and then the feeling of light existing, the feeling of sound existing also comes about, which we call the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, and so on. Now, when the thought gets formed, which is a combination of these 5 perceptions, the thought carries that underlying power. So, when these objects are formed only by way of thought, only by way of perception, they are also considered to be true, considered to be out there, isn't it? And the more that it's felt as true, because the thought is a vibration also, it has that underlying power. And it is because of that underlying power and the current that one actually gets the feeling that these things actually exist outside. So these objects become real, and this whole world full of objects and persons are also real. They're a feeling because of this vibration, because of this underlying current. Invariably, there is a feeling that these things exist, and then with that feeling comes the notion that there is actually a self here or a person here experiencing it. So the observer automatically gets created, the person experiencing it automatically gets created the moment the object becomes real. So moment there is, for example, a chair that is seen, who actually sees the chair, automatically the I or the self seeing the chair gets formed. If there is a mother that is seen, then automatically there is a child here seeing the mother, isn't it? Because mother is relative to the child. Father is also relative to the child, because the father won't be a father to another person, would it? Mother won't be a mother to another person. Everything is relative, isn't it? So in that sense, also can you see that these names and labels are all created and attributed to this so-called self that has automatically been created by taking this initial object, person or thing that has been created by the mind to be true. Now, if you break it down, if you understand through the true Dhamma that this is actually just the 5 perceptions coming together, which was then interpreted by the mind to be the mother, to be the father, to be all these objects, banana, apple, school bag, teacher, and so on. Then these are only names, labels, coined together to be, almost savored, experienced by this conventional world. We have called various things sound, isn't it? We have called various things smells. The smell, scent of fragrance, the scent of a flower, the scent of perfume, the bad smell of garbage, the musky smell, the bad odor. We have created various names for various types of smells in order to distinguish one from the other. In order to what? We are savoring all this. We are experiencing all this. In order to do that, to distinguish one from the other, every little smell, depending on how it has got vibrated, has been given different names and labels in society. So much so that these are also learnt. Even from the school days, from the childhood days, one would learn that this is what bad odor is, this is what good odor is, but these are also privy to conventional forms, because in societies, some societies might find certain types of food that are cooked giving out a bad smell, but in certain societies that type of frying of food or burning or barbecuing of food, perhaps meat, can be very much acceptable. So how would you then categorize what is good and what is bad? But so can you see that these are also changing depending on the perceptions that are associated with these activities, with these things? So in this way, this whole world that gets created is actually not true. Everything is just the way it is perceived depending on how these things have been manifested, and then how, depending on different cultures and different forms, uh, depending on how the perception has been taken, it would either mean good, bad, and various forms. It is taken in various forms. But with the true Dhamma, one actually understands that this whole outside world is nothing but manifestations of the sensory perceptions, and that it was the mind which is also actually no one's doing. It is just a system that is occurring here, and it is what the Buddha called the natural phenomena of the mind. Just like the sensory organs, by the existence of the sensory organs, the vibrations give rise to sensory perceptions. In the same manner, the mind and the process that occurs with these perceptions combining is actually a natural occurrence of the mind. But what it unfortunately does is it obstructs or covers the actual feel. The mind creates a false world, and in that false world, by making these objects to be true and this world to be true, it gives rise to defilements. The taints that were there from the childhood days, from the day of infancy, or even from the point of the zygote level, the self vibration that was lying dormant starts manifesting itself from the point where that first thought occurs, the first thing where the mind consciousness starts to occur. From that point onwards, by taking and learning every object, and then when the deception starts from that point onwards, where every object that is taught, every person that is being taught as existing is taken to be true, invariably the duality occurs there, the duality of there being a world and there is an I or a self here that is experiencing the world gets created. And then the desire, the craving, the clinging, the aversion, all this starts happening. as defilements. And with this comes the gradual more and more thickening of those perceptions, because the world doesn't exist in a small domain anymore, like for a child, isn't it? The bigger the child grows, the older the child grows, the world is also expanding. The world and the worldly objects that the child is holding on to, the world that the child believes to be true, is also expanding, also becoming more and more of value. And there is more clinging, isn't it? And this is the way the craving and the delusion and the defilements keep on increasing and keep on magnifying. And then with all this, it is the I and the ego that keeps getting fattened day by day, year by year, so that by the time one reaches the age of 30, 40, 50 years of age, there is this very, what shall I say, very fattened ego, very thick perception of self that has been created almost as an entity of its own. And you take offense if something is said to you, if something is said that is of offense to you, if something is said in praise of you, then you are happy, then you are proud, then you get conceited. But if something doesn't happen the way you want it, you start worrying because it's affecting you. If there is something that is happening to your children, then you start worrying about that too. You get scared. Why do you get scared? Because you have found the children to be true, isn't it? You've grown up with that same concept. So how will you think that the children are not true? Because you have grown up with the concept that everything has been true. If your mother, father was true, if your husband became true, if your child became true, then naturally, if something is going to happen to the child, then there is anxiety, there is worry, there is almost a heartbreak if you lose a child. But all this is happening because of what? Because these things are all taken to be true. They are all taken to exist. And they are taken to exist, and the attribution that these are existing in relation to you, isn't it? This is my child, my husband, my house, my mortgage, my job. Everything is mine, 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 isn't it? Even everything that is outside is also something perceived by you. You are seeing it. You have a right to get the news. You have the right to, fair wages. You have the right to clean water. You have the right to even for free speech. All these type of things, so these conventional norms, society principles and rules and things that have been created are all based on the same premise. The premise that things exist outside, the world exists outside. Now, nobody's saying to, turn the whole thing upside down. What the Buddha said, what the Buddha found out was the suffering that is getting created, the suffering that mankind, people, all living beings go through is due to this whole attribution of everything to a self, to a wrong self-view. And to break that wrong self-view, one has to actually understand that this whole thing is just a system, that these sensory perceptions just create, the sense of faculties just create perception, and that as part of that system, the mind consciousness interprets it and has what we call thoughts or perceptions. The mind actually works like another sensor, which is why we say we have 6 sensors. But ultimately, that this is just a process, that even the thought patterns are thought patterns, just like the body, just like the eyes, ears, nose, touch, and body, the body sensor and the nose, the tongue and the ear and the eyes were there as sensory organs. and they have the manifestations of light, the perception of sound, the perception of taste, touch, and smell. The mind sensor also, the mind also accesses another sensor, the mind sensor. And the typical features of the mind sensor are the emotions of happiness, sorrow, joy, equanimity, and so on. So, understanding how this mind works is absolutely crucial in order to be able to find out or realize the cessation to suffering. Because until such time, one actually sees through how this mind works, understands that it is only a construct, the one will not be able to see past the thought, because invariably the thoughts are the things, the living happens through perceptions, and perceptions are nothing but thoughts. And if one attributes even the thoughts by which this world is experienced, so-called world is experienced, then there is no getting out of it. The suffering comes by taking all this to be real and taking all this to be true and taking all this as attributed to myself, to I, me, myself. If this I, me, myself concept can be broken down by understanding that this is a mechanism, there is no one here doing anything because you have no control over your body. The body is actually not yours. Everything that has been named and labeled as your hand, your arm, your leg, your heart, your chest, and everything is just a name, just a label. And there is nothing else to it. If you touch it, all there will be solidity, right? But we have called it our body, our leg, our headache, and this and that. Same thing with the mind. So just like there's no control over your body because it is not your body. So the body is definitely not you, although you think it is your body. The same thing with the thoughts. The thoughts also, there's no control of the thoughts. The thoughts just naturally occur. And this is not a normal flowing motion as the vibrations occur and then they react with various sensory sensor faculties. Those vibrations will set off past perceptions occurring as new perceptions through synchronization. And with the synchronization, new vibrations called thoughts form, and these thoughts will then keep flowing. But one experiences, the experience is only one thought at a time, but because of the sheer speed of vibration, the thoughts continue to arise and cease in never-ending motion. And this arising and ceasing of these thoughts is collectively given the name called mind, but there is actually no such static thing called the mind. So when one actually understands that these thoughts are just past perceptions, depending on what triggers they have received, are now arising as current perceptions, and it is only perceptions and perceptions alone that occur, which arise and cease, and that there is no person actually here doing anything, then this whole self-view starts breaking down, starts dissolving. And this would happen only through understanding the Dhamma. With that comes the continued reflection through penetrative insight into this whole mechanism, into this whole process would help awaken wisdom from within, and that gradual inner transformation would start to occur. There's a lot more that needs to be explained at that level, but we urge you to continue to listen to these Dhamma talks because there are so many other practitioners also delivering talks from different types of different areas, some with the practice, some with the practical experience and day-to-day experiences as well. So if you listen to a couple of these, you will be able to put it together, because it's difficult in 1 hour to explain the whole thing from end to end. But so we urge you to keep listening to the Dhamma. And if you do have any questions, please feel free to join our Zoom discussion from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time to be able to clarify any doubts that you have. So we stop there for today, and thank you for listening to the talk. Let me pay homage to Buddothpada Aryan Vahansa for his noble teachings and guidance and vision. Theruvan Sannai Aryan Vahansa and Theruvan Sannai Dhamma friends.
Buddothpada Aryani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada Aryani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Aryani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada Aryani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done.
Teruvan Saranai. First of all, I would like to worship Aran Mahanse, Kalanitran Mahanse, for his noble guidance. Father Namaskara Karami Aran Mahanse, Avasarai. As usual, this is another session of this Dhamma talk done with the help of this Buddothpada Pure TV English channel. This is actually started in the month of February. Buddothpada Pure TV, the English channel. So this is the newest opportunity provided by our Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse for the seekers of true Dhamma around the world. According to his vision, actually, this Dhamma is not separated from a religion or a culture or something like that. So it should equally go to all human beings. So that is why Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse wanted to start this type of a platform for the seekers of true Dhamma around the world. That is his sole vision actually. So this 24-hour live YouTube channel operates daily. You can listen to Buddothpada Dhamma sermons throughout this channel. There are Dhamma talks as well as Dhamma discussions. The platform to Dhamma discussion is also open to anybody in the world. So I don't think anybody can find this type of a platform even in English, even in Sinhala as well as in Tamil. So when we consider what I said earlier, really this is actually definitely this is a golden opportunity for those who are looking for, those who search for the truth of this life. This is the truth. So this true Dhamma disclosed to the world 2500 years ago by Lord Buddha. This is the only path available to this mankind to end suffering. So our Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse has understood, he has experienced what Lord Buddha preached us 2500 years ago. So we are really fortunate to listen that true Dhamma even today like the same. He has experienced this. He has researched and he has understood this. This is his own experience and he is dividing the whole thing to the whole mankind. What a nice thing we see today. So if somebody thinks that I should keep it by myself without letting it go to the whole world, so that is not this Buddothpada, the Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse. He wants to distribute, he wants to give the same Dhamma to the whole mankind. So this is the result of that giving true Dhamma to the world. Buddothpada Pure English TV channel. Not only English TV channel, there are so many parts, so many things. Even in Sinhala, you can listen. In English, you can listen to this in 24-hour service, and also in Sinhala, that is also if you like, you can listen to it throughout the day, constantly. And also these practical programs daily in different places, in different venues, so you can participate. And also when we talk about Dombagoda International Meditation Center, even Gangabada, so there you can go there, have that residential program trainings, and also you can take part in. If you like, you can join these things. Not only that, having Zoom discussions where you can have face-to-face interviews with our Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahanse. So different Zoom, in the sense we can say early morning 5, starting from 5 o'clock, it goes till sometimes 8 o'clock. So where you can directly talk to your experiences with Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. Right after that, in Sinhala, you can join 9:30 Zoom discussion where you can talk to him, and also well experienced teachers are there. So well trained teachers are there. You can have their guidance as well. And it starts 1:30 again directly Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse joins Sutra Deshana, the sermons, Sutra. So there he is having very nice explanations if you are interested, especially for these monks and nuns. So uh, actually very nicely, very beautifully it is explained. It is focusing on these monks and nuns. But if you are interested in, we also can join there, which is really important to one's life. All the things are done by himself. So Aran Mahanse is always joining these things and having discussions with these monks and nuns. Again, it starts at, I think 4 o'clock. Discussions are done. The decisions are done with the members of this. That is at 4 o'clock. Even again at 7 o'clock, Andolanatmaka Deshana, which is very important. Those who have experienced, those who have listened to these sermons for a long time, they can talk, they can exchange their ideas, or they can get their kamatahana, and also directly they can talk to our Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahase, which is very important. One of the most important Zoom discussions is Andolanatmaka Deshana. Now it is named as Lokaya Attakara Nogatta Ayage discussions. Likewise, it has the name has been changed actually. So not only that, even 9:30 p.m. So that is for these novices, that is for newcomers. So if you are a newcomer, so you have time to talk to this 9:30 Zoom discussion. Leisurely you can talk. You can talk your experience. If you have any problem, you can talk. So that is even before you go to sleep, you can start that thing as well. You can listen to this Dhamma as well. 9:30 to 11 p.m. it goes. So there are so many opportunities. So not only in Sinhala, earlier I spoke about English, now this Sinhala as well as in Tamil. If you are interested in this Dhamma, if you can't understand Sinhala or English, you can listen to it in Tamil language as well. Those who are interested, those who can speak, those who are expert in Tamil. So there are people who have trained, there are well expert teachers who have trained to keep this Dhamma, true Dhamma. So you can understand how many paths now open to you. So why do you get late? Don't be late. So this two Dhamma is for you. So once you start studying this, first of all, taking as a knowledge, so while going in deep with this Dhamma, you will feel it, which is the most important thing in your life. So I spoke actually a little bit of advantages where you can have this if you listen to these sermons throughout the day. So these sermons, actually, if I say these golden sermons, that is correct, that is true. So where you can take to the path of Nibbana, these sermons can take not only that, plus you have to have a proper discussion with Arya and Mahanse. But once you start, if you start studying, yes, if you start studying this wide, you will understand that there is a wide range of topics of Buddhist philosophy. This is what I wanted to tell. There's a wide range of Buddhist philosophy. So whatever the range it is, if you like, you are interested in, you can listen to it. So there's a wide range of topics of Buddhist philosophy. So each and every aspect, our Buddothpada Kalyanan says, speaking. He is speaking each and every point. So where you can understand. It gives very simply. It gives very simply because actually this Dhamma, what Lord Buddha preached, this Dhamma, it has been hidden. It actually, if I say it had been hidden, that's correct. It had been hidden what he preached. And also, if I say something like this, Kale, Velitalawata, Sangavagi, that is right. But because of these Buddhothpada sermons, it is revealed to the whole world now. So, not only that, it was hidden, but what we listened was the different things were added by different uh, people, monks, nuns, and all. So what we heard, actually, what we heard was mixed up. It was the cake was icing actually. So because of that, most of us were unable to understand. So there, although the practical knowledge was there, it was hidden because nobody had this experience. We didn't know until our noble friend, actually noble teacher, Aryan Mahansi was revealing it, because Aryan Mahansi Aryan Mahansi, he himself had done all these experiences, researches and readings, studying. So we are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma. So, when we talk about this two Dhamma, we have to start with Lord Buddha's philosophy. So that is what even Aryan Mahanse is pointing out, that Pratipada, so the practical thing. So this is solely depending on this practical thing. Knowledge, of course, he has given in different ways, even books. There are so many books, even there are magazines and all. So many things are there. Even by listening to these sermons, more than 10,000, I think nearly 12,000 sermons. So there are sermons. So all these things, as Aryan Mansi says, all these things, first we have to have this as knowledge, because that is the message from this Kalyana Mitrana Mahanse. Kalyana Mitrana Mahanse's message. He gives the message. So what we have to have is, we have to listen to that, and we have to have our own experience and we have to feel it, because this is not knowledge. Wherever we find outside world is knowledge. That is not, that is the most important thing. The difference between the other sermons done by different monks and nuns, but Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse's sermons are totally depending on the practical knowledge, totally depending on the practical knowledge, where we do not find it outside world. They can't give it because they do not have the experience. So when we go to this practical experience, most important thing is finding out of this I concept. That is the most important thing. Mama hoya ganna. Where am I? Where are you? Where are you? So the most important thing is that where, if we ask this question from somebody, those who are not the followers of Buddothpada, I don't think they have that proper answer for us to give even. They will say something for us to understand, which is not the real answer. So here exactly to the point, Buddothpada sermons give you the answer. Who am I? Try to find I, mine. So actually, soul, if we say soul, that is what most probably we are attached to that soul. You should ask yourself whether you like to lose your so-called soul. There is a very nice sermon, I think, done by Aryan Mahanse. If you have listened to it, once he went to Kurunagala. This is the question he asked. Do you like to, if somebody shoots you, what would happen? කවුරු හරි වෙඩි තියනවට කැමතිද? In Sinhala he asked. So very nicely he explained that the whole sermon was totally depending on that. So you should ask it from yourself. So do you like to lose your so-called soul? Or me, if I say me, I, mine, something like that, the individual self you have it within you. So definitely your answer will be, if I ask you something like that, your answer is no, isn't it? Yes, no. Who likes it? Isn't that so? Yes, nobody likes it. So you don't want to lose yourself. So most probably many may say no. Here, what I meant by the soul, or this individual self in the sense I-ness, actually, individual sense is the sense of individuality, or I-ness, actually, that is I-ness, or the sense of the separate entity that we believe in. We believing it, actually, that is something we believe in. What we say that Atmiya Bhava, that is what. It is another term. This sense of individual entity, or if I say I-ness, what we talk here right now. So in reality, there is no such soul or individual self. It is just a belief, an imagination. So this is something common to, actually, this is something common to the listeners or followers or disciples of Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. But if somebody else's, if those who do not listen to these sermons, if we say this, as I told you, it is just a belief, so nobody will believe it actually. And also you dislike to dislike, as well as you are afraid of losing this non-existent self or non-existent me. Because how can we lose an imaginary thing? It is imaginary, which you cannot understand, something imaginary. So we can't lose that imaginary thing. You can how can you lose a thing that does not exist? It is not existing. Me, the soul, it is not existing. For an example, if we say a frog in a well is afraid of coming out of the well, something like that. That is all imaginations. So we are inside the well, and we do not like to come out of the well because we imagine that inside the well, this is we are there. So that is like all our imaginations. Can you find any living individual within you? Have you ever questioned this sense of individual self or I-ness? I think you can understand when I say I-ness or this individual self, that is this I, my, mind concept. Is it a real existing entity or an imagination due to a social conditioning, or the result of repeated use of the word I without checking what it stands for? I don't know whether you will believe this. You will believe, no doubt, because you are the listeners of Buddothpada sermons. There has never been such a self or separate individual in you. There has never been. You will believe, but somebody, if I say with somebody else in the sense the one who the people who do not listen to this, they will not believe it. And also, they are afraid of losing an existing imaginary self, imaginary me. Maybe you also have the same problem, right? Not only them, maybe you also have the same problem. That is why we are doing something else, and we are actually that is what we say, one leg is in one path and the other one is on the other path. Both legs are on different two paths. So that is not. So that is why if somebody asks you whether you like to lose your so-called soul, you are afraid of losing an existing imaginary self. Can you understand what I say? Imaginary me. You are really afraid of that. You don't like it. Here we use the term self, soul. Earlier I used that soul, individual self, and also I-ness, Atma Bhavaya. So all these things are the same. All these words express the same meaning. Soul, individual self, I-ness, me, Atmiya Bhavaya. So everything, it is an imaginary thing. That is what we have to study. We have to aware of. So that is what the operation starts. The operation starts from here in a theater actually. So whether is it an individual self? So where is it? Where is this individual self? Where does this exist? So these questions are common to you all, right? Because we are very aware of this thing. Always Aryan Mahansa is asking these questions. Question this yourself. That is what Mama Hoyana, finding out I am myself. How does it come into seeing existence? If you find it deeply, you will find that it is an imagination. It is a thought. It is a thought. So we all know that this is not a real thing, an imaginary thing. We believe this. So that is why we are attached to this. And that is what we can understand. That is the point actually where we can understand. A recognition of the fact that there is no such individual self or if I say this soul actually, soul is known the nature. You merge the nature. This is to say knowing Dhamma. It is the complete understanding of Dhamma. This is knowing the truth. As I told you earlier, this is not merely an intellectual understanding. This will be a life-changing recognition. That is, if you understand that, that is the turning point. Life-changing recognition. That's true. Lord Buddha asked once, is this I permanent? Is this I a soul? This I is the activity of seeing. We regard this I as a camera which takes photographs. So these things are very simple things. Maybe you have heard these things, what I am talking right now. Maybe you have heard these things more than 1,000 times. If you are a follower of Buddothpada sermons for about 4-5 years from the very beginning. So maybe you have by-hearted this. But the thing is that you have to feel it. Take a common example of a book. You say, what I see is a book. Now just see, book is a word. It is in fact a sound. It is a word. It is in fact a sound. Book. Is there a book in the sound? Is there a book in the sound? A question. Or is there a sound in the book? Another question. So questions are arising. Where is the sound? Where is the book? How did the book come into seeing in existence? So very nice examples. So these are unique examples for Buddothpada followers. As usual examples, we are taking all these examples where we have taken this from Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. He doesn't want to change even the example. Book, chair, tree, wall. So as his Buddothpada followers, we also take the same because it is easy to understand. If you take the same thing, so it is easy to understand. There is a very nice example given by Buddothpada Aryanwanse, where I always mention, and that is what even I myself did. He has explained this. If you want to study, uh, uh, if you want to study 5,000, if you want to study 5,000 leaves of a tree, you don't want to go each and every leaf. Once you understood one leaf out of these 5,000 leaves, that means you understood the whole tree, the whole leaves of the tree. So such a nice example given, right? Such a nice example given. If you can understand this chair, so you can understand the rest. If it is a thought, just imagine the chair is a thought. If you want to understand the rest of the thoughts, identifying that chair is more than enough. Because if you identify the chair, the, the thought of the chair, you understood the rest. Whether it's a wall, tree, crow, whatever it is, that means you understood it. It's a thought. So very nicely he has explained. If you go deeply in these sayings, what he has explained, no words to explain actually, because this is true Dhamma. Maybe you are experiencing this Dhamma. We don't have words. We don't have words in our vocabulary to explain this beauty of this Dhamma. We have to keep silence actually, no words. Better to keep silence rather than talking talkatively. So keeping silence is better than giving in this true Dhamma in words. That's what I have understood. So here, back to what we explained here, we have to understand that. So Lord Buddha asked monks, is this I permanent? That is what. So later on, actually Lord Buddha explained, no, the I is not permanent. This needs to be understood in the correct sense. With the activity of seeing the I is created at the moment by our own mind. This needs to be recognized. Once you recognized, then only you can say, no, I is impermanent and I is not a soul. We have heard these things several times, but the thing is, have you understood this? That is what. For knowledge, we know this. You know for certain that there is no such a thing called a book. It is a fabrication, an imagination. You never find a thing called book. That is why Lord Buddha said it is impermanent. It is impermanent. If there is a thing called the book, it implies there will be somebody to see it. So this is also where you have to understand thoroughly. If you see a tree outside, to see that tree, there is somebody inside. That is, you are there. You see the tree, you see the wall, you see the book. So you are there. A book cannot exist without somebody seeing it. Isn't that so? Can you understand what I say? This is another point where you have to see that you are there. A book cannot exist without somebody seeing it. Even this is also not knowledge. You have to have that deep feeling on this. If you see this wall, there is somebody to see the wall. The wall cannot exist without somebody seeing it. So this is a very deep meaning. Even today I can remember how I understood this by looking at a tree, a mango tree. So that is really interesting. So if you see the tree, mango tree, so you are there to see that mango tree. You are there, the tree is there. The subject-object relationship is established. Is it the truth? We should investigate so-called somebody and the book. Is there an independently existing book? When we take this book, it is easy. So it is easy for our knowledge as well. Even to explain somebody, it is easy. So that is one of the techniques given by our noble Kalyana Mitran Mahanse, always taking books as I mentioned earlier. So when we take, is there an independently existing book? Is there an individual self? If there is an individual self, then there is something outside. The sense of individual self, that is called this my mind. So understanding this theory is not easy. This is the practical. Once you understand that there is no somebody to see the tree, that is the I, the sensor. That is the sensor. That is not I, my mind concept here. If you can recognize that there is no thing, then only you can understand this to Dhamma. That is the starting point where you understand that only these faculties are, the sensory faculties are there, and there is no I, my mind concept here. That is the turning point of this. Is there an individual self? Let's see. By seeing through your eye, you say a book, but book is merely a sound. And in that sound, there is no thing. Word or sound is empty of anything. I received only color. I is receiving the only color. Here color implies both form and color. That color does not contain a book. You will not find anything, thing in that color. If you think that this is magic, this is not magic actually. It is your own experience. You have to trust your own recognition. When there is a book, when you see the book, you have that sense of I am seen. I see this book. Isn't it? Then how can this self or individual entity, that means you are telling me, come into exist? You have to find it by yourself and check it out. Is the sound a self? Is the color self? If you do not find a thing called the book, how can there be an individual self to see such? Non-existing book, non-existent self, non-existent world. Where is the world? Does it exist outside of you? The color came to the eye. Is it the world? The sound came to the ear. Is It's the world. You have to find it out. Whatever you perceive, are those real or just mental constructs? Mental constructs. Understanding the functioning of the six senses is called seeing the world created by the six senses. They are well experienced. So you are well experienced about these six senses: eye, ear, tongue, uh, nose, even the skin, the body, skin, and mind. Mind is created as a result of five sensory sparks. You should be able to seize these six senses. Actually, it is said that this seize of the six senses is Nibbana, the path to Nirvana. So, understanding that is not that easy actually. It is something where you have to have that practical, where you have to understand, as I explained, all these things starting from this the philosophy of Lord Buddha. I, my mind concept. Where is I? So to understand all these things, these practical sessions are done very nicely, which is lined up very nicely by Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. It is starting with the baby in the cot. Very nicely it is given. How that white sheet, all of us are very well aware of this now. Maybe that is for the knowledge, but the deep hidden meaning is there. The whole thing is there. Actually, if you can understand, if you have not, if you have, you know that, because this is something that Sanvittika Dhamma, that is what it says. So if you have that knowledge, that is up to you. So you have to identify it and you have to feel it. That is the most important thing. So starting from that baby in the cot, study this very, very deeply, going deep. You will find that wisdom there. So the baby in the cot, the baby in the cot, the baby in the cot. She or he is having a white sheet, a very pure paper. So once only the feelings, once the baby in the cot does not understand this mother, father, I, my mind concept, nothing is there, very pure, very beautiful. Yes. So then what is happening? So once you start going to this Montessori, the world is created gradually. And also that white sheet, what will happen to that white sheet? It becomes impure, dirty. Isn't that so? All these things are preached by our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse, Aryan Mahanse. Actually, we don't have, even I don't have words to explain this if he has not given these things. So all these things are not my words, words done by, words given us by Aryan Mahanse. So even for us, it is easy to take these things and explain to the whole world, because it is easy, very simple, although it is very deep in the sense. So once you see this simple language, you will be able to understand this. Even a foreigner, they will grasp this very quickly if it is given direct to them. Because directly we can give this without doing icing and all, directly we can give this to these foreigners. So they will take it, no doubt. As Aryanvansi says, there are experiences, those the foreigners, when they come to this Dombavada for these practical sessions, all of them, they get the knowledge. First they get it as a knowledge, then they have started this feeling. So they feel it quickly, not like us. So, as I told you earlier, that baby in the cot, gradually the baby becomes the baby becomes aware of this the world. Then the world starts from there. So there the Montessori teacher starts giving the thoughts, things, teaching the things. I, my, mine concept starts from there. The world is created from there. So then he has the family, father, mother, brother, sister, uncle, aunt, grandma, grandpa. So like that, he starts accumulating the dirt. So when they come to our age, it is filled with these thoughts which cannot be removed. So the story begins from that. You can start the story from that Montessori child, then how the defilements are accumulated later on to that white sheet. Now it becomes impure. Gradually it becomes impure. So make it pure, we have to have a very sharp eraser. That is Dhamma. So that sharp, very, very pure eraser, that is Dhamma. So if you are strong enough with that Dhamma, you can erase that all your scribbles, what you have drawn, the pictures. So it must be very strong. That is Dhamma. If that true Dhamma, if you find true Dhamma, you can erase that white sheet, and that white sheet will become the white sheet, just like the sheet that you got the baby in the cot. So this is true Dhamma. What our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse is preaching us. Very beautiful Dhamma. So very nicely it is given step by step. If you are strong enough, if your mind is strong enough to take this, it won't take much time to understand this true Dhamma. So this pure Dhamma, this is the Dhamma what Lord Buddha has preached us 2500 years ago. So how to become a Buddhist? How to become a Buddhist? So very nicely, very clearly, Aranvansi is explaining us, marvelous reveal, actually. So if we start talking this Dhamma, we don't feel time passing actually. So that much we can talk. We have so many things to talk. So anyway, we are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has preached us 2500 years ago. That is, we can say that this way, කාලයේ වැලි තලාවට සැඟව ගිය ධර්මය. Now it is open. It is revealed by Buddothpada sermons. Please listen to it. Please listen to it, because your liberation is there. Your sufferings will end, no doubt. with the experience, I can say yes, that's true. 100%, more than 100% assurance can be given. So the time has passed. As usual, I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk with, by telling like this, by giving this message to like this way. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And at last, my wish is, may all beings be free from suffering. Yes, that's what. May all beings be free from suffering. So, that is the end of this Dhamma talk. May all of you blessed by the triple gem. I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
For all your untiring efforts and unparalleled compassion. May you live long and Namaskara Veva. Now, first of all, let's look at the opportunities made available to the seekers of true Dhamma by Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. There are numerous resources available for any seeker of truth, despite the geographical location, language, or any other boundary. It's worth mentioning the Buddothpada main website www.buddothpada-dhamma.com because it's regularly updated, daily updated, and it's so user friendly because it consists of more than 10,000 Buddothpada sermons, including all Zoom discussions. And it is worth mentioning that all these sermons are classified or categorized according to the topics and the complexity levels to facilitate its users. And at the same time, just by clicking a link there, you can join the Buddothpada WhatsApp groups to get the links for these Zoom discussions and also to know about the one-day meditation programs conducted island-wide. And at the same time, I should mention that there are YouTube channels parallel to these websites as well. And if someone is into science and has an explorative mind and prefers to understand Dhamma through a scientific angle, the website www.wisdomofasia.com is the best resource for them. Apart from that, the Dhamma discussions operates via Zoom platform throughout the day, covering all 3 languages. So as we meet up here every morning at 7:45, it's the English Zoom discussion, and it's worth mentioning the 11:30 Zoom discussion conducted in Sinhala. It is operated from Australia. I think actually it the target group is the people kind of seekers of truth who are staying away from motherland to suit their time schedules, daily schedules. It is operated at that time. And every Friday at 2:45, the Tamil Zoom discussion is there. And also the International Meditation Center located in the beautiful, serene countryside, the locality of Dobbagoda, Sri Lanka, is another important landmark. There, anyone, especially the foreigners who are interested in understanding the truth, can participate in residential meditation programs, insight meditation programs. Okay, so with that reminder, let's proceed to the Dhamma discussion today based on volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. This mainly deals with understanding the illusion called I. So we discussed the page 17 yesterday, as our Dhamma friends have already joined, Mr. Bernard, Ms. Shani. I welcome both of you to this discussion. So at any time you can make your contributions. So yesterday the main focus was on the key term awakening to the moment. Awakening to the moment. So valuable contributions were made by the participants, especially Dr. Kokila's contribution. She defined this, quoting a lot of life examples and also the concepts, Dhamma concepts like awakening to the moment is liberating from the mind, liberating from the thoughts, or liberating from the name and form, not to get entangled with the projections of 6 sensory organs, and to have clear knowledge, thorough, rather than knowledge, understanding of the mechanism of the sensory organs. So when the shape of light occurs or is perceived by the eye, how do we see it as an object? How does it come real? And how the person who observes it as an object, how the self is created, and how the value for that object, that entity, that person arises with that out of ignorance. And at the end of the discussion yesterday, as usual, Venerable Aryan Mahansi gave a detailed explanation. He again and again reminded what we mean by nothingness, because that's the people in mundane world cannot understand what this nothingness referred to by Aryans, those who have achieved the profound liberation. This nothingness is the profound tranquility or profound peace or profound freedom one experiences with the complete liberation from the thoughts. Otherwise, it does not mean demolishing all entities made up of 4 great elements. So with that, I would like to focus on today's section to be discussed. So that is page 18 of The True Dhamma Has Awakened. If you have a book with you, it's the second paragraph, page 18. The Buddha preaches the following. Skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayam uchati jati. Jati Dhamma Sutra. The birth of the I is your birth. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside, that is your birth. That is where the sorrow begins. That is where the attachment, aversion begins. That is where thoughts begin. Avidya Pachaya Sankara, meaning due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we begin to feel jealousy, revenge, attachments, aversion. Why? Because there are 2 sides. One side is that we believe we are here and we believe that the outside world exists. There are 2 sides. The duality. The truth is, there is nothing outside. The outside is only a thought. You do not meet the thought outside. It is only a meeting of sounds and colors together. Coming together of sound, color, smell, taste, and sense of touch causes a spark. The mind or the manovinyana is formed due to this spark. That is why we say that the mind does not exist inside the body. Even the awareness of a color does not arise from a mind inside a body. We see because there is a light. In that case, it is a spark that allows the sense of seeing. The mind does not exist inside the body. The mind does not exist anywhere. Now it is clear to us that the awakening to the moment or Mohottatavadiya is experienced only when you don't have any thoughts. Upasikava. Yes, awakening to the moment. Aryan Mahansi. Yes, at the moment of awakening, there is only an awareness. There is no Namarupa, thoughts. The awareness does not have any thoughts. It is just simply being aware. Thoughts mean that it is an illusion of the mind or Vijnana Maya. And the illusion is made by the coming together of Namarupa. So we can look at the section that was read. So it starts with Skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayang bucchati jati. This comes from Jati Dhamma Sutra. That is what Aryan Mahansi also always mentions. The birth of the eye is the birth of the person. The birth of the ear is the birth of the person. The birth of the nose, the sensation, is the birth of the person. And it applies to all 6 sensory organs. The mind, when we define the sensory organs from a scientific perspective, we leave out the mind. But in the religious perspective, mind is also considered as a sensory faculty, which is so rational, actually. So here we talk about 6 sensory organs when we analyze Buddhist philosophy and when we try to understand this. So here, what is re-emphasized is the birth of the eye is your birth. If you see the bag out there, the person who sees the bag is here. If you see the mango tree in the garden, the person, the self arises, the person who experiences, observer and the observed, the entity being observed, and on the other side, the person, the observer. So that is the duality, internal, external, ajata bahidda. So we use diverse terms to refer to this condition. So how are we going to untangle this? So isn't there a mango tree out there? Isn't there a bottle? Isn't there a bag? Isn't there a girl, boy, mother, table? Let's try to untangle this by understanding this mechanism. So the basic concept or the principle is entire universe is made up of vibrations. Let it be solidity, let it be liquidity, let it be heat or cold or space, whatever, everything is made up of vibrations, which cannot be detected by the human sensory faculties or sensory bases. It is obvious, when we go to face an X-ray, that image, the image of the chest or the spine or whatever comes finally. But do we see the rays? Now you have the mobile phone with you. Somebody from UK calls you. So some vibration is happening. So can we perceive? No. So in the same way, vibrations cannot be detected by the human organs. So the shape of the mango tree out there, it's nothing but a bunch of vibrations. The human eye, nothing but a bunch of vibrations. But as Aryan Mahanse explains through very nice example, that tuning fork principle helps us to understand how the birth of these, or how we perceive stuff through these sensory organs. So the moment you open your eye, the vibrations are similar frequencies and with opposing charges. It's also a natural phenomenon. Positive and negative charges, they spark. the sparking of similar vibrations with opposing charges occur. This happens continuously with a very high speed, which cannot be measured by human brain. No, we do not have the capacity to see that speed of the rapid occurrence of vibrations and rapid sparking. This sparking itself creates some power, just like in a whirlpool in a river. We know the water spins really fast, and it generates some power there, and it grabs anything around, maybe small sticks, leaves, whatever in the river around it. It happens due to this power generated due to the rapid speed of spinning of water. So same principle is present here, and this continuous sparking that happens with the rapid speed generates some power. That power, now only the eye is at work, but here even Gautama Buddha has explained, Aryan Hanse has explained, re-explained it nicely, the 2 rounds of the functioning of 6 sensory faculties happen, which is known as Vattam Vattati. Now the eye perceives stuff, so it's nothing more than a shape of light, some shape only, no identification. At this very moment, instantaneously, what happens is all other rest of the organs, rest of the sensory faculties come to work, and sparking happens. The second round, although we say second round, they are immeasurable. All the qualities, properties, previous data related to the name, this is the the color identification. If you have touched the mango tree, that roughness of the trunk. If you have smelled the mango tree, that smell. If you have put your tongue on it, that feeling, all associated data at once come together, and the name mango tree appears, the sound, and that's what we say, sound and color combination, and the mind consciousness finally identifies it as the mango tree. So same mechanism is explained as coming together, or the fusion of Ditta Sutta Mutta. In this analysis also, it's so rational. Ditta is eye, seeing. Seeing means process of seeing, not this muscular eye, the process of seeing, not this physical eye, but the process of. Sutta, process of hearing. Mutta, the feelings that is smelling, tasting, and touch. So visual sensation, auditory sensation, tactile, gustatory, olfactory relation come together, the fusion of all sensory inputs come in one shot, and mind consciousness recognizes the mango tree. It doesn't stop there. That is why it becomes a grave thing. It doesn't stop there due to ignorance. The person, some sort of Awareness, it goes beyond actually awareness. Some feeling the person entertains. I mean, it may not be the entertainment that you get by watching a drama or eating some food, but undetectable level by objectifying that projection, some kind of feeling occurs. And the perception, that is how the thought or the perception occurs, and the self is created on this side. The moment the mango tree objectifies or solidifies, the person who sees it here on the other side, here and there, or external mango tree, internal the person, Ajatta Bahita, the duality arises. And that very moment, the need to keep it as a mango tree, the value, it is not the monetary value. Some subtle or some nuanced feeling or a need to see it as a mango tree or to have it as an object occurs. So that is how we get caught in this unreal world, how the external world becomes a reality. So that mind power, the moment the mango tree becomes real, it doesn't stop there. That power, as I explained using the example of whirlpool, that power connects with the nervous system, and it has an ultimate impact on this tames the inner vibration too. So to untangle this knot, we all must have a very thorough understanding, clear understanding of the mechanism of the sensory organs. So as I mentioned, the moment the mango tree appears, on this side you are there, the value is there. With that value, this suffering defined in Buddhism, it is not the worldly suffering, the need to see it as a thing, keep it as a thing appears. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I read the section to be read today, and I was explaining the mechanism of the sensory organs, taking an example. Would you like to make your additions and continue, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, actually, I wasn't listening again. I just joined.
Okay.
And there's, I can possibly join here and there. There's so many noises because of my kids. But what were you asking? What was the topic? Sorry.
Topic, Dr. Kokila, I was reading page 18 of the book. It's just the continuation of awakening to the moment. And the line I clarified was Kandanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabo Ayang Uchati Jati. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside. So taking the example of the mango tree, I went into detail with these vibrations and sparking and how the mind power is generated, and when we objectify it, how on the other side the self appears, and that value is given, and the suffering, etc. That bit only.
Yeah, okay. Actually, we were talking about that yesterday as well, how this self arises and how this evolves. So actually, we were talking about the awakening to the moment. What's the importance of that? What's the importance of that is actually you get the non-self experience. When you get the non-self experience, this start to evolve again, because as a child, as a baby and as a child, we started to
actually get into the self-perception. I don't know whether you have gone into that, how you felt as a self. There's a thing that happened. It's not that someone has happened and someone did it because of the not knowing or because of the ignorance. Happened anyway. Even though there's no self, the self-perception has occurred. Any system it has. So you have to remember, even the worm has it.
Yes.
So that is the point sometimes we forget, that even the worm has it. So this self-perception, what importance of awakening to the moment is actually non-self-perception begins. It's the beginning of the path. So when that happens, it begins to evolve again. It begins to evolve, and at one point you become your whole system becomes of it. Like it becomes the normal. It will be the normal, not the self-perception. What happened to the baby? It will be a reversal, but this happens because of awakening to the moment, one particular moment. Because of that, it starts to begin that in an arahant, all the moments will be like that anyway. But what I'm trying to say is, non-self-perception is very important. Then that will start to evolve. You will feel it everywhere. In the beginning, you won't feel it everywhere, but then with more and more insights, you will definitely feel it multiple times. So then what this says, what happens here will be understood more and felt more, and then it is easier to become. So this is the reversal of the child or the baby, what happened to that baby, and how the baby, when becoming a child and becoming adult, how the self-perception has become a part of our life. It has never left us. And even the worm, it never left the worm. And that's why when the worm dies, there is always this perception, self-perception. How does it happen? It does happen because it's something, a form of vibration which can telepathize, or which can co-vibrate, or what's the word for that? It doesn't come to me, but it's a similarity of frequencies of that vibration. It is really interesting to know all this and what your vibration is. And when you know what your vibration is, actually you feel it, but you can't explain it. But you will feel that how it is reducing, how it is. It will be a slow process, nothing to fear. But the most importantly, the path begins in the awakening to the moment. So with all the knowledge we have from what we have learned, or what we have heard, or what you read from the book, whatever the knowledge we have, it is a push actually to understand this. Definitely a support to that. And then when the noble friend guides you to try and feel it, that would be a guidance for you to feel that too, because unless you feel it, the doubts will be there until the day you pass away from, after stopping the breathing or the system collapse. So you need to get it, you need to actually make an effort. In that, don't get desperate, because becoming desperate doesn't help here. We feel, so imagine we want to earn, we want to become a millionaire, something like that. Just an example. There's a desperation, like when we can't do that. So imagine someone wants to be rich, or whatever the level they know, and then every day you feel like I'm poor because that's another perception. So then there is a desperation to do something, to become something. But the problem here is that desperation doesn't help. The other way around, over eagerness doesn't help either. This is very well said in Lord Buddha's sermons as well. Over eagerness or desperation or nothing helps like that. So it is a bit difficult in the beginning, but if you are kind of someone who can stop and see what is said, that would really help you. Just stop. Just stop. Because we are very used to go behind something. Just stop. And then you will be able to realize how much you have not felt or how much you have not experienced. So it's easy to get trapped in this Dhamma as well. So just understand that, because it's out of desperation, or when you feel like you want something, there's always a possibility that you can become very sad in this path, or your confidence can go down. It is normal. So just you have to trust the noble friend when Aranwansa says to keep trying, because the problem with this, sometimes when we tell directly also, so imagine some Aranwansa tells directly that you haven't noticed this yet. Someone might be like, oh my God, I haven't, like it collapses. But the main thing is that it is in a way good, because the assumptions are not going to lead you anywhere. And guidance from a friend would be, noble friend would be actually would be wise, so that your over eagerness or the will reverse. But the problem is the desperation here, because that is why even Aranwanse, I think, I mean, it's my assumption again, but he doesn't tell the same thing every Zoom discussions. He makes it different. He makes it different. I don't know if you have experience. He makes this the discussion pattern also different. So from time to time, he discusses about the awakening to the moment. Then he discusses about the samadhi, or what is it? What is samadhi in English?
The concentration.
I don't know about that, but whatever the
meditative absorption, right?
Is that what is said? So that there is samadhi. So whatever he might talk about different stuff, because human mind, we should not let go, that we should not drive into being so eager into one, because as you remember, when Aranwansi takes a point, everyone will be thinking about that point. Then he will take another point, and everyone will be thinking about that point. So like it has come into patterns, and here time to time he takes this as well. So it's very important that that Aranwansi is trying to give this in a way that without a human going into desperation. Desperation is sadness, that am I not going to get this, or into over eagerness, like I am doing it, I have done it, kind of thing. So those two ends, it's very normal for you to fall into those two categories, or in the middle, someone we like in Thinamid, or what is Thinamidhi in English? I don't know, but like kind of not doing anything
Laziness.
at all.
Laziness.
Laziness, yeah. Even the laziness, I don't know whether it is just laziness that we talk about or whether laziness to understand the truth, because laziness can be laziness to clean the house, but then laziness to understand this truth or to surface this truth would be a bit tricky, isn't it?
Sorry, there was some interruption here. Yes, Dr. Kokila, as you said, it goes beyond laziness. It could be kind of lethargy or some, I mean, it's a strong version of laziness, maybe. So, thank you so much for that explanation. So the next point that we have to focus on is avidya pachaya sankara. So as I explained how the mind was created, I mean, all this mechanism of vibrations coming together, sparking, and the fusion of all five sensory inputs, and finally the objectifying of the mango tree or whatever. So this scenario, this happens due to the ignorance. The sankara here means mental formations. Again, the how it leads to the perception. It's this through this phrase. It is actually an extension of the previous explanation given to skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayam uchati jati. So if we look at it from another perspective, it is the five aggregates. So one way we analyze as from the perspective of six consciousnesses, and similarly it is again the five aggregates: form, feeling, perception, uh, mental formations, and the thought, finally. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, consciousness. So that is another analysis that can be given to the mechanism of formation of thought. And all this, as Dr. Kokila very well explained, happens due to the ignorance that there is a person, because she went back to the baby who is in a cot and how the self-existence feel arises at the basic level. I remember Dr. Kokila Aryan Wahanse mentions that existence feel is what comes first, what is experienced by a living being. And we actually initially we do not know that it happens to a person or a self. But with the later on getting more and more exposure to these external entities and certain incidents and conditions, we gradually develop the self-perception, and we gets the ownership of those manifestations of sensory organs or sensory faculties. So this gets stronger and stronger. Probably a child actually child does not know the face of the person, child himself, unless and until somebody shows the face through a mirror and says, you are Baba, Baba, it's you, it's your image. The child does not have that understanding, at least. But gradually, due to the environmental factors, because on top of the mechanism of the six sensory organs, other environmental factors like family, there are explanations, there are interactions, and telling that you are there, you are hungry, you are thirsty, okay, you are tired, you are crying, why are you crying? You becomes, it's another, I mean, you becomes the other version of I there, and the self perception gets stronger and stronger. Due to the ignorance, it comes to a position that we experience the existent world, and we also exist happily in that world. So this true Dhamma is the only solution to untangle this myth or misconception. Dr. Sakuntala, would you like to add to this?
Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, Theruvan
Teruvan
Saranai.
Saranai.
Theruvan
I
Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
pay my homage at Aryan Mahasaya's feet. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I was, yes, actually what two of you explained were some very deep facts, which is a part of the darshana or the true Dhamma that we have to understand right at the beginning as the foundation of everything. Because as you mentioned, the self-perception is the uh, main root, I would say, of all these subsequent happenings. The current that is there in the radiant mind or the small baby, which is actually the Atma Sanya, or the current which was telepathized right at the beginning to the zygote. And that current gives a push for the fetus to grow, and that is also named as taints or sasava. And because of that nature of the sasava or the taints, the baby also tend to feel that the light is existing, and the hearing is there. Hearing is something existing. So there is a very fine or subtle feel to the baby that these things are existing, what is created by the five senses. But there is no formation of the mind sensor. But still, that is why the baby cries when the baby is hungry, and when the baby is given milk, the baby is feeding with very eagerness, and sometimes turn the head to the sounds, to the voices. And when there is some discomfort, like when there is a wet nappy, the baby will indicate something uncomfortable. This is not what was explained by Dr. Kokila yesterday, not the level of intolerance to the sensor, but this is something beyond that. There is eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste, smell, and the tactile or the skin consciousness, body consciousness. So these things are formed at that level, and in a very subtle way, the baby feel that they are existing, but no defilements are formed at that time, because the mind sensor is not functioning. So in other words, this current which got telepathized is the one which is going like a stream underneath all these things. And when the thoughts are formed, when the child is a little bit bigger, there is a spontaneous creation of the thoughts by merging of these other five senses. So this is what leads to the defilements later on, which are manifested actually when these thoughts are formed. So actually the taints or the sasava are manifested as ashra or defilements later on. So this is a process where the illusion of an existing world also occurs. As you all clearly mentioned, the data gets collected with time. So the data that you have about the mother is by now, if you are 60 years old, for a person who is 60 years old, if I tell the word mother, the spark that occurs right at that moment related to mother has lots and lots of information which has been gathered over like 60 years. Also, now if I tell the word your son, you get certain amounts of data. Maybe if your son is like 20 years old, the data you get. So that means that spark is felt heavy. Whereas if I tell a name of a neighboring house child, the data that you get at that time related to that boy's name is much less heavier. That is because of the nature of each person's thought process. And that current or that heavy feeling is actually, that is the self-perception. There is no different self who is feeling that current. The current that you feel, the current that the system feels, that heaviness that system feels is the self-feeling or self-feeling of self-perception. So when you identify this process, you try to, automatically the camera is turned towards that feeling, and that is recognized as the self-feeling. More you try to, more the system is capable of identifying this heavy feeling or this current. That is the procedure, or that is the only way to get it lighter and lighter. So there is no specific method to get rid of this current, or there is nothing that can be done to shed all that heavy feeling. But only way is to identify it more and more by focusing. And then when you identify more and more, the strength of the current becomes less and less. So what ultimately will happen is that when I tell the name of your son, and when I tell the name of a neighboring house boy's name, the both ways, it is just a vibration of the ear, and there is my vibration of the mind sensor where the identification happens. But the heavy current that was constructed beneath that becomes more or less equal, or there is no current at all. So that is what this teaching is, because there won't be anything different from outside or from what you feel, but the system feels that there's no difference. The way that you feel, but that current which was underneath is not there. So I think I would like to stop from there. Any comments or any corrections from both of you? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you very much for the thought-provoking inputs, because that when you brought about that example of somebody's son and someone else's son. So those are mere two thoughts, right, that occur in the mind. But when we hear that, let's say my son, when you say your son, why is it heavy? Why is that thought heavy? It is because the value, isn't it?
Value.
Yes.
Yes.
The value attributed to that thought is higher. Neighbor's son or someone else's son, the value is less. So and the other thing that came from your explanation is, Dr. Sakuntala, that this it went away from me. Something very nice came up from that when you were telling, the self perception. Self perception. That when the word your son comes, there are no two people as your son. The thought and me, self. That thought itself is the self, isn't it?
Yes.
That is the trickiest and the most difficult for a person to figure out, that they take as a dual notion. No, the dual, it is the the sun is out there and I am here. But when the thought occurs, it's all one. It's the self that arises, isn't it, with the mind? So thank you so much again.
Thought
And
which has been given a value, isn't it? Now, the formation of the thoughts is a part of the mind sensor itself. But when the thought is given a value, that is where the self is also arising. Yes, Theruvan
Saranai. And Dr. Sakuntala, well, now the person's son and somebody else's son, the perceptions or the experiences or the data one has about the person is also different. So that also has a direct impact. Thank you so much. And Miss Surangika, Theruvan Saranai, would you like to add your thoughts to the discussion?
Theruvan Saranai Sudharma, and let me pay my homage to Buddothpada and Mahansa. Theruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I think that was a good explanation from Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you for initiating the whole conversation, Sudharma. That Skandhanang Patubhavo and that whole concept of ignorance. I think in recent times, Aryan Mahanse has given us in the controversial talks another very pertinent point to reflect on. The fact that, traditionally we have been thinking of it as avidya, pachaya, sankhara, meaning, one is coming after the other in sequence, and that's the way the whole Paticcasamuppada or the law of cause and effect Dhamma is continuing, or how that manifests. But in effect, when you think about it, we all know that this whole thing happens because of the speed of vibration. And it is the speed that causes that whole manifestation to occur through the senses. And with that speed happens the construction. And that is why Aryan Mahanse clearly pointed out to us, which we have, I think, been very fortunate to be able to have such a noble spiritual friend to point these things out to us, that without that whole construction, without the whole sankhara, there is no ignorance. The construct itself is the manifestation. It is almost like creating magic out of nothing, isn't it? There is absolutely nothing, but the conjuring up is like a trick. Just like a magician conjures up a trick before our very eyes on a stage by just moving his hands with a click of a button, with all kinds of little instruments. He creates a trick, or he pulls a rabbit out of a hat. In a similar manner, the senses, due to the speed, there is that the manifestation that happens, and the manifestation is the construct. And with that construct comes the sensation, the feeling, and then the the feeling, the representation of the feeling is sanya or perception. And then finally, with that speedily occurring construction of those sensory perceptions, the thought or the mind consciousness occurs. So when we say skandha, skandha meaning 5 aggregates in English, it is actually a collective. It is nothing else. Skandha means a collective, means I think exactly what you mentioned a little while ago, Sudharma. It's form, sensation or feeling, the perception arising from that feeling. We give it a name, so that is what we call sanya or perception at that point. And then there's the mental formation. So, and then all that, the way we feel about it, the feeling of differentiating that differentiating kind of feeling is what we call the mind consciousness or consciousness, really. So we can have, in that example of a baby, the baby can still have that sense of light, the light consciousness, the smell consciousness. It won't know that, it won't be able to recognize light as light. I mean, it won't use the word light, obviously, but the recognition of the light consciousness is there almost innately. Because of that shashava or zygote level, that whole sense of existence kind of thing gives about that light consciousness, smell consciousness, touch, taste, and so on. And then later on, as the senses mature, and there is the teaching or the association of sound with that form, whether it is light form or smell or something, a sound is attached to that. And then with the combination of all those senses, the mind consciousness or the thought comes, and then the child will know, here is a ball, here is an apple, and here is my school bag, and so on. And so with that comes the mind objects and the manifestation of a world externally. And then comes again that notion of an existent field. So there is the chair, here is my mother, here is my father. So there also Aranwanse very clearly points out, not only do you get the perception that there is a mother, but then the other perception that the mother is there, the mother exists. And then finally, I want my mother, isn't it? So the clearest example he's given is the chair. So first thing is there is a chair, and then the chair exists. And then there is a value attached to it. And the more value there is attached to it because of that ignorance, I want the chair. And then, so there is something outside that exists. One believes that it is real. There is a value attached to it. And moment there is a value attached to it and there is a false belief that it is real, the duality occurs, and the self who is experiencing it, the self who is believing that to be true, manifests and comes about at that very moment. But in that example that Dr. Sakuntala mentioned very clearly, the reality of actually believing that there is a person or the sun means that there itself, the I is born, isn't it? So if one believes that something is real, that in that false belief itself, the concept of I and self and ego and everything is born at that moment. So what one realizes through listening to the true Dhamma philosophy is initially that whole misconception of self ceases when one realizes how the mind is formed, how the senses create this false manifestation, gives us this false representation of mind objects and external world by projecting it out to the external world, not knowing that it is the mind and the mind consciousness that is playing tricks and creating this within our senses alone. But when the true Dhamma is realized, gradually we understand this process, we understand how this whole self-existent field becomes so strong. And then with that self-existent field, how this whole self-perception comes about, and finally realize that the self-perception is nothing but perception or a misconception, and the whole Sakkaya Drushti, the Drushti or the misconception, then falls away at the very beginning. But still, there is that perception of self, and the perception of self will only through continuous listening of the true Dhamma philosophy and engaging in the practical program, that the defilements gradually start fading away. The more one shines a light on how the mind works, the mechanism of it, and where one gets attached and don't really realize sometimes where the self-perception unknowingly attaches itself in various places, by shining a light on those aspects in our day-to-day life, actually, not going anywhere else and, shutting yourself in a monastery or anything like that, but in your day-to-day activities, by understanding, suddenly, why did I get a burning feeling when I was, talking to somebody on the road, or, when something happened, how did I feel so heavy about it, or how did I get so stressed about it? So these are aspects that one needs to be aware, because understanding and listening to the Dhamma is one thing, but putting it into practice is something that we are not, we need to be more cognizant about. And that is something that Aranwanse has spoken of recently quite a lot, that one has to be self-aware, where this whole self-perception is kind of getting hidden. And if we allow it to be like that, we can easily be complacent, and we can think, because we have that initial sense of tranquility and calmness, and we can, almost kind of go like cruise control, isn't it? Everything is fine. I'm feeling, this nice, and there's this inner calmness, and everything is smoothly happening. I don't have quarrels in the house anymore. Family life is very peaceful, so one can become complacent. But in this path, if one understands the true Dhamma, really one knows that, as Dr. Kokila mentioned at the beginning, one cannot be too eager, but one cannot be too complacent as well. And there has to be some sense of effort, some right effort that has to be continuously applied in equal parts. And there is a balanced approach that has to be taken until we are able to see through the defilements. And it's not an active thing that has to be done, but at the same time, right effort and awareness, all that will contribute towards making that self-perception, actually shining the light on the self-perception, becoming aware of where the defilements are. And that actually is the path to Nirvana. Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Ms. Rangika, thank you so much for this thought-provoking inputs. Very explanatory. You have pointed out very important concepts that actually Aryan Mahanse emphasizes quite often for the followers to understand. If I start with this 5 aggregates, understanding nothingness in the thought. Thought is nothing, although we try to attribute some value into it. Ignorantly we attribute some value. So if we refer to Lord Buddha's example, that form is a form. Form, F-O-R-M form, is a form, F-O-A-M, is a phenomena. Then the feeling is compared to a bubble. All temporary, it happens then and there to show the impermanence, nothingness. Then perception is just a mirage. It's a complete illusion, total misbelief that there is water in a distance, that perception is compared to the mirage, and the mental formations are compared to the banana trunk. When you open it up, peel it, ultimately nothing is there. Finally, the effect of all these consciousness, it's an illusion. As you rightly said, the deceiver, the magic. Now, our Venerable Aryan Mahansa, our noble teacher, has shown and very well explained using diverse strategies, techniques, how the magic is performed, how the mechanism of this internal mechanism of the sensory organs leads us to believe that the world is there, and then definitely the person is there, because world and the person are not two entities, though we so far took it ignorantly as two entities. The chair is you. He always emphatically says, your son is you. That thought, whatever the thought, it becomes you, it becomes the self. So as you rightly pointed out, understanding or finding out the hidden self is a real turning point in this journey. And then again, Ms. Surangika, that value given to the thought, it might come in the form of an emotion, though we summarize it with the word value. It may be the jealousy that the thought, once it becomes real, it might lead to jealousy or the selfishness. So such emotions, anger, so revenge or attachment, whatever. So the value is seen or shown to the world with an emotion, isn't it? Or you can just contribute. Miss Surangika, are you there?
Yes,
Yes,
Sudharma.
yes,
So actually, that's true because
yes,
I mean, for a fraction of a moment, one might think
yes,
that everything is
yes,
fine, as I said
yes,
before, and then
yes,
suddenly out of the blue, you can immediately get entrenched in kind of a emotion because something happened, something drastic, and
yes, yes,
and then at that point you realize that I thought I was fine. You get this feeling
yes,
that everything was like you might even go for a month without any
yes,
incident happening, and there might not be any discovery of a defilement as
yes,
such, but then completely out of the blue some incident can occur, or it's something can be just very subtle, somebody saying something, and it might not even occur at that moment. Later on, maybe in the evening or in the night, when one is reflecting on it, one can then start getting agitated and getting that burning feeling, and then you start wondering what on earth happened. And then that actually sometimes it's good that these incidents happen, because that gives one the opportunity to be able to probe deeper and see why this burning sensation occurred. Why am I getting agitated with it? And then realizing going back to the basic principles of the practical program even, and thinking, how did this thing become real to me? And then, going through the whole mechanism of how did this object or person become real to me? Or what was heard was just a sound. So how did the sound become real? And then if that was just a sound, was there even a person here to receive that sound in the first place? So just, I think, people who are on the path and having practiced the Dhamma for a few years, when it happens, when that burning sensation happens, it's such a thing that it immediately gets catches our attention, and the moment it catches our attention, the slight reflection on it helps to dissipate that feeling. But for people who are newcomers, there might be a further reflection that they would have to do, going into the full mechanics of the mind and how it started, and it's a light or a sound, and that's how it occurred. Why did I give value to it, and so on and so forth. But for different people, depending on what stage of the path they are, will not require that much of reflection, may require reflection. And then the other aspect again that Aryan Mahanse recently surfaced is the fact that there can be sadness without actually being a sadness, isn't it? And a happiness which can actually be not the mundane world sense of happiness. So one has to be quite astute to be able to detect what kind of happiness that is, whether it is a happiness that is almost consuming, or whether it is a very, I don't know the English words to say it, a very, sometimes a compassionate kind of happiness, a compassionate kind of kindness, a compassionate kind of, even a sadness. One can feel sad about something, about, say, a loved one passing away, but naturally it is the natural occurrence or the experience of the mind sensor to feel that sadness. But is there a wallowing in that sorrow? Is there a wallowing in that pity? No, there isn't it? And I'm sure some of us have experienced that as well. So what happens there is it's just the occurrence of the mind sensor, because it is the natural functioning of the mind sensor. And one can detect that only when there is a realization that the self is a non-entity, isn't it? As long as that realization that self is not, that self is, as long as you don't have the realization.
It's a thought. It's again a thought, and it's empty. That emptiness is applicable to that the thought of self, the perception of self also, isn't it?
Yes, so I mean, just like the other sensors have their own functioning, the mind sensor must be understood with the functioning of how the mind sensor functions. The emotions, as you said, there's a certain amount of emotions and a level of emotion that the mind sensor, that occurs in the mind sensor, and understanding that to be what it is also a crucial part of the path. But one can't, I mean, a newcomer cannot relegate everything to the mind sensor, isn't it? So it is a very tricky, a very fine point that one cannot, you cannot teach it, you cannot say it. It has to be experienced, and experienced by, you can't say experienced by a person. When the self-perception dissolves, the understanding around the mind sensor, and that the happiness is not a real, that kind of happiness, and the sadness is not a wallowing kind of sadness, then that realization happens at that moment, isn't it?
Yes. And you brought up a nice point that the common empathy, transition from selective empathy to common empathy, that divine love, loving kindness, that is, I mean, in the mundane world, we love, we are compassionate, but we are selective for our people, our friends, our family, because all woven around the self-centered kind of love, affection, then compassion, all attachment is there. But once you realize the notion of self is a myth, and once you gradually I mean, liberate from the world, that it converts into common empathy. Without my part, that common empathy, you are compassionate with everyone. I mean, every entity, even that's what Aryan Hanse always mentions, there's no difference being compassionate with creatures also, isn't it? Now, nice thing was mentioned by Mrs. Karunamali yesterday, that in refined mind or Sukumasita, there are no kind of aversions to anything. Even somebody speaks angrily, it's nice. for them. If somebody shouts or somebody kind of talks in a very negative tone, it's also fine with them. So we are trying to define the experiences of Aryans through words, and that's why Aryan Mahanse always mentions he doesn't want to reveal everything, so the listeners take them using the mundane mind and try to experience it using the illusionary mind. Isn't
Yes,
it?
that's true.
Yeah, and then again, you pointed out the three realms, how you can see the experience, the three realms in the single thought, that sensual realm, form and formless. When the moment the chair appears, when the value is assigned, it's the sensual world experience of the thought. And then if the value diminished or it perished fully, when it appeared just as a form, then it's the form world. And then if it stays as the light of, shape only without objectifying, that's the formless world. That is another form of analyzing the thought. So today, basically, it is an extension of understanding, awakening to the moment. And as Aryan Mahanse clearly explained, it is nothingness in thought. So we can't understand what this nothingness is unless we are crystal clear about the mechanism of sensory organs and how the thought is created. So, Mr. Justin, would you like to express your thoughts as well? He may not be in a position to talk. Miss Shani, do you have any questions or would you like to add your thoughts? Aryan Mahanse's presence is here as well. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. We were discussing awakening to the moment and the section from the volume 1, and the two Dhamma points focused was Kandhanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabho Ayang Uchati Jati and Avidya Pachaya Sankara. Are you in a position to explain, Aryan Mahanse? Thiruvan Saranai. So we and if Aryan Mahanse is free, he would join. So until then, we can again discuss some of the points that came up in groundbreaking revelations, this Andolanatmaka Deshana. How to identify somebody's there under RA. Would you like to add? Would you like to join the discussion? No. So they may not be in a position to talk. And yes, these days what Aryan Mahanse encourages the people to do is to identify your position, not as a person, but at least to see whether you are on the path. Because we people have ran here and there, were in a rat race to find true Dhamma throughout our life. Maybe 10 years, 15 years, we were running behind it. But ultimately, as per the destiny or the nature, we came across the truth. So we need to make this opportunity the path to liberation from the self. The only way to liberation from the self is this path, and it has been, revealed, and there are living examples too of people who have liberated from the self completely, and they are also joining the discussions and making valuable contributions and guiding the others. So this is self-evident. We do not have single doubt. any doubt, any sort of doubt about this path prescribed by Aryan Mahanse. On top of this wisdom of truth, the theory, the Buddhist philosophy section, the final stage of path is prescribed or revealed with 4 main steps. First thing is to liberate from the external, to understand the concept chittena niyati loko. There's nothing other than the thoughts. We live in the world of mental constructs. So during the meditation, walking meditation, in the first step of practical path, a practitioner gain clear understanding. It should be self-evident. You may know it through theory that everything is your mind or everything is your thoughts. But still, unless you get into water, you are just a fish. This is the actually beautiful metaphor given by Ms. Swarnamali. The people in the mundane world are just swimming. They are just fish. So fish cannot see the way that it swims and the how it shakes, spins and stuff. No, whether it opens its mouth or not. It's the people who observe that sees it. But this Dhamma helps us to see the observer, to the notion of the self, ignorant self, the misconception becomes the fish, and we get the ability to observe the nature, that way that we swim. So through this metaphor, it's obvious that we should be aware of our actions, how the thoughts occur, how we respond to them. That inner awareness should be there, because we cannot differentiate this awareness from the self. Actually, still I cannot separate. So this awareness is something inner, but still that awareness is the ability to not to judge, but to it's kind of mindfulness. It's kind of concentration, power that helps us to see how everything happens as an objective version. Objective. No, normally we are subjective. The self gets involved in all actions. But objective stands to see or to observe how the self comes to play, or how the self is absent, or whether the self is present or absent in the actions. This realization definitely is a milestone in one's path. So this doesn't come only through knowledge. So the practical path, it really helps us to understand without doubts that this is nothing more than the mental world. Mental world means the thoughts. Everything is mind. For example, I go back to the starting point. The moment the shape of the tree occurs, we have the knowledge that it is vibrations, though we cannot detect vibrations or what stuff like that. That knowledge has been shared to us by Buddothpada Aryan. And then with that knowledge, what happens is the whole process appears. I mean, in this meditative person, otherwise you can't always contemplate on every single thought that occurs in the mind. Everything will happen. But while you are in meditation, it's the opportunity to you to penetrate through the thought and understand its emptiness and how it is only the mind, nothing more than the mind, a mental construct. So then it is again, it's incomplete. Then we have the mind that recognizes stuff and the mind is somewhere. No, next step, understanding how this thought is created, how the sound and color combination or nama rupa, name and form, get entangled. The moment the eye perceives the object, how the name and form come together and makes the mango tree. That is the consciousness that we defined it using 5 aggregates, the 3 realms, and also the clear mechanism. Scientifically, we started with that, so it should be clear to you. And then how we have to actually here, Aryan Mahasi always mentions that 3 great wisdoms, Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, Chutupapata Jnana, and Asvakya Jnana. So, Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana would help a person to understand how this label or the name part came into the person's life. So, if it is a handbag, how this shape of light got attached with the name handbag, or how this shape of light of flower vase get attached to that flower vase. Or if we take a simple example like apple, how did the apple came into life? How did the apple come into your life? Like, then you go back to, this happens in the second stage of meditation, the practical path. So that's the opportunity for you to go back to your childhood or early childhood to understand how your mother or the teacher introduced this entity to you. So when you do that with a couple of things, what happens is you gradually realizes that it's a myth. Nothingness in name and form, it becomes self-evident to you. You still may eat the apple. You still may buy apples. You still may call it an apple. But that suffering that we had in the sensual world, the value assigned to it, the liking, that the feeling to have apples in our life will gradually fade away. And then the third step is, actually we can't demarcate this into 4 steps, but for to make it more people friendly and for the easiness or of introducing it, it is given in 4 stages like this. Probably Aryan Mahase will revise it. In one of his sermons, he mentioned he's going to revise it, because depending on the people's kind of difficulties people face, or to make it more effective, he from time to time he updates. That's the beauty of this. Actually, he is an active engager of this as a noble teacher. Actually, it's not flattering or anything. It comes from the bottom of our hearts. All of you will agree. If he practiced renunciation in a way most of the others do, being in solitude in a forest, monastery or somewhere, what would be our plight? So can we appreciate his effort or the contribution to the world in in words? That's the most difficult thing to do. Aryan Mahansa, all of our gratitude is for you and may you live long. The more you realize Dhamma, you unknowingly grow that gratitude, although he says not to take me as a person or thing. It's actually his nature, but what he does for the mankind is immeasurable. So in the third stage of meditation, the practitioner gets the experience of this process, how it happens as a mechanism, not getting the ownership of any sensory faculty. It's not my eye, it's not my ear, it's not my body, it's not my nose that smells, it's not my, we get rid of gradually, we experience it as a process. So if you actually engage in this meditative position, thing, contemplation, point of contemplation, kamatahana, honestly, you definitely experience how it happens without the experience of the self. And then again, both they also how it happens without the self. It's the eye that sees, not me. It's the ear that hears, not me. So it gets clearer and clearer. The process, how everything happens as a process, is self-evident. And actually, Dr. Sakuntala, if she is there, she personally engages in conducting these meditation programs. Dr. Sakuntala, you also please can correct and add to this explanation on the practical approach, which it would definitely be useful for the people, especially so there may be people who would like to join the International Meditation Center also. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, I will just briefly add few sentences, I think, because the time is packed right now. Yes, as you said, actually, though it is divided into 4 steps, it is just a process, ongoing process. Right from the beginning, the attempt is made to dissolve that self-perception, the misconception about the self right from the beginning, from the first step onwards. It's gradually the push is to get rid of that, dissolve that feeling of self consciousness or self feeling. So it is a more systematic way, and first, as you said, is cutting the bonds from tied up to the outside world, because we assume that everything is outside there, whereas I am here on this side, and without realizing that the concept of me is also part of that outside world. So the first step is the biggest hurdle, actually, cutting down that connections to the outside world. And the second part is actually when you realize that there is nothing solid called mind also. Now, the first one we try to understand that it's all the mind, created by mind. But the second part, then is there anything hard and fast called mind? No, there is nothing called mind also. So how the mind is created? It's an instant spark at that time, at that point. So when you go through these 2 steps, then automatically the realization comes that there is no doer here, and just the sensors are taking turns and functioning automatically. And then subsequently the feeling comes to the system that there is just no ownership to this process, just a matter of happenings one after the other. So though many words are used, finally it's what you feel, what the system feels, which is sometimes difficult to explain in words, but it's a feeling that is important, and that is what is called the sandittika, where the individual person should get that feeling.
Dhamma.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, ever glow.
Opening all eyes.
Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpada.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada, Ariayani, Buddothpada.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Ariayani, Buddothpada. Nibbana now is not a dream, it flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, Ariayani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, Ariayani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpada, Ariayani, loving and kind.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine. Kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go. Even in the quiet hours, there was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpada, say, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada, say, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpada, say, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
You show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Adiani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpada, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done.
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani.
Therwan Sarnai, dear listeners, once again
at the usual time, we are gathered here to listen another episode of Buddothpada sermon. As you know, you have been kind of naturally chosen to listen this Dhamma because you are the most eligible one to listen this Buddothpada sermon. So don't you ever think that this is a sort of a random thing. It is the natural selection because you are the one who is seeing the absolute truth. You have been chosen from the nature to see the truth. So if you happen to listen these kinds of Buddothpada sermon, that implies that this is your last so-called the birth. So it is not something that is said with certain kind of a knowledge. It is something that you feel that you are the one who has been chosen from the nature to end this samsaric journey. If you happen to listen this Buddothpada sermon, that, as I said, that implicitly say that you are about to end your samsaric journey. So I invite everyone to gather around these Buddothpada sermons and try to indulge the essence of profound truth of Buddothpada sermons and try to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana within this life period of life. So before I start my today's explanation, I'd like to thank and give my humble respect to our spiritual guide Buddothpada R.N. Vanse first at very outset. So without him, we won't be listening these kinds of sermons. Even after 2,600 years, even 2,600 years after, we listen, we have certain privilege to listen the pure truth because of the tedious effort that he put to understand this truth by himself. So that gratitude is always with us. So, past few weeks, past few days, we have been talking about how this illusionary world got created with the help of our own senses. So, in absence of the senses, there won't be a so-called world for us to interact with. So, when any kind of action that you perform, even now, so we'll say you are doing a certain thing like cooking. So you are listening to this Dharma while you are preparing your meals. So just try to understand, is there any person who is preparing the meals? Unless there are only interplay happening between among your own senses. So for an instance, you will say that you are cutting some vegetables right now. So you hold the knife, then you exert some pressure on the vegetable, then it cuts off. So think all these things are detected by your senses. So you feel the hardness of the knife and the pressure exerted needed to cut. You have to forcefully put against this vegetable. So again, some sort of a pressure feeling, sense of pressure will be detected through your sensors. Again, sensors. So sensors now become activated. So they start to generate more and more electrical impulses. So these electrical impulses are then interpreted as certain perceptions. So while you were cutting the vegetable, what you perceive from your hand is the solidness and the certain pressure feeling. And all these things are sensory perceptions. Ultimately, the underlying power will be there. A certain power will be there each and every perception. So how this power got generated? By the sensation, by stimulation of your own nerve endings. So these nerve endings will generate an electrical impulse. That electrical impulses are recognized as perceptions in different ways. Same electrical impulse is recognized as a pressure. In the same instance, it is recognized as a solid kind of a feel. And at the same time, another kind of sensor will be triggered. What is that? You tend to hear a sound. While you are cutting the vegetable, you hear the sound. So
another kind of a sensor become activated. That is the ear. So within that ear, there is another kind of a sensory mechanism, sensory process got triggered up. So it generates a certain kind of another kind of a electrical impulse. That electrical impulse again will give rise to a certain kind of a perception, another kind of a perception. That perception needs the sound. So likewise, as I said earlier, whatever the thing you perform as an activity, there is some sort of a interplay between among your happening among your senses. So one thing will be captured by another kind of a sensor. So at the same time, you see from your eyes the entire thing, what is happening there. So how the vegetable is sliced into pieces, and how the auditory perception getting formed when the knife knocks against this chopping board. So another kind of a perception, the vision, will confirm that perception is confirming that you are cutting this vegetable. So all these things are sensors. So if one sensor is missing, you don't, that part is missing from the action. So whatever you do, only there will be a certain kind of interaction between or among the senses happening among certain kind of interaction happening among senses. So take another example. We'll say that you are walking on a tile floor, right? So what you feel is the pressure that is applied to your foot, to your feet while walking, and also when you raise your leg from the floor, so it is also we felt. So the interchanges of this, the changing pattern of this sensory perceptions will make you to feel that you are walking on a tile floor. But if you step onto something like velvet or something like carpet, the perception that is captured through your skin sensor will change. So then that perception will be recognized as will be recognized differently. Then the interpretation of it would be different. Then your mind sensor will come and tell, now you are stepping onto the carpet. So everywhere, any action, only involvement of senses are there. You cannot imagine even one single task you perform without involvement of these senses. So we'll take another example. Think that you are lying down on a sofa and you keep thinking about a past incident. So in that particular uh, instance, what are the senses that keeps on functioning? That keep on functioning. So you may not recognize these points because in that particular moment, your mind sensor keeps on working, keeps on functioning. So why I say that? Because mind sensor will generate more and more thoughts, but you interpret it as that you are memorizing the past incidents, previous incidences, but it is not. That is your mind sensor. You mistakenly take it as you are the one who is thinking about the past happenings, but that is your mind sensor. So likewise, can you just investigate and see whether you can recall any kind of interaction or happening or any kind of a thing that you perform without involvement of sensor? You can't. Actually, what is happening here is one sensor gives a certain perception. That perception will be confirmed by the rest of the other sensors. So the example that I told you earlier, so when you cutting a vegetable by holding a knife in the hand, so the firmness, the solidness of the knife is felt from the skin sensor. But again, from your eye sensor, it confirms as just because you are holding the knife, so a knife has a certain kind of a solid consistency. That's why you feel this solidness through your skin sensor. So likewise, every time these sensors confirm other sensory inputs, other sensory perceptions. So likewise, when you are walking, you feel from the skin sensor the hardness of the floor, the tile floor. And again, when you raise your leg, you don't feel that kind of a perception. So it is confirmed by the eye sensor because I'm walking on this hard floor. That's why I feel like those two different perceptions. So again, your eye sensor, your mind sensor, as well as your mind sensor gives a certain confirmation for that particular perceptions, other perceptions. So from that, this was happening from our childhood. So we didn't understand, we couldn't understand that these perceptions were not real, because one perception was confirmed by the other perceptions. So the sensors collectively did this. But you thought that you are the one who did it. That was the misconception we had. But if you happen to see this Dhamma in proper way, you will understand there is no so-called person who is responsible of doing those things. You won't be able to declare certain kind of a ownership for the activities that you perform, because everything happens, everything that we take it as that these activities are done by me, but it is not so. It is it happens into a certain natural system, certain way, but we interpret as I am the one who did it. Why that? Why this kind of a misconception took place? Because the senses were cheating us. Our senses deceived us by giving rise to certain perceptions. So that these perceptions became real for us. That is the problem. So when we step onto a grass, onto a ground filled with grass, so we feel a certain freshness or the softness from your legs. So then mind says, because the grass is so delicate, that's why we feel that so kind of that kind of a softness. But again, a sensor comes into action and confirms that particular perception. So as we believed they are true, these perceptions, though these thoughts are true. So we believe that we are stepping on a grassy land. So what happened? Ultimately, unknowingly, a person who is walking on the grass got formed. So this is the magic. This is not a real thing. We have been dealing with the perceptions which have been created from our senses. We thought the light that generated within our eye as a real thing. We thought that we took that the sound we hear as a true thing. And we thought that the thoughts that are coming from our mind is a true thing. Then we tend to believe that there is a mind, permanent, so kind of a mind for us. And that mind give a certain kind of another thought that we are the one who have born. We have been born in this world. And another thought comes along with that. If we are born, if we have a birth, we have a death. as well. So then a living being got created as a result of everything. What Lord Buddha said is, just come and have a look. This is an illusion. This is not true. The perceptions that gets generated, that's it, originated within your senses are not true. Don't take them as true things. In order to understand that particular in order to get that particular understanding, you have to know the mechanism of which the senses create this perception. So you have to know how the eye sensor creates its own light. You have to know how the eye sensor give rise to sound perception. You have to know how your taste buds would generate a taste perception. You have to know how your nose creates the sensation of the smell, and as well as how your skin sensor generates the perceptions of pressure, temperature, pain, and so on. And the most important thing is you have to know how your mind sensor creates more and more thoughts for you. If you are able to understand these things, the mechanism of which, how they produce these things, these perceptions, then you will realize there's nothing to be taken as truth in it, in those things. Then you will understand, oh my God, I have been deceived from this illusion for such a long period. So that is the point where your ignorance begins to fade, because you get to know you are starting to do your noble research. What is this noble research? To find out who you are. What is this mind? What are these senses? How these senses creates these perceptions? Are these perceptions are real? So how these perceptions make us to feel that they are real? So nobody involved in this process. So it happens in a certain rhythm, the rhythm of the nature. So how this nature makes us to feel that this light is as a real thing. There's a certain kind of a noble research to conduct on your own. How we feel that light is as a real thing. As soon as a baby is born into this world, as the little baby opens up his eyes, the light come due to the light, he unknowingly closes his eyes. So that light made some kind of a feeling. How this feeling has got generated. So why that kind of a thing happened? So if you poke a finger into your eyes, your eyelids close automatically. You do not do them intentionally. So what happens in that? What is the process? So in medicine, you will learn it as a reaction of your own nervous system. It's due to the reaction speed that is happening in the peripheral nervous system. But what you captured through the eye is a light, no, a shades of colors. So that triggered a certain nervous pathway to close the eyelids. So how does this happen? The light that has been generated within that particular period of time was capable enough to give rise to a certain feel, certain sense, certain electrical current, generate certain electrical current so quickly. And that electrical impulse was able to trigger a certain pathway of in the nervous system to make your eyelid to close. So what was the initial fact here? The perception. The perception of the finger. Finger means the color changer, changing of the color. But it generated a sudden kind of impulse, a rapidly developed a certain electrical impulse. So it is very difficult to explain, especially in this language, because this is not my mother tongue. Because I'm showing you the listener as a listeners. So I'm trying to showing you certain way that you should think whether what you seeing right now is the truth or not. How this process of seeing takes place. So these are the things that you have to investigate and see. So scientists and people say the light rays comes from the particular object, will travel into your through your eye lens and fall into the retina. Then it will create certain kind of a upside down image. Then that image will be recognized from your brain, and that is the way how you recognize your worldly objects, through your eyes. But if it is the truth, why certain animals in the daytime, they can't see these things? They can't see. So especially the reptiles, so they can't see the worldly objects in the daytime, even at the presence of the light. So same thing happens in their eyes as well. The light rays from the particular object travels into the eyeball and create a certain kind of a image, but they can't recognize it as a image. That's why they don't see. But this is not the absolute mechanism that is happening here. Just try to figure it out very carefully. Actually, what is happening here is two different frequencies or two similar frequencies start to telepathize each other. That means the frequency of vibration of the eye sensor, when it becomes similar to another kind of vibration, these both things get resonate each other. Both the things get resonate each other, telepathize each other. So that telepathization will make certain kind of impulse in the eye sensor. That impulse would be recognized as a perception. If this perception is recognized as the light, that is the point where you see that particular object's color. So it is a nice, there's nice scientific background here, right? So in the daytime, why do the reptiles don't see that particular object? Because this telepathization do not occur. But at the night time, the telepathization occur with the same object, because there are no such the what we see as outside is not absolute outside. We don't know what the external environment looks like. For the reptiles, their environment is different from us, because we see certain things we don't see at the night time, but they will see everything at the night time. Their environment, their world will be different from ours. Our world is different from them, their environment, their world. So likewise, no one have seen the absolute shape of the world. So actually we are seeing what is generated by our own senses. So if our sensor is not capable of creating or not capable of getting telepathized with an object which has a red color of its surface, we don't see that particular object. So I'm telling it again, if our eye sensor does not telepathize with the red color, so we won't be able to see the objects with red color surfaces. So that does not mean these objects are not there, these objects are not having a red color. Yes, the people who can see the red color, they will be visualized as red colored objects. But someone who is colorblind, they won't see, he or she won't see that particular object. For that's why that is the way how his world would be different from the rest of the other people. So from those things, you can understand that you are living in your own world. The scope of the boundary of the world has been defined by your own senses, because you can't go beyond the limits of your senses. So if you are colorblind, by any means you cannot visualize the colors. So certain animals in the world, there are certain animals in the world who see more colors than us. There are certain animals who see the world as black and white. There are certain animals who can see the infrared waves, but they can't see the normal light that comes from the sun, the normal ordinary visual spectrum. They are not sensitive. Their sensor is not sensitive for that ordinary visual spectrum. Their eye is sensitized for the infrared only. So their world would be very different from ours, but they still manage to live in this same world. They do the usual activities as humans do. So that proves the saying that has been said by Lord Buddha, Salayatana Loko Loko. Your senses define the scope of your world. So in that particular world, your perception, your own perception is also there. I mean, the exact image that you have seen of your own through the mirror gets registered in that same world. You think so-called me, myself, is living in this particular world. So it is a misconception, because the so-called the figure of you is also got created through your senses. Your eye sensor detected your shape and the color of your hair, eyes, everything. And the skin sensor detected your feelings, pain, temperature, and all these things. The tongue sensor detect the taste, nose, ear, all these things in combination creates a live kind of a person within you. But it is not true. You have to understand this very clearly. There is no such a living being, so-called you. You think that you are living. Again, your mind sensor, that is your mind sensor. Mind sensor says that with thought, from a thought, that you are the one who is living now. So you have these kind of senses. So you have such kind of a thinking ability, and those thoughts are again generated from your mind sensor. It is another kind of a sensor. So it gives certain perceptions, but they are not real as well. So that's why Lord Buddha said, whatever the universe, whatever the world, whatever the Milky Way can be seen through this your 6 foot body, through your 6-footed body. That means self-realization is the utmost important thing here. Self-realization is, in the sense, it is not a, it cannot be done by doing concentration meditation. So it has to be done only through the understanding. You have to think who you are. You have to find out who you are, what sort of a mind I have. So is this mind gives me true thoughts, or are these thoughts are not true? So how these perceptions make me feel like they are real. So if these perceptions become real, so what would be the ultimate result of that? Creation of the self. So there should be a person who perceive to pursue that particular existence of that particular perception. So likewise, so as I said, the light, the different shade of the, so we'll say you see an apple. So you have a certain feeling as you, once you see the apple, you have a certain feeling this apple is a real kind of object. It is really existing. So if it is an if it is a really existing object, so there should be a living being to pursue that existence of that apple. Unknowingly, yourself gets created within that very single thought. An apple is a thought. Why we say it is a thought? Just because it has been made through the perceptions that are received from your senses. The color got from your eye sensor. The word apple got through your, received through your ear sensor. The texture of the apple received through your skin sensor, and the smell of your smell of the apple received through your nose. So all these perceptions collectively gave rise to another kind of a perception. That perception is called as the apple. So as you feel like it is a real thing, actually we tend to feel that apple as a real thing. Why? The light captured through the eyes, we felt like a real thing. The sound captured through the ear, we felt like a real thing. And the taste, we felt like a real thing. And the smell, the consistency or the texture, we felt it is as a 3D object. So when all these perceptions come together, that that particular perception of the apple also has the same characteristics. That means we tend to feel that apple is a real thing. So what happens next? In order to feel the existence of the apple, there should be a living being to perceive that particular existence field. Then unknowingly, the existing a self known as you gets created at the very moment that you see the apple. See, then we can say whenever a thought becomes a true thing, in that very particular moment, a creation of a self will be inevitable, unpreventable. So what you have to do? Can you all of a sudden think that there is no person here and the feeling of self is not true? Take that directly. No, you can't take it. What you have to do is just you have to memorize. Just you have to figure out these perceptions are not real first. You have to find out whether this apple is a real thing or not. Then you will understand it is just a thought. It has been made through the perceptions that are received through my senses. Then you go to the sensory level. Whether the light that captured or that generated within the eye sensor is a true thing or not. Then you will find out it is not true as well. The perception of the light is not a true thing. It's not a real thing. So similarly, the perception of light, sound, then you will understand it is also not a really existing thing. Likewise, none of these perceptions hereafter won't be true things for you. So if these things are not true, there is no way of the apple be felt as a true thing. No. This comes only through the understanding. If you don't know the mechanism, how the lights get created, how the sound originated, how this taste feeling happened in your senses, there is no way of understanding the unrealistic nature of the perception of the apple. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Sankitya Nibbidaya. You have to, there's certain called Dhamma to be understood. if you are able to understand this Dhamma, then you will understand there is no person to perceive or no such a living being here. You have never been born yet. You have never been born. So if you have a no birth, who will going to die? There is no person to die even. So that's why Lord Buddha said, you are overcoming your death after seeing this Dhamma, because you know you have not been born. Because your ignorance, you have such a big because of the ignorance that you have, you believed that there was a person with you, but once you understand this Dhamma, you will be easily get away from that particular notion. So that will be enough for you to for non-soul perception to arise within you. So you have been feeling a soul throughout your life, but after realizing this Dhamma, another kind of a perception will start to arise from you. That is the non-soul perception. It is not another kind of a perception. It is the negative of the presence. So earlier we thought we are living. Now we have, through the understanding, we know there is no such a living being here. So then the so-called feeling of the existence will gradually start to fade away. So ultimately, unknowingly, you are hopping onto the path of Nibbana. So ultimately you will end up in the supreme bliss of Nibbana. That means that you are getting the full liberation from your own mind. That means you are getting the full liberation from your worldly perceptions. But perceptions would be there, but you are not anymore involved with any of these worldly perceptions. So I think now our time is up, so we have to stop for today. Yes, today, and yes, so we can talk further tomorrow as well. So until then, Thiruvon Saranai to all of you, and may Triple M bless you, and good night, and thank you for listening.